Everybody, we're about to go live here in just a second. Here we go.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Hey, Mark. Hey, Mark.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
What about now? Can you hear me?
Oh,
A new radar indicated.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you guys right now we've got a tornado warning out for, can everybody hear me out there?
New information. This severe considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Are we going out?
like indicate wind direction, right? Basically the direction of the storm.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay, Mark, they can hear me. Now you need to do an audio check. Okay, this tornado warning headed for Canton and Donaldson. This is in southern Trigg County.
Dave, can you hear me now?
Hey.
I don't know if Dave, okay, everybody else can hear us. Hear me? That's good. I can hear Dave as well. I've done a workaround so I can hear Dave. Dave, I can hear you now.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I hear you fine.
Okay, Donna says she can hear us both.
Okay.
A tornado was located near Wrangler's campground, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazard,
Okay.
tornado, and
Hey,
drop-off
sis.
size hail.
It's getting real now. We're fixing to, okay, so everybody says our audio is fine going out. Mark, I don't know if you can hear me. That's our problem right now.
I can hear you just fine, Dave.
It's on you.
I can hear you just fine. I don't know why you can't hear me, but I can hear you just fine. Hang on a second.
Okay. What happens when we didn't shut everything down and start all up again? We left it up and then come back and it's not working exactly.
Yeah.
We'll be all right till we get
Dave.
straight here. This is a tornado warning, and this tornado is radar indicated, but it's 2-inch hail. Here it is. Tornado warning for northeastern Callaway County in western Kentucky, southern Trigg County in western Kentucky until 4:30 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 8 miles south of Turkey Bay, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. It is radar indicated rotation. Tornado and hail up to 2 inches in diameter, with this dangerous storm being between the lakes area, Wrangler's campground, Turkey Bay, around 3:45 p.m. Take cover if you're
New
in this area
information.
right now.
This tornado warning has been updated.
There it is right here. This is where the tornado is located, just to the west, southwest of Linton. If you're in the Linton area, take cover immediately. What's this mean for Hopkinsville? It depends on how it sticks together. Paige Duke says they can hear us both. Mark, they can hear both of us. We just can't hear each other. You can hear me? Okay, I can't hear you then. Let's see if I can figure out why.
Yeah, I'm hearing you through Discord though. I can't hear you through the camera uh, app at all.
This is Kilo Quebec 4 Golf Alpha Hotel. Radio check over from Weather Ops.
Okay, and they also put a severe thunderstorm warning out on that same storm.
Okay, severe thunderstorm warning on this same storm. I did copy that, Mark. I can hear you through the speaker. Let me see if I can get my headphones working now.
This is Kilo Quebec 4 Golf Alpha Hotel.
All right,
Kilo
I think I've
Quebec
got you.
Test, test,
Yeah,
test.
I got you. Okay, good.
Radio check over.
All right.
Yeah.
So here's the tornado, Mark. Am I correct on that?
Yes, it's showing it's right on the Kentucky-Tennessee border, due west of Linton. It's in the LBL area right now.
Okay, everybody get under cover. If you're in Donaldson, take cover right now. What's the movement on this? Let me see if I can get up the particulars. Okay, moves east-northeast at 31. I think that's a little slow. Hail probability 100%. Severe hail at 100%. 2.5-inch diameter hail in this, and 71 VIL.
Yeah. Slack reports that east of Murray, they have had a report of baseball-size hail.
Okay, baseball
So
size
with
hail
that storm.
With this storm.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Whiskey 4 Golf, Kilo Quebec 4 Golf Alpha Hotel.
I think the report is 4 miles northwest of Hamlin in Callaway County, and that is
Okay.
from the public.
I'm going to speak up. They're saying my audio is low, but I'm going to make sure they hear me. Gracie would be in line for this. If this holds together, it's coming towards Gracie, and it will come just south of Katie's. So Donaldson and Linton are both in danger. Take cover right now. Canton, it wouldn't hurt to take cover there also. Virginia Collins, what about Trigg County, Cerulean area? I think you're going to be okay right there. Sheila Meadows, my sister, says, God protect us all. Thank you, sis. This is going to come mighty close.
Okay, Dave is busy on the phone. And so everybody hang on tight. This is, again, over in West Kentucky. It's just coming across LBL. It'll be just north of Linton here shortly.
41, this is Weather Ops. Go ahead.
Hey, we were en route to all.
Okay, somebody needs to
we're gonna head to
mute
the county line,
and
try to head that storm off.
ban
Shannon's
rap
working
songs.
on getting the Discord up. You want to relay that information?
Roger. I'll give stand by and I'll get you a Roger on that information. Stand by.
Yeah. Team 44 says they were headed to ops, but they're going to head straight over to the county line to try to intercept this coming in.
Okay.
They will try to get you a Discord feed shortly.
Okay. Okay, so we have an
41
intercept
Weather Ops.
team headed towards this area over here, and they will hopefully be bringing us live to us. Please, if you're in the area of this tornado moving northeast, it's still radar indicated. I don't have any confirmation yet, but it has had a history of baseball-sized hail. That is confirmed.
And again, keeping everyone updated while Dave is on the phone. This storm is in the LBL area. The tornadic part of it is in the LBL area, and it is moving to the east at probably around 50 miles an hour. It'll be just north of Linton here very shortly. And we are watching it on our radars right now. It is probably just now getting ready to cross Lake Barkley.
Kathy Swift, take cover right now. This tornado is headed directly for you. It is not confirmed on the ground, but it has a history of baseball-sized hail. This is a dangerous storm. Mark, I have notified our emergency manager.
All right.
If the trajectory holds true, it will come across Gracie and go just to the northwest of Hopkinsville. It does seem to have Kelly in its target if it continues
New
at this
information.
direction.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Several reports over there on the backside of it of 2-inch hail associated with the thunderstorm from it.
Okay. Somebody call Michael Vance. Or it may have already gotten past him. I don't know.
Yeah, it's already crossing Lake Barkley.
Okay. Shane, go ahead. I got you.
I had a spotter bait where Mike, very bad rate.
I can hardly, you're breaking up on me, Shane, but hold on a minute. Okay, this is Shane and Amy are headed in that direction. Hopefully we'll get a visual on all this as it gets closer. They're getting hail in Canton, so hail in Canton, another sign that the tornado is close by. Donaldson is right on top of you. Take cover right now if you're in that direction. You can see it. This is the wind velocity. This is where the greatest rotation is, Mark. Is it on?
Yep.
Can you tell if you're getting any dropouts on it?
Give me 1 second. Yes, I am getting some dropout on it. It's not quite caught up with the actual rotational area, but it is just going to be north of Linton.
Okay, so just north of Linton, we're getting the dropouts, which means, would that mean it's on the ground?
It could be on the ground. It could be lofting debris.
Okay, so we're concerned about this, very concerned. If you're in Trigg County, in the area of Linton, get under cover right now. You have no time to waste. Get under cover. Donaldson, get under cover. If you're in that area, get under cover right now. If you get hail, it's going to be right on top of you. We're getting reports of 2-inch hail in this storm. We have a team on the way right now. I'm going back to radar, and when they get there, we will take them back. Shane, I'm not sure I can get you up in that little mantra between Mark and I.
Go back, scroll down under the source list where it says spotters and get the full eyeball.
Okay, got you.
New
Got you.
information.
Okay,
There we
thanks.
go.
That did it. We got it.
Has been updated.
Okay, once again, we are tracking what appears to be a tornado. It is not on the ground. We need confirmation. If anybody has an eye on it, please post it on here right now so we can get word to people. This is the track. It's headed straight for Gracie right now, in Western Christian County. And Shane, you and Amy need to be careful. It's going to be headed right at you. Randy Wagon says she's in Aurora. It's black towards 6880. This is a terrible storm. I'll go to the physical radar. I'll let you see this, and then I'm going to come back to this. There's where it is, this hook right here. That's where the tornado would be located if it is, in fact, on the ground. And the radar seems to indicate that it may be. There it is, where you get this different coloration. This is where the possible tornado may be. Is the circulation widening a little bit, Mark, or flattening out?
It seems to be like it's losing a little bit of strength, but it does look like it has lofted some debris, so that may take a bit to settle out.
Okay, so Be advised, apparently this has touched down from the radar signature we're getting. Donaldson, take cover immediately. If you're in the Donaldson area, take cover. Linton, hold your place. If you're undercover, stay there till this gets by you. Dylan says, David, can that possible tornado come close to Russell if it holds up? It will not. It will be going off to the north and west of it. Brittany Yates, is that headed towards Katie's? It's going to get mighty close,
4
Brittany,
inches?
but I don't think it'll get to Katie's
Oh,
property. It's
man.
going to go just south of Katie's and hit
Yeah.
Montgomery and Gracie.
Yeah. The hail with some of that, they just sent some pictures. Some of the hail is approaching 4 inches.
Okay. So hail is approaching 4 inches now. This is verified.
Uh-huh.
This is confirmed 4-inch hail in this tornado tracking storm that we're doing. Again, I can't say that it's a tornado. We don't have confirmation it's on the ground. Mark, did I have that information sent to the Weather Service?
That's where they got it. It came
Oh,
off Slack.
Okay. So that's via the National Weather Service, 4-inch hail. Angie Standiford, we're 5 miles out Dawson Road. Are you in line? Possibly. Quite possible.
Hey there.
Be sure to have Dave call everybody and get them in full alert status if he hasn't already. Okay, Amy and Shane, you are
Okay, they're getting ready to drop the tornado warning down to a thunderstorm warning.
okay.
So apparently the circulation has started to weaken.
Yeah, I can see that it has weakened, gotten wider, so that's at least a little bit of relief. Let's hope that it's not a cycler or it'll cycle back through again.
Yeah.
The 4-inch hail is confirmed.
Dave, if you want to pull this up,
Okay.
if you want to take a full screen, we should have a view in about 3 seconds.
Okay, so they're entering the outer edges of that storm right now. Chelsea, I understand that Michael
New information.
has taken
This
cover.
severe
I think they're
thunderstorm
safe.
warning has been updated.
Pea-sized hail on 68 at Stony Brook, Mark. Okay, anybody asking about Madisonville and Hopkins County? I can't give you any information yet. This is still a fluid situation. National Weather Service says they're going to drop the tornado warning and turn it to a severe thunderstorm warning because the circulation has widened out some. Not quite as concerned about the tornado aspect of it, although it is still a possibility of cycling through. So we're going to keep a close eye on this as it continues to move east-northeast. Again, it's going to go directly across the Gracie area.
Dave, was that Stony Brook Road?
Stony Brook, it's an area right there along 6880.
Okay.
Trish showing the storm is not coming to Highway. We'll go to the west-northwest. There we have a new severe thunderstorm warning on this storm. Again, Gracie's right in the center.
A new considerable destructive thunderstorm.
This is considered a
warning has been
considerable
issued.
destructive severe thunderstorm warning. West Lynn, if it recycles, it looks to me to go south of Madisonville. That is correct. I think you're correct on that. Everybody hold your breath. We've got to get this storm to weaken a little bit more, hopefully.
That severe thunderstorm warning is for southwestern Christian and for Trigg County until 4:45. And they are looking at that same storm. Is located near Wrangler's Campground, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour.
Okay.
A golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are the radar indicated hazards.
Okay.
But it does have a tag on it for tornado possible. So
Yeah, it
we're
looks
still
like,
watching that. Make sure that circulation doesn't tighten back up.
I believe, Mark, I think I see signs it's tightening back up. Look there just north of Donaldson.
Yeah, I know. I see it.
I'm going to go back to reflective radar. Here it is. This has actually moved. It's a little bit, the radar is a little behind. Shane, I've got you up, but you are pretty blurred right now on your camera.
It's focusing on your windshield and not on outside.
Okay, he's about to get it. There's Donaldson. We're still concerned about this. This is definitely not over yet.
Back it out just a little, Dave. People are concerned to see where it is compared to where they're at.
Okay. I'm looking for their beacon.
I see it. It's still trying. It's Amy's beacon, and they're still trying to catch up. If they're at Gracie already, which they are, the marker hadn't quite caught up with them yet.
That storm is intensifying again, Mark. It looks to me like.
Probably so. I think so.
Hey, David.
Yes, go ahead.
We are observing a lowering wall cloud from this. It's too far out to see if it's rotating. But I've been watching it for a little bit now. Got my camera out with my zoom lens, and it is definitely a lowering wall cloud.
Where is it in the vicinity of your picture? Is it kind of in the center there?
It's almost dead center.
Okay.
Okay, yeah,
It's
I kind of see
that
it.
whole area that you can see there.
Yeah.
It's kind of lowered behind the trees, right? This hold on, right there. I think it's kind of lowering behind the trees right now, so it's kind of hard to tell on camera.
I can kind of see it. Yeah, I can see the lowering.
Okay,
They're reporting
Dave, I'm going to have them
Go ahead.
I'm going to have them send that in to National Weather Service. Lowering wall cloud. I showed on the radar to be just east of Maple Grove Road.
Okay. They're reporting super heavy rain by Lake Barkley Airport from Lauren Peterson. Star Sizemore, I will try to turn my audio up a little bit more.
Yeah, Maple Grove Road, Trigg County. By Train Spotter.
It's Kilo Quebec 4 Golf Alpha Hotel. I need a relay.
New information. This flash flood warning has been updated.
Hopefully that helped a little bit.
It says Kilo Quebec 4 Golf Alpha Hotel. I need a relay.
Oh, you can see that now. You can see it right now.
Yep.
I see what you're seeing, Amy.
Yep, and looks like it's that wall cloud itself is getting hotter. We're trying to decide through the binoculars if it's rotating or not.
Yeah, it's tight, but it's not quite as tight as it was. At this current trajectory, it's going to come right over, almost just south of Cadiz, just barely south of Cadiz, and go over Montgomery and on up to Buffalo.
Yeah, it's just crossing Floyd Sumner Road now, which is down south of 68 in Trigg County. Next will be Old Dover Road.
I don't like too much getting to Highway 272. There where 272 comes out on 6880 in Trigg County.
Well, its next cross will be 139.
Yep. That would be right here. Mark, look at that. Look what they got on camera right here. Look at this.
I see it.
These are live pictures from our team, intercept team there at Gracie, shooting back into this. And this is what we're worried about right here. Golf ball size hail is now indicated.
Southwest
Damage threat is considered considerable.
heading northeast along 68. Be advised, heavy rain and hail.
If it holds its current trajectory, it would probably go south of Crofton, Brittany.
Yeah. It's kind of swapping, moving back a little bit to taking a turn a little bit to the
This is Whiskey Sugar.
northwest, I think.
0.
Maybe just a little.
Hey, Mark. They're asking.
Linda Groves is going down 272. It is right there at it. I don't know yet. We are monitoring. We have the pictures that you're seeing are from the intercept team there at the county line looking at this. This is the area we're very concerned about. This is a big lowering. We don't know if there's a tornado there or not, but it's close. Gracie's, are you getting some pretty good rain there,
Roger. Hey,
Amy?
Thunderstorm warning.
Does anybody have able to hit like one?
Hey, Dave, it's barely sprinkling here. It's just a very light shower at the moment, but we can see it coming in across the field.
Okay.
Some heavier rain back there.
Don't let this thing catch up to you without moving.
Absolutely not.
If you can, maybe angle the camera just a tad more to the right, maybe. Oh, right there. Perfect. So, yeah, you're on the rain-free base. That's in the right position. There's the rain, and this would be your wall cloud. If there is a tornado, it's going to be right in this area right here. Again, we're watching this closely. Mark, keep an eye on that storm around Oak Grove, too. Look at that. It's getting very strong.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
The Grigsby team is down there on that storm. They're right in the middle of it, Mark. Can you hear me okay, Mark?
I hear you fine. I got a lot of background noise at the moment.
Yeah, watch these storms over here at Elkton and Oak Grove. I'm concerned about them. They're getting stronger, too.
Yes, indeed. There is some rotation over there, but it's over on the other side of the radar side of Trenton.
Okay, well, I've got the Grigsby's down here near Oak Grove. I don't know if they're not on line yet, so we need to get in touch with them.
New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah.
All right, there's the beaver tail pointing into the precip. Wow, there's your wall cloud right there, right there. Look at that, right there.
Yeah.
And there's your beaver tail. So that is the wall cloud right there.
I'm looking at it on the camera at I-24 and 68 from KDZ. I can see they've got a good shot of it. It does not appear right now to be rotating very much.
Right,
Maybe a little bit, but not much.
I'm going to see if I can get up there and sneak a look at it. That's not one of the cameras we have up in here, I don't think.
Okay.
It should be, David. It should be the case camera.
Yeah, but I think it's still. Let me flip over to it on the easiest way to do the Katie's camera. Oh wow! Look at that. There's a beaver tail. There's what the wall cloud would be. Is it rotating?
If it is, it's very, very slowly.
Yeah. That's it. This shot is courtesy WKDZ Studios, where it's located. We're looking back west into this storm that was tornadic at one time and still may be on the edge of being tornadic. We're watching it closely.
Yeah. And tell Christine that the wall cloud is rotating, but very slowly.
Again, we're watching this very closely.
Whiskey Sugar Delta Bravo 280.
I'm going to come back to you, Shane, here in a second. Here's the same storm. We're looking at it from a little bit further away. I believe you're going to have to angle your camera just a little bit more to the right again. It looks like it's moving to the, there you go, maybe even a tad more. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, I'm beginning to feel a little bit better about it, but there is there's a small, tight circulation right there, Mark. See it? Right here. You're muted. I can't hear you.
I've got eyes on it just south of Katie's.
Okay, gotcha. Going back to reclivity, right here is about where the circulation is. It's obviously not a tornado on the ground at this point. But it is still building pretty good. You can see the updrafts there.
Yep. Elkton, you're still too far away to really tell, but if this particular storm continues along its current course, it would go north of Elkton. Yeah, in Katie's, it's the rotation's just about past you in Katie's. You're probably, you probably should have taken a little bit of shelter, but it looks like the main rotation went south of Katie's.
And I will say that rotation is not nearly as bad as it was, but this could cycle. We're still a strong looking storm. I'm not counting it out yet, but it is certainly looking a lot better than it did just a little while ago.
Yeah, Kelly could be in the sights of this somewhere thereabouts. Right now,
I'll go ahead and put the storm
kind of
track.
waffling around.
There's the storm
Yeah.
track right there. It has changed direction a little bit. The hail is down a little bit. VIL is lowering as well.
Yeah, they have dropped the tornado warning behind it. It's now a severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay. So this is looking better. Let's hang on for a little while. We think that maybe we're going to get escape on this one. Let's hope so.
Yeah, they still have the tornado possible tag on that, so we'll keep a close eye on it. But right now, it doesn't appear to be producing anything that's coming to the ground.
Yeah, I'm going right here to the bigger radar so everybody can see it at home. Here's the actual storm track right now. A lot of lightning in it. Yeah, something's going on with it here. It's all of a sudden showing a no more northerly track. It may be because of circulation.
Could be. Yeah, it does appear to suddenly be kind of lifting northward.
Yeah, something's going on with that. Ain't that weird? Watch this one over here at Elkton. That is really looking concerning there. It's developing a hook here on the back side.
Yeah, although that one will be north of Elkton pretty quick.
Yep. That rotation is coming right over Katie's now, I would think.
It's actually kind of past Katie's, the rotation area,
Okay.
or the tightest rotation area.
Okay.
It's kind of broadened out and weakened out a bit.
Yeah, here's a look from the Katie's camera at WKDZ. Still has a wall cloud on it, though, right there.
Yeah,
That's been pretty persistent through the whole thing. It may be, yeah, it looks like it is rotating just a little, not real fast.
yeah. As I said to report to National Weather Service, I said it's rotating very slowly.
Yep. Keeping a close eye on this. Aaron Davis looks to be shifting away from Gracie towards Cerulean. You're correct. It does appear to be doing that shift. We're not sure what happened to change it, but something changed the course of it. It's now shifting to the north-northeast.
Yeah, I think it ran into the flow that's been bringing the warmer temperatures off to our east, and they're just now bringing them on us.
I'll
That's
bet
pushing northward.
Yeah, I bet that's right.
Probably gonna need that.
Storm in Elkton appears to be back building.
We'll just sit and wait. Wait to be sugar Delta Bravo.
Not seeing that
On side.
much yet.
Yeah.
We will look at the base velocity. Yeah, that one's got some rotation in it, right there, just north of Elkton. Doesn't appear to be real strong.
Again, you can tell it's not really rotating fast, but just really, really slowly.
Yeah. And they said that there's some rotation sinking.
Yeah, they say.
Yeah.
Is Barb in there?
No, she's not. She's over in the kitchen.
Okay. Send Donna up here, please.
Could someone go over and have Donna come over today?
Oh, I thought she was in there. Never mind.
No. He said, never mind. He said, never mind. No, they're both over in the kitchen.
Okay. Yeah, look at this storm, Mark. It's acting weird. Look at that.
Yeah. And I'm still seeing some rotation, but now it's northeast of KD's,
New
north of
information.
68.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Amy and Shane, what are you all seeing out there?
Hey, we lost the base of the wall cloud behind the tree, so we're moving. It does look like it does look like that wall cloud is showing. Better location to get a vantage point for you guys. So give us just a minute.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
You still have this strong storm north of Elkton moving towards Sharon or moving over Sharon Grove. Another storm building up
Ooh, that
back
was a
towards
bright flash of
Aurora.
lightning.
What'd you say, Mark?
Said that was a bright flash of lightning.
Look at that hook on this storm and that intense area of lightning right there in that one spot. That something ain't right with this storm. I don't like the looks of this
It
at
could
all.
be starting to cycle back up. I'm keeping an eye on it. But
Yeah, this right here is still concerning. We're all watching this. The severe thunderstorm warning does extend into Christian County now, over Gracie and up towards Cerulean.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
This right here, see all this intense lightning right there in that spot? That's why we're concerned. I'll go back to the spotter camera or the storm interceptors, and look at that. They'll get up here and get turned in just the right section here in a second. Yeah, I'm with Mark on this. Does appear to be recycling. We shall see. Danny T says, I've only seen wall clouds like that back in the western part of the alley. Geez. Rita Taylor, Matt, where are you? Ashley Coons, may sound stupid, but why is the lightning a concern? Well, because it's gathered in one area. It just updated and kind of lost some of it, but it was gathered in one area. And whenever you look at that area, with the wind rotation, let's see. Right there, you see all this lightning right here around this area that appears to be some rotation. That's why we're concerned. Okay, pea size held 2 millimeter in Cerulean Road. We're in touch with the National Weather Service, and we are forwarding information as we get it in to them. And they're also tracking this storm just like we are. There's a rotation right there. It is to the northeast of Cadiz, about to cross I-24. And there it is, crossing I-24. There's the hook area. That's the area of the rotation. This is continuing on an east-northeast track. And now the target is Bainbridge and Empire. It looks
Hey,
like
David.
it. Yes, sir.
Can you give me an ETA on Bainbridge?
Okay, just a second.
Probably.
It looks like the leading edge there's one dot that's 15 to 20 minutes.
I'm gonna be in and out of cell signals, so don't worry. But I'm going to a higher vantage point. The road I was gonna go on flooded.
Okay, gotcha. The lightning is increasing this, Shane. It's beginning to look like it might be cycling. Donna Chapman Stallings, is Montgomery okay? Yes, you're in the clear right now. Although we are tracking another storm overland between the lakes to the east of Aurora. But by far the strongest storm is this one right here. It is a severe thunderstorm warning right now. We have another strong storm moving north of Pembroke towards Fairview.
Got a new cell popping up just to the west-southwest of Dover.
Yes, I see that. Okay. We're going to have to watch this one. And these little cells are starting to pop up. As you can see, they can sometimes grow quickly. Is Dawson Springs in the clear? Yeah, kind of, sort of, not really.
Yeah,
I think you're in the clear, to be honest with you.
yeah. Today and tonight for Dawson Springs, for tornadoes like the big ones, can't guarantee it. You are in that area, hatched area, that could see a, let me double check that. Yeah, you're right in the edge of that hatched area where EF2 and higher tornadoes are a potential for tonight.
Okay, this storm in North Todd and Trigg has a special weather statement on it now. It has grown stronger. We'll try to tell you what that is as soon as I can get it to. Okay.
Did you say North Todd and Trigg?
No, I meant North Todd. Well, it's got this. It keeps wanting to give me the flash flood warning and not the special weather statement.
Yeah, I noticed that. You may have to turn the flash flood stuff off temporarily.
Yeah, let me see if I can do that.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
It's a triangle with the exclamation point.
I'll try to do that. There we go.
It's in your warnings.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Okay, North Tower, wind gust up to 50 miles an hour and half-inch hail. Radar indicated gusty winds knock down tree limbs, blow around unsecured objects, minor hail damage to vegetation is possible. Locations impacted include Clifty, Drakesboro, Dunmore, Everett, Powderly, and Greenville. So if you're in that area up there, take cover. 50 miles an hour, that's a pretty strong storm. Very well could go severe. Lewisburg, you will also be impacted by that.
Warning has been issued.
Again, this storm over here near Cerulean, Wallonia, it's still moving northeastward.
Yeah. Most of the rotation is kind of weakened out of it.
Yeah, I'm a lot more comfortable with that now. And hopefully it'll weaken on down. They'll drop the warning on it. But it was close there for a while.
Yes, indeed. I'm wondering what it did across LBL when because I was seeing those CC dropouts. So it may have torn up some trees.
Yeah, we don't know what the damage looks like over that way, but Rita Taylor, thank you all. My goodness, you'll need 4 eyes each or 6 for these storms. Yeah, it takes a lot.
It helps to be ADHD because we can like shift focus really, really fast.
Amanda Barnes watching from Princeton. She's nervous. Don't be nervous. Everything's okay. We're in good shape so far. That was a little scare there, though. That was a tornado indicated, and we were sure concerned. But it does look like we got through it pretty good. we suspect it did go down somewhere in this probably undeveloped area, very rural area where mainly trees and things of that sort. But we haven't received any word back on it. Billy Barber says, hello from Allegheny. Thanks for all y'all do. We are hanging on. I appreciate that. And yeah, let me go back over here because I know you guys have that storm just past you, or yeah, it's just about past you now. So you ought to be in the clear until this one down here comes up over you. And we'll see if it gets any stronger. Okay. Brianna Kim says, sun's shining in Oak Grove. That's not a good thing. Justin McCowan, hey, I could use some more teams if you want to join us up here, and then we'll get you some partners. Kathleen Dexter, thank y'all so much for what y'all do. Y'all are amazing. Thank you, Kathleen.
The storm itself may be headed the general direction of Crofton right now, but it does appear to be weakening.
Yep.
Looks like it's trying to rain itself out.
Yep. And I think they're going to probably drop that watch or let it warning or let it expire.
Warning.
Yeah. When does it expire? 10 minutes.
Shouldn't be too much longer.
Yeah, it said 10 minutes.
Yeah, 4:45. It's 4:36 now by mine. So,
Robin, a good friend Robin Nicolakeko says, "Hello, David Mark. So thankful for you guys and all of the team.
New
We are very
information.
appreciative of
This
that."
severe thunderstorm
Okay.
warning has been updated.
They have dropped the severe thunderstorm warning, so we can breathe some sigh of relief here. The severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped on this storm right here. It is no longer as big of a threat. Still a strong storm, and it's going to be a little noisy. Okay, let's see.
all of West Kentucky and most of West Tennessee is still in a tornado watch till 10 p.m.
That's correct. We're going to be here probably for the majority of the evening, it looks like. Tammy Gilkey Hester says it read 81 degrees in Hoptown and sunny. Oh, my goodness. We don't need that
I
sun.
believe it.
Yeah, we don't need that sun at
Yeah,
all.
it's out.
Yeah. Oh, Tim Mario, do you think the storm in North Todd will go severe? It's right on the edge. It's not yet, but it's right on the edge. We will see. It is a strong storm, no doubt about it. Oh, my goodness. My shoulder here is kind of acting up on me. Maybe it's the pressure. Robin 0213, $3.99 from Robin, and it says para-character exaggeratedly stretching his arm forward to offer a cup of coffee. We appreciate that, Robin. Thank you so much for the super chat, and we appreciate it a lot. Lisa Riley, I'm sorry if I have missed this, but how much more rain should the Hopkinsville area expect overnight? They are saying up to as much as 6 more inches. Lieutenant Chip Powell says it's sunny in Morton's Gap. And Destiny Higgins, will these storms today and tonight in Hopkinsville be worse than Wednesday? I wish I could tell you one way or the other. I really don't know, but they have the potential to be pretty nasty.
Robin 0213 has given us a $3.99 super chat.
Yep.
We thank it very much.
Yep. I told her how great she is, and we appreciate it. We do. And if you haven't subscribed,
We
to the
really
channel,
do.
If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please subscribe. It helps us immensely. And Facebook likes us more. And they may ask you for your email address. It's okay to give it to them. But when you subscribe, it adds to our numbers, and therefore they will give us more money for the ads they run on our channel. Lake and Belt, House Sinking
I think
Fork.
YouTube will do the same thing, Dave.
What did I say? Facebook?
Facebook.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good grief. Well, it comes from fatigue and tiredness. I'm sorry.
Yes, indeed.
So Lake and Belt says, how's Sinking Fork looking? Let's take a look. There's Sinking Fork. You're clear of that storm, so I think you're going to be fine there, Lakin. Brittany Loman,
Yeah.
St. Charles. So yeah, St. Charles may be a little bit different story. Let's go up here and take a look at
Yeah.
that. There's St. Charles.
They do
storm is-
have flooding up that way, by the
Yeah.
way. I noticed that they were trying to block off roads up that way north of where one of our spotters live out that way.
Yeah, this storm still has 40-mile-an-hour wind gust and half-inch hail in it, so it's radar indicated, but that's still a fairly strong storm.
Yep.
Torrential rainfall is occurring with it and may lead to localized flooding. Don't drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. Please don't do that. Everybody, we have seen a lot of rescue operations for people in the flooded roadways and cars. Sierra Taylor, hey, Sierra. Mike Ferris, light rain now in Empire, which is right here. So yeah, that would be right.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Crofton Kelly, you're about to get you're right in the leading edges anyway of that storm.
Yeah, Kelly's not in it at all. I think it's more Crofton now.
Yeah. Maybe even north of there up toward Mannington, depending on how it keeps going.
Between Crofton and Mannington, you have Empire. Amanda Barber, the heat from the sun can fuel the atmosphere and make storms more severe. Yes, you are correct. What about between Graham and White Plains? Denise Evans is asking. That would be, there's White Plains right there, Mark. So
Yeah.
they're kind of in the line.
Yeah.
41.
But this is just one storm, the general area for thunderstorms. We are under the potential for strong tornadoes, the potential only. Just read a long discussion on Slack from the forecaster on duty up at
Weather ops.
Paducah. And they are saying that his main focus right now is going to be in Arkansas and southeast Missouri, as a couple of long track tornadoes are possible in that area.
Mark, take a look at our dew point right here. I've got 72-degree dew point.
Wow. Let me
That's scary.
see what the Mesonet is showing.
Hopefully it won't be as much.
Mesonet is showing,
41.
Mesonote's showing a temperature of 74, dew point of 70.
Okay, folks, this
Yeah.
is not good. I'm going to tell you right now, these high dew points are not good. 73 is what it was in December of 21. I'm not saying this is anything like that. It's not. But I'm saying that is a serious dew point that we don't want to have to deal with.
Yeah. Ms. Heather, dew point is a temperature at which the air is completely saturated with moisture. Like your relative humidity would be 100%. The more humid or the more moisture is available, the stronger the storms can get. So normally, if your dew point is above 58 degrees, you're in the potential for severe weather. And when it starts to get up in the 70s, you're really looking at the chance for some very, very strong storms. Gen 3 outdoors. There's a storm headed their way now. Probably going to go toward the north side of Crofton. So I think you're all right if you're in Kelly.
New information.
But
This
we do
flash
have the
flood
potential
warning
for
has been
more
updated.
storms and more heavy rain as the night goes on. Another 4 to 6 inches is entirely possible before tomorrow afternoon. So the flooding will be ongoing. So make sure you stay safe wherever you're at.
Chris D says, what's the dew points across the area? We just talked about the high dew point in the Mesonet site in Christian County is at 70 degrees. LaShonda, hey LaShonda, she's asking about the dew point in Clarksville. And I'm showing a dew point of 69, so it's not much better. And that's the muggy, wet feeling, Lisa Taylor, that's why it feels that way.
Yeah. All across South Kentucky over to the west of us, the dew points are 70 to 72, a couple in the high 60s, but all the way across the south part of Kentucky here, our temperatures or our dew points are 70 degrees or higher.
There's still a lot of damage reports coming in back here where that storm had tracked with a tornadic storm. Power outages down, some trees down, and lots of reports of large hail. That was a pretty nasty storm, and it had the potential to be real bad, but it is starting to diminish altogether. It will probably cease to exist here at some point. Meanwhile, we're watching this storm north of Fairview and one up around Allegheny. Nothing too bad there. We're going to watch this back here close to Bumpus Mills. That's the next one we're kind of watching to be cautious of. It's a pretty big storm over here, southern Barron County, around Roseville, Temple Hill, Toil, and Cooktown. Megan Jones says the sun is shining bright and hot. Boy, I can see it out there. It is. Look at the elevator cam. You can see this is out on Skyline Drive in southwestern Hopkinsville, sort of, looking southward. There's the Kroger Shopping Center, the Pennyrile Parkway up here, and the Walmart Supercenter there. And traffic is moving pretty good, but you can see the sun is out, and this is something we're going to have to be watching for. If you have not subscribed to the channel, it is important that you do that. Be sure and subscribe, like the page. Okay, it looks like all the severe thunderstorm warnings have gone. As you can see, our screen has turned green to represent the flooding conditions. But should another one pop up, this area around us will turn orange. And if it turns red, that would be a tornado type of warning. So we are looking at the camera here on Skyline Drive from Hopkinsville Elevator. And you get an idea of what it looks like out there. Let me go back over. Let's see if I can find Lakeside Campground's camera. There it is. And he just turned that around. We're looking north, more or less, 71 degrees. And this is from Lakeside Campground Marina over on Kentucky Lake. You can see the wind is blowing pretty good. Can't make out the dew point. My eyes are just not up to it. I've been so fatigued that I can't half see now. And this camera is owned by Michael Vance and courtesy of Solutions Technology, a good friend Steve Dawson. So let's go on back. Let's see where else we got. I'm going to see if Barkley Lake Cam is up. No, this is the industrial complex over in Trigg County. I do want to show you all some of the flooding that has been occurring in Christian County, in Hopkinsville specifically, while we have a little break here. Here is some of the flooding that we observed from a drone flown by our friend Hunter Ezel. And take a look at this. That will show you how the flooding downtown is. Now, let's see, what time is it? So now they have sealed off Hopkinsville.
New information.
They have evacuated everyone from downtown area. This was filmed a little bit earlier, where there were still some folks down there. But my understanding is they have sealed off Hopkinsville now due to the flooding. You see there's several cars in the water there. It is some serious flooding. But some of the people, in order to keep from getting trapped and not being able to go anywhere, they just decided to seal off downtown Hopkinsville. So I'll let this play as we talk about this, and you can still continue to see the radar.
Yeah, again, this is historic flooding as far as it goes. I've seen high water in Hopkinsville before, several roads underwater, etc. I've been here since '85, and I don't think I've seen it quite this bad.
No, this is significant, and
1975.
we appreciate
Yeah.
Hunter for letting us share this with you guys.
Other
Let's see
Dave
here.
says 1975 was the last time they had flooding this bad.
Hotel Mario says Lake Malone in South Muhlenberg is flooded bad. The buildings by the water are submerged to the roof. Wow. Andrew Cook, when might the severe storms be over for tonight? If any of you might have said, I just got on. We don't know. It's going to be, this is going to go on for a while.
Yeah, it could go, past 11 o'clock at least.
Yeah.
Could go all the way up to like 4 a.m. for our area.
Yeah, we're going to be here a while. So, again, the pictures you're seeing is from a drone flying over Hopkinsville earlier, and you can see the extent of the flooding. It is a lot of places underwater there, and they have now closed off downtown Hopkinsville, is my understanding. I hope to hear a word from the Christian County Judge Executive here in a little while, who said he would try to stop by. I know he's a busy man, as all the officials are, but maybe if he can stop by, we will try to get him on when he gets here. So Mark, if you and Dave would kind of keep an eye out for him.
Okay.
Yeah, Chris and I wish you could send pictures, but I tell you, it's been something. Let's see here. Brianna Crawford, when should we expect tornadoes tonight in Russellville? I tell you what, I'd say anytime after 8 o'clock will be the peaker time of tornadic activity, but we will see. The reason I keep looking back at these storms back here, these little individual cells, those are the ones that worry me a little bit. As we continue to look at downtown Hopkinsville, from all the flooding that were down there. There was a water rescue earlier this morning around McDonald's on North Drive. I think I have video of that. Let me see if I've got it here. I will show that to you. Here we go. It's a little bit hard. There you go. There's the boat bringing the rescued folks in. Pull out here in a little bit, try to get a better shot of it. But this was earlier this morning, and you can see the water down there along where McDonald's is at North Drive is really high. That road area there is closed. As they continue to bring the rescued people in. And we want to thank
Zachary.
Go ahead.
Zachary Frazier, Nortonville. You're about to get what's left of that storm that we had been tracking earlier, but it looks like it's weakened out to mostly just rain showers.
Yep.
You may see a little rumble of thunder with it as it goes through.
And we're going back to our intercept team. This is Shane and Amy who are on this storm. Where are you, Shane? Okay, I see you. Just outside of Cerulean. Look at the blue sky. That's not a good thing. And look at the anvil.
Yep.
And the other thing we look at is the cauliflower shape of these clouds. Oop, lost the feed. All right, there it is. They're back
Yep,
again.
they're back.
That's what happens when you get some coverage in and out. But yeah, that's a pretty nice sky. But look at how the blue sky there. That's not going to be well for us later.
Yeah. And it looks like the other little clouds that are floating around are still getting plenty of lift. Look how they're starting to try to grow up.
Yep, I see that. So that gives us cause of concern for these storms developing back to the southwest. These around Martin and Dresden are tending to get a little stronger. And now this storm right here in Belton and Dunmore is looking a lot stronger because I think that is where it's robbed the energy from the storm that had come up from Mannington. Look at that. That storm is pretty well gone, and now this one right here is building up.
Yep.
Special weather statement. Let's see what it says. Up to 50 miles an hour and half-inch hail. When they say that, that means that's a strong storm, not severe yet.
Yeah. Lakeside Campground and Marina is getting rain right now. A
Okay.
little rain shower coming across the lake right there.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Tell you what, these cameras are pretty handy to have. Rick Houchin says the sun is back out in North Christian. And Hotel Mario, the storm just passed us in South Muhlenberg. Heavy rain, but no wind. Let's see. Chris
Okay.
Campbell says Brad Arnold is running from a tornado in Texas. Yeah, check on Brad. He's one of our friends.
Yeah.
See where he is down there. Well, it's got to be okay. Here we go. We find a radar site to pick this up. Got to be one here somewhere. Maybe Shreveport. No, that ain't it. Let's see. Wow. There he is. Come on, Brad. Looks like he's gonna have a hard time. There we go. Well, at least it's behind him.
Yeah.
So I know Brad enough to know he will be okay. But if you get an opportunity, you want to donate to Brad Arnold. He is a good guy. We think a lot of him. So come on back. You can see how volatile this stuff is down here in Southwest. It's still got to come up through. And we're not that far away from it. If you look out over the airway. Yeah, look at all these things starting to fire in Arkansas, Mark.
Yeah, I know. That's what they were saying. They're watching those fire up in Arkansas. There's a couple of them, especially discrete cells that'll be out ahead of that line that's trying to form up that could produce some strong and long track tornadoes all the way up to the Mississippi River.
Right. Yeah, it looks like Shane and Amy are moving. These dew points all across the area are pretty high for my taste, to be honest with you.
Yes, indeed. And I think they're a little bit higher off to our southwest there, over toward the Mississippi River. I thought I saw at least a couple of degrees higher dew points than back this way.
Uh-oh, I see one here. Let's see what this one is. 70 degrees there at Mayfield. '72 in Union City, Tennessee.
It's actually not even the warm front, it's the axis of moisture. It's the leading axis of those higher dew points. They said they like to ride along, right along those boundaries.
Okay, so again, these counties highlighted in the yellow are tornado watch counties. The blue boxes are special weather statements on the storms in this area. And we're watching these back here to the west. That is a lot of stuff that's got to yet to come our way. So you want to know what our weather's going to be like later on tonight? Here we go. About as bad as it was the other night. Hopefully it's not any worse. Hey, Robin 0213, thank you. Tap, 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 and thumbs up and a heart. Chris Knight, I post a picture on your face page, Chris. Okay, I'll try to look at that. It's really hard for me to look at that while I'm on air.
Anna George, we are expecting storms again tomorrow. Tomorrow should be the last round. Once we finally get them out of here tomorrow evening, we should be looking at a chance for a much calmer Sunday, although the flooding will probably be ongoing for a little while.
Robin Harris, did you say it would be worse or not as worse? I say it could go either way, to be honest with you. And
Yeah.
Amanda Patty said, what's the red line? The red line is a warm front indicated, where they consider the warm air boundary to be. Actually, I think it's just a little bit more to the north of this because of the increased in dew points. Well, again, while we're here, I do want to tell you to be sure, get you one of them storm shelters. Nothing like them. Mid-South storm shelters. I'm going to show you what they like. I don't have the new commercial yet, but they've got some good stuff. And take a look. What would you do when severe storms with tornadoes threaten you and your family? If you have planned properly, you will have a storm shelter nearby that is strong, safe, and will save your family's life. Mid-South storm shelters provide just that. They blend well with the landscape and are proven lifesavers. When the weather gets severe, have no fear with a Mid-South storm shelter. Call today at 270-725-6020. And lost my feed. Here we go. Yeah, be sure and give those boys a call. If you do, mention Weather and Wisdom, and they will give you $200 off your storm shelter. That's a deal. And their shelters are big. They're deceivingly big. They will hold 10 people comfortably, both their above ground and below ground storm shelters. The reason for the above ground is that if you're handicapped and or don't want to be underground, they've got the above ground that are just as strong, and they are solid. And so it's also, they will hold up to 10 people. They're both the same size as far as space goes. But I tell you, people that on here, or some of you on here that have these, and they say they absolutely love them. So, like I said, when the severe weather gets severe, have no fear, and call 270-725-6020 and mention Weather and Wisdom for a $200 discount. And don't forget our friend Michael Vance. If you've got any kind of roofing issue, call Michael Vance, 270-707-ROOF. He's got 30 years of experience. I know it says 20, but that was 10 years ago. So give Michael a call. He can answer any of your questions and give you a hand. Also, he owns Lakeside Campground Marina, whose camera you have been watching off and on during this broadcast. There's the website. Visit lakesidecampground.com. And our good friend Katie Moyer at Kentucky Hemp Works, she's got some fish attractant that will blow you away. Take a look at this. If you want to give yourself an edge in catching fish, you have to try Kentucky Hemp Works fish attractant. It is so easy to use, even a child can do it. A drop or two on your bait will yield amazing results.
I got him.
Make your fishing trip memorable. Catch lots of fish with Kentucky Hemp Works fishing attractant. Look for it in our online store at dpww.shop. Supplies are going fast, so place your order today. And she is selling a lot of that fish attractant this time of year. So visit the online store, dpww.shop, and the Shop Weather and Wisdom page for the apparel like hoodies and shirts and things of that sort. And so let me see here. Let me go back to Mark. There you are. You never left anyway.
No, I never left anyway.
Yeah, they said that the storm brief, I missed it. Oh, and Angie Standiford said, We have used our shelter this week. Mid-South Storm Shelter is awesome. They had us installed in 2 hours. We had 6 good-sized people and had plenty of room. And as I said, the shelters are made to handle 10 people comfortably. And so, yeah, just if you get a chance, don't forget that promo code, David. Or I'm sorry,
15 if y'all are really, really, really good friends.
Or 3 or 4 big dogs, whatever. But yeah, mention David Powell, Weather and Wisdom, and they will give you a $200 off on the storm shelter. Kevin Earwood, thank you so much, brother. $49.99. He super chatted us and he says, "Thank you for keeping everyone informed. Your broadcasts are a valuable resource to keeping us safe. Keep up the good work and God bless you." And we sure appreciate that. We appreciate the kind
Really
words.
appreciate you.
Yeah, that means a lot. Robin 0213 says, "Sun is out in Clarksville, exit 1." Boy, that's not a good thing. Someone who's
No,
asking,
not at all.
Yeah, somebody who's asking what the blue boxes were. They are special
Those
weather
are
statements.
special weather statements.
Yeah, that's right. So if you want to
Yeah.
explain that to
When
them,
a-
Mark, I'm going to
Yeah,
let.
when a storm is
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going to let Dave take over for me for a minute, and I'll be back in a second.
all right, the blue boxes is a special weather statement. When there's something going on with the weather that is not enough to be a warning, but it's enough that they want to let the public know about it, they'll use a special weather statement. Like we'll get them for, oh, this thunderstorm has got 40-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-size hail. Neither one of those are strong enough for a warning,
This flash
but you'd still
flood
like to
warning
know
has
if you're
been
going to get
updated.
40-mile-per-hour winds or nickel-size hail where you are. So that's the purpose of those.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
We have indications of the hail and hail showers moving to Murray, and it's look like golf ball or sort of bigger hail.
Okay.
That's reported by media.
That's probably old because that's probably from that previous storm.
Yeah.
Yeah, media finally reported that they had signs of a hail shaft going through Murray with large hail possible. And right now there's nothing over Murray, so I think that was probably that previous storm, everyone. But again, there are storms in the Murray area, but it's just not super strong at the moment. It's down south of Murray. We look at the radar here. We've got a few storms over in southeast Trigg County. They are not severe and probably are not going to be. Another couple up to the southeast of Princeton. And again, not severe over by Weir. And then as we head on over Muhlenberg County, there's a pretty strong storm just to the southeast of Rockport. It's got a little bit of a hail marker in it, but probably if it's reaching the ground, it's only pea-sized hail. Everybody else, it's looks like it's calming down a little bit for the moment, but we're going to continue to stay on here and keep an eye on what's going on. Those special weather statements tell us that there's still some strength to these storms. They're just not severe at the moment. All right. I see the other host has taken over for the moment. So he's going to let Dave go take care of a little spotter business or some kind of business. Kevin Airwood, we see you in Pembroke. Joshua Dukes, everyone be sure to like the stream and subscribe. Thank you, Joshua, for the reminder for everyone. Though the likes help us, YouTube likes us when we get likes, and the subscribe button, the more subscribers we have, the more it helps the channel. So we appreciate it. And again, they will not ask you for anything. If you're already subscribed to other channels on YouTube, all you have to do is hit subscribe and you'll be subscribed for us and become a member of the Watchers of the Wind tribe. If you have never done that before, all you have to do is YouTube will probably ask you for your email address. It's fine to give it to them. They're just making sure you're a real person, and you'll be able to subscribe that way.
All right, ladies
Hello,
and
Dave.
gentlemen. Hey there. Hi there, ho there. That means hello in Disney. Let's see. I'm got to get my bearings here, but I'm attuned to what's going on in the world right now. And the world revolves around Hopkinsville.
Yep. Or at least our world does.
Yes. Well, right now we don't have any rain. It looks like there's a couple of showers headed our way into Hopkinsville. And uh, uh, Ashley Babb is asking if you can answer her question. Let's see what that question was. I will be traveling to Virginia, and it's already gone past my chat. Let's see if I can pull it
Let
up.
me get back on there. My phone ran out of juice and it died on me, so I've got to bring that back up.
Yeah.
Unlike Dave, you can see both chats on one channel. I have one channel for the people on YouTube and another for the people over on the Faceplace.
I don't even see that anymore. It's something about traveling from Virginia, I think, to Hopkinsville, I believe.
Okay. Give me a second. My phone is reinitiating.
Yeah, Ashley, the weather is for the next couple of days. What we're seeing.
Yeah, Matt Hughes, that's about accurate. The latest we had from National Weather Service was that the prime time for the main line of storms to come through would be from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. So it may take a little while. They're not moving quite as fast today as they were. They're moving around 30 to 40 miles an hour instead of 60 to 70.
Yeah, and Ashley's asking if she says she's tracking back from Virginia to Hopkinsville. Will I be okay to do so?
Yeah.
She says she's leaving tonight.
Leaving tonight. You probably, if you can delay a day or so, you would be okay. But for tonight and tomorrow, we're going to still be experiencing heavy rain and potential severe weather over this way, and probably over as far as, let me back out here and see.
They've got a thunderstorm watch up for almost the entire southern part of Kentucky.
Yeah.
So,
is that the yellow?
Rough. Yes. I think that's what
That's
I
a
saw.
tornado watch.
That's a tornado watch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So it might be worth hanging out for a day before heading back.
Yeah, because even tomorrow, the slight chance for severe weather goes all the way over to eastern Kentucky. So if she's coming back from Virginia, she might want to delay. Let me see what the day 3 outlook looks like. Yeah, day 3, there's a marginal risk from Virginia, West Virginia, and the very eastern corner of Kentucky. But as you get back over this way, you'll be in better shape. So probably have to watch for your timing, but you probably need to wait before heading this way if you're concerned about running into severe weather or storms.
Okay, and let's see. Do we know if there are any shelters going to be open in Oak Grove, like the rec center, or if any churches in Lafayette area?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. The normal places that are open around here, of course, the Crofton Safe Room. Westview Assembly of God was open the other night. I don't know if they are now. And First Baptist Church is usually open. But anywhere else, not that I've heard of.
Right, and let's see. Watching, let's see. Don A33 is watching for Clarksville, Madisonville, White Plains, and Charleston.
I'm going to be off for a couple seconds.
Not that one.
Oh, over here.
All right, and so
Okay, hang on a second.
got it. So we are. So is any of this supposed to be bad? Well, this will be our second day in 3 of tornado watches. The bad weather is supposed to really come in between about 11 o'clock and 4 o'clock in the morning. So like usual, it's going to be overnight weather, which, we don't really like to see, but it happens a lot here. As far as, okay, I've just noticed here that the Living Hope Baptist Church opens for shelter off the bypass. So that might be one thing you'd want to look at, Jennifer, or I'm sorry. Gosh, everything is going so fast on my system here. So, now we do have a couple of showers headed towards Hopkinsville. Nothing severe at this time. Let me back out a bit and see where we are. Got quite a bit over around Campbellsville, over in closer to eastern Kentucky. It's probably more central Kentucky. Then we've got a couple of storms we're keeping our eyes on in Greenville and Beaver Dam area. From there, when you look back at the weather coming from Missouri and Arkansas, which we've seen the past several days, the rough weather has been coming from those areas. There's a line that's developing. There's already a couple of tornado warnings in there. So all of that is, even though the storms are tracking to the northeast, the line of storms is tracking to the east pretty much. So we'll see this later on tonight. And we'll have to, just guide you through it. Stay with us, and we'll be able to keep you safe. Don't forget to subscribe if you're watching us on YouTube, and follow us on Facebook, because we have a Facebook and a YouTube stream. And by doing those things, you're going to help our analytics as far as being seen in the whole scheme of things.
Yeah. And again, we had a chat a little bit earlier with it was put out over our line with National Weather Service that they were concerned about those storms down in Arkansas becoming long tracked and moving up into the Missouri boot heel up to the Mississippi River. So that's the main area they're looking at right now.
It's the same type of thing that we saw the other night.
Yeah.
Let's see. Sayokor is asking, how come we never get a shelter up north? There actually is one in Crofton. You can go to that. It's a tornado shelter. It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
So,
and for the one, I saw people earlier asking about Oak Grove, different places. The county is in the process of getting grants and money together and starting the process of building several storm shelters throughout the county. There's going to be 4 initially. There, at least one of them is here in the Hopkinsville area. I'm not sure if there's one in Oak Grove yet or not.
And Casey Knight is asking that she's missed the update for Hopkinsville. Sorry to ask. And it could be a wild and crazy night as far as storms go tonight. They'll come in late like they normally do, but we're currently under a tornado watch now. So whether the instability is in the air for the development of tornadoes in any of these storms. So we'll just have to sit back and keep letting you see what's going on. And that's why we're here. That's why we do it. Want to keep everybody safe.
Robin 0213, lying tigers and beers. That sounds like my kind of party.
Do we know anything about Northern Caldwell? It's going to be a bunch of the same.
Yeah. The whole area is under this risk for tonight. The highest risk for tornadoes comes up just to the west of Hopkinsville here. It comes over into Trigg County. And again, just about time for it to start to weaken as they got into here. So we really, really, really need to pay attention tonight and watch for all this coming. And the entirety of West Kentucky here, where you see us under the tornado watch, has the potential for tornadoes to develop tonight.
Yes. And right now, the tornado watch is in effect until 10 o'clock p.m., but it's probably going to be extended, we believe.
Yeah. Dan Phillips, really, we've already had a couple of storms in the area. We had a tornado warning storm over in the LBL area and was heading for Katie's, but it kind of weakened out before it got there. But as far as the timeline for tonight, the main line of storms will probably start to be in here sometime around 11 p.m. and could go all the way through 4 a.m. So it's going to be a long night. Courtney Lambert, no, there's no tornado headed for Hopkinsville right now. There was one earlier, but it weakened before it really got into the Katie's area.
Yes, and like we were saying earlier, we do have the potential for severe thunderstorms to go tornadic, and that's why we have a tornado watch in place. Now, you got to remember, a tornado watch just says the conditions are right for a tornado. Tornado warning says that a tornado is possible, and because they've seen on the radar, most likely it's radar indicated. And Courtney, thanks you, Mark.
Very welcome.
And again, don't forget to subscribe and like our page, follow our page on Facebook, subscribe on YouTube, and that helps us with the analytics of everything. And we'll do everything we can to keep you safe.
Sayakor, it's funny you should mention that. We were on a conference call with National Weather Service this morning, and the forecaster there says, one of these days, we're just going to have a conference call that says, it's going to be a nice day. Everybody enjoy yourself. Just to see what that's like.
Yes. Maybe there should be a National Nice Day thing.
National Nice Weather Day. That's what we need.
Yeah. Courtney
no
says,
storms.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no storms, no droughts, no heavy rain. Just, it's going to be a nice day out there, folks.
That's right. And Courtney says that she made it to Fort Campbell and she's exhausted. Mike Bynum is saying, please hit the like button, y'all. These guys deserve it. If you want to give but don't have online banking, my wife and I sent money. I only get paid once a month. Every little bit helps.
Mike,
thank you,
we
sir.
told you didn't have to do that, but we thank you so much. And
Stephanie,
Mike
thank
actually,
you.
Mike actually just was so motivated. He got an address for us here and mailed out a money order.
Oh, wow. Awesome. Darlene Barnett is headed to Alabama. How will the weather be, please?
The farther south you go, the better off you are for this evening. Once you get south of the Nashville area, your weather should be improving. Probably not going to see any severe weather in Alabama today. Maybe tomorrow.
Yep. See, I think we should cook out at the weather ops and everybody can meet you guys and all of us chatters. Yeah, Anna, that sounds
Several
great.
people have suggested that if we can ever get the severe weather to let up, we'll consider something like that.
And Brittany says, sad thing is after all the storming stops, I got to get my yard mowed and branches picked up. Boy, you and me and everybody else. Yes.
Yeah. Of course, you got to get them up out of the water first.
Exactly. It's pouring in Centertown, says Sunny 161.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, there are storms around the area right now. They seem to be kind of starting to weaken a little bit. There's still some strong storms going over east of I-65, but the storms in our area seem to be kind of taking a little break. So we're watching, but we are starting to see the stuff off to the west come up into the northern part of Arkansas. I can see on my radar out of Memphis, I'm seeing my first tornado warning up on the Missouri-Arkansas border out to the west of Corning.
Yeah, there's some stuff moving this way. Yep. It may track over some of the same places that had them the other night.
Yeah, that's what's really concerning to me is a lot of the same places that were under the gun the other night, they're under the gun again. And nobody wants to see another big long track tornado or anything. But, you know, the weather is the weather. We can't change it. All we can do is advise and warn and say, look out, you know, make sure you have a good place to go shelter.
Yeah. And John wants to know about Allegheny. Actually, everybody in this area around Hopkinsville and this region are under the same possibilities of getting a strong storm. And maybe a tornado. So it could happen anytime. We're under a tornado watch right now, but we're thinking it may actually go on through the overnight hours.
Yeah. Allegheny is clear right now. There's nothing around Allegheny at the moment. There's some showers and beginnings of thunderstorms around Hopkinsville and down to the southeast of Hopkinsville. But for right now, Allegheny is clear. Later tonight, again, you're in the same area as the rest of us. The tornado watch starts at Todd County and Muhlenberg County, and then goes west of there, all the way across Kentucky and southern Illinois, southwest Indiana, and all the way down through Tennessee and Arkansas, and all the way down to Texas.
Yep, and that's good for anything around here in this region for tonight. Anna George is asking, I have a question. What does it mean when it says the water levels haven't crested yet?
We got so much rain and all this flooding going on, but we got so much rain that it hasn't gotten as high as it's going to. When the water level crests, that means, okay, this is as deep as it's going to get, and it's going to start going down. But when they say the water levels haven't crested yet, they're saying we will continue to have the waters rise until they top out.
Yep, and Kayla Brown says, I'm new to the area, Fort Campbell. Y'all were recommended to watch. How about that? And I have to say, I can't thank y'all enough. My storm anxiety is bad, so thank you so much for everything y'all do. And Kayla, we're going to do everything we can to keep you feeling safe, and that's why we're here. We found that there was no one in the area at the time that we're so far from Nashville and their station, and Paducah for that station, and just about in Evansville. So we felt like we needed to put this group together and try and cover this area. So we appreciate you listening, and we'll do everything we can to help you.
Yeah. Lynn, storms, severe thunderstorms, especially, or tornadoes, like boundary areas. They like where something changes from one to the other. And those were firing right along the leading edge of the more moist air coming up. That put enough cloud cover in our area temporarily to kind of slow things down a little bit. But that doesn't mean they won't fire back up here in a little bit.
It's Cheryl Young. Although I'm not officially back in the group, I'll still be spotting from here at home. Cheryl, I did send you an invite for that, for the remind. So if you would, when you get a chance, go ahead and accept that, and so we can keep you up to date with what our meetings are and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Cheryl, you stuck your foot in the door and said hi. You can't get out now.
Once you get out, they bring you back in.
That's it.
And Mike Bynum says, oh man, up here, the creeks that you normally don't see out of the banks are, and the white water is coming up fast.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And Robin 0213 said, bears, not beer. Well, you can see where our minds are, Robin.
She also said lions and not lying, but I said lying tigers and beers. Haley Blankenship, I just joined. Timing for Hopkinsville. Storms are, we are continuing to watch for the chance of storms to pop up, but the main area of storms is expected to be in here tonight, anytime from 11 o'clock on for Hopkinsville, but they will be starting off to our west by about 6 or so, as they already are. We're starting to see tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings over in, excuse me, Arkansas and Missouri. Yeah, Mike, you did say White River. He just read it as Whitewater.
I'm from out of town.
Yeah.
I can't read. And Lexi Putnam is saying White Plains. I'm dragging my kiddos to the shelter again. They hate it. Yeah, I know it's not fun, but safety comes first.
Yeah. All I can say is hang on and keep us tuned in. We will tell you if anything's coming that direction in time for you to go take the shelter, at least hopefully so. For right now, there's nothing in the area, but as you can see on the radar there, the stuff is starting to form up to the west of us and starting to get really active down in Arkansas again.
Yeah.
Warren and Butler, probably toward the end of that 3 to 4 a.m. time frame.
Yes.
And again, the stuff after it gets past us will be starting to weaken.
And Haley, yes, pretty much this is going to be a late night thing again. It's kind of normal for us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We had a tornado warning earlier and it was daylight and nobody knew what to do.
Because they could see it.
They're like, what is that? What is that? Oh, and then we said, well, we know what that is. Tornadoes, the farther east and south or southeast from Hopkinsville you go, I would say the greater or the lesser chance of a tornado. You're still in the edge of being able to get one, I think, over in Warren County, but a lesser chance than Hopkinsville. Anita Wright, again, we're looking for our biggest threat to be this evening, maybe starting around 11 p.m. and running through the overnight hours.
Okay, and the Westview Assembly of God says, thanks for the mention earlier. Good evening, guys. Pastor Don and Kathy Marsh here from the Westview Assembly of God at 400 Powell Lane is open again. For with the shelter, and I'm sorry that the scroll is going so fast. I'm having a hard time keeping up with it. You can text it, and I can't see it now. Lake Malone is overflowing, and a lot of areas in Bowling Green are flooded as well. That's BDC.
Yeah.
And
Haley Blankenship. We function on caffeine and spite, so.
Sayokor says lions, tigers, and vodka. Oh yeah.
Sayokor sounds like a furry party. Mike Bynum, David is okay. He's just taking a short break.
Yes. Right. It's Westwood Assembly of God says call or text at 270-886-4885. Did I just hear thunder outside?
Yes, you did.
Oh, there's a little storm getting ready to pass by.
Yeah. Little rumbly, little rainy, but does not look severe.
Yeah, just a traditional old thunderstorm. Danny says, who doesn't survive on caffeine and Sprite?
Mark,
No spite.
Oh, Sprite. Yeah. Gosh.
Denise is saying thick fog over Arrowhead Golf Course.
Thick fog over Arrowhead Golf Course.
Mm-hmm.
Arrowhead Golf Course where?
Katie's.
Katie's. Okay. Thick fog over Arrowhead Golf Course, Katie's. So from that heavy rain they had earlier, they're getting a little bit of fog.
Mark, do you ever take a break? Anna George wants to know.
No, I do not. I am not actually a real person. I am an AI.
Let's see. Tara West asked Mark, did you say Warren County has more of a chance of a tornado tonight? My daughter lives there. So trying to keep up with there too. Thanks.
No, they're far enough east that I don't think they're not in as high a chance as we are here in the western part of the state. Their chance is not zero, but it's not as high as it is here.
Why is the warnings not going over phones? I'm not real sure. Could be settings.
There are no other than flash flood warnings. There are no warnings going on at this time, and I think the flash flood warnings have probably expired.
Yeah. Let's see. Sayo course.
No, they're still ongoing. I still see the green.
Okay. Sayo course says I need sleep so bad, and this ain't even really started yet. Well, that's true.
Yeah. Sayakor, if I were you, I'd go lay down and take a little break and take a nap until, if you want to be on with us, we'll be still here and still on, but you could probably take a break until, 8 or 9 o'clock at least.
Yeah. And, when you wake up, you could put some toothpicks to hold your eyelids up.
Remember the old Looney Tunes with the Scotch tape?
Yes. Yes. Let's see. Linda Bobbitt is saying loud thunder, Dawson Road, and 1026. That probably is. It's a nice little storm rolling through.
Yeah. Stephanie wrote, "This is my human voice." This is my AI voice. You will be assimilated.
Matt Hughes says now would be the best time to try and nap if you're worried about sleep a couple hours. Oh gosh, scroll's going so fast.
Yeah. Robin 0213. If a tornado makes landfall, does coming in contact with a structure make the tornado speed up or slow down? That close to the surface, it probably slows it down temporarily, but you have to remember that the destructive power of a tornado is not just the winds, but the debris in it. What'll happen a lot of times is the debris will be blown into a structure, it'll penetrate a wall, and then the walls will blow out and the roof will collapse or get carried away.
Danny says, Mark, you and your many talents amaze us. Anna George says, you are all so funny. You all are so funny.
The best way to handle tension and stress or worrying about the weather is to have a little laugh once in a while. It's not that we don't take all this seriously. We take the weather very, very seriously. We just don't take ourselves too seriously.
And we all know that a lot of you may be stressed out, and we're here to not only give you the updates, but to try and de-stress you. Do you have any spotter classes coming up anytime soon?
That would be through the National Weather Service. If you go to the National Weather Service Paducah website, they do have a listing for the spotter classes that are going on, and that's the general classes. If you're in Christian County or close by and you want to join our organization here, that's the Christian County Weather Spotters. And you probably have to get the email there off the bottom of the video and send us an email, and we'll tell you you can get started if you want to be one of our spotters. And again, they're a volunteer organization. They work under the umbrella of Christian County Emergency Management. They're just kind of like an adjunct for us here at the channel.
Yeah, we usually have 2 meetings a month, one on the second Tuesday and the second meeting on the fourth Saturday. And we'd sure like to have you show up at one of our meetings and get to know everybody. And we don't have any spotters out right at the moment, but as the storms start rolling in, we'll start putting out a call for our spotters to go out and intercept the storms. And we'll put it on video and let y'all watch.
Yeah, BDC, never heard of them.
See, Conchetta Brown says she's watching from Lickskillet.
Yeah.
Not sure where Lickskillet is. But I do know that in Arkansas, there is a town called Toad Suck, which blew me away when I heard that. And Anna says I listen, watch, and do jigsaw puzzles to keep from going insane. And
There's a place up in northern Kentucky along the Ohio River called Monkey's Elbow. And there's a place up in West Virginia where I'm originally from called Granny's Neck.
Up in Canada, there's one called Moose Jaw. What are some of the other ones I used to drive through? I can't remember all of a sudden, but Moose Jaw was the one that always stuck out. Okay, Logan County. Lickskillet is in Logan County.
Yeah. Travis Miller, Monkey's Eyebrow. That's it, not Monkey's Elbow. That's a different state.
Carol Bryant says they're hearing thunder on Pilot Rock Road. Yeah, there's a little thunderstorm rolling through the area.
Just happens to be, right on top of Hopkinsville right now. It is not severe. It doesn't look like it's going to be severe much. It does have a little bit of a hail marker on it. Maybe indicated maybe 1.2 inches. It's probably, if there's any hail reaching the ground, which there could be. If there's hail reaching the ground, it's probably only pea size.
Yeah, there's not much of a
maybe a
marker
little bigger.
on it, but yeah.
Yeah.
There's some big
Ooh,
raindrops hitting the roof.
Yeah. Got a storm over by Kentucky Lake heading across up that way. It's not severe either, but it does look pretty strong.
And it has not much of a hail core either.
Yeah. Just what we need. More rain on top of what we've already got.
Yes. Yeah, Brittany Civil says we don't need any more rain. True that.
Mm-hmm. Lois Wells still kicking in Clifty. Good to see you.
And Lewis donated $1.99, and we appreciate it. And he says that Possum Trot, Kentucky, I always thought was funny. Yeah. Kinda neat.
Okay.
And I made this, donated $10. Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, that's a good question.
Ooh, Rumble.
Anna George is asking, how much rain have we gotten so far?
As of this morning, I had 8.5 inches, and we're forecast to get another 4 to 6 by the time all this is said and done tomorrow. So we're looking at anywhere from 14 to 16 inches of rain, probably total.
Yeah, and we've gotten, the Mesonet says that we've gotten 4.26 inches just from midnight.
Just since midnight, yeah. So it's still tacking on good.
And Gwen Cruz wants to know, what's Russellville like? And
Russellville right now.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's off to the east. Yeah, if you head over to the east, you'll
Yep.
find Russellville.
Russellville is same as Hopkinsville in the area that we kind of serve.
Yeah,
Could be
maybe not quite as high a tornado threat tonight over that far,
right.
but you're still under a slight risk. And you're, let's see, you're not under the tornado watch.
Mm-hmm.
But, and right now, I don't see anything on radar that's in the Russellville area. So far, so good.
Yeah, and Anna George says she's dragging out the kayak. Good day for it. And Michelle Dawn is asking, after the storm, is Hopkinsville supposed to get more tonight? Yes. It's not over. We're expecting another, did they say it was another 8 inches, 6 or 8 inches?
4 to 6.
Yeah.
But it may be more than that because
Yeah. Yeah, Tom Lickett says he's got 10.5 at his house in Russellville. Matt Hughes is saying Hopkinsville's really going through it. We got to worry about each other being sucked into the sky or floating away. It's been a wild week.
Yeah, it has been a very wild week, and it will continue to be. Sunday afternoon, maybe we can all take a rest, although the waters will still be probably not quite crested by then.
Yep.
So
We still
very much looking forward to that.
Pull out, and we're still looking at a line of strong storms. Some, a couple of them are tornado warned that are heading this way, and it's a line we're going to get it later tonight, and so that's why they're calling for a possibility of more severe weather.
Yeah.
Let me go to the Memphis radar and see if there's a better radar to go to. Here's Little Rock, and take a look at the
Little
storms.
Rock wouldn't be a bad one to go to.
Yeah. And you can see that there's a line of severe storms and tornadoes, and some of these have broken out in front of the line of storms. So those are probably supercells, and they're in the area that's been designated a higher risk of tornadic activity. So I don't know that we're going to have that kind of a risk tonight, but it's still early.
New update?
And we're still looking at all these storms. It's just a really long line of storms and a line of storms. And
we've just been worried about down here's where they're worried about.
Sayokor says my biggest fear is a tornado hitting while the power and internet is out. So I have my setup ready to switch over to power banks and hotspot. Oh, that's awesome. Sounds like you're all set.
That's the tornado risk. Hopkinsville's here. It's pretty well up to the lakes, almost over to us. But we're still in the enhanced area.
Matt Hughes is saying, get yourself a weather radar,
yeah,
a weather radio. It is also
Well,
battery
it's
powered
shift.
in case power goes out.
No,
Now, we
or
tried the
sorry,
other
no
day to
problem.
find anybody in this area that
So
was
that's
selling
the
weather
10%.
radios,
The Hass
and
station area just
there
comes up
was
to us,
no
and then
one. They're all out.
10% actually
So
comes
you may
over us
have
now.
to
The 5%
go
around us.
to like Amazon
And the wind,
or some other
30%, but not
company that
hatched.
can get
The
you
hail,
the weather radios. You
15%, but the
like
hatched
using
area
the
stops at the lakes.
Midland radars? Is that
Hey,
hail?
chat working a little better.
Yeah, I had to refresh it just now, but I got it going again.
Gotta check this. Really heavy rain up above us. And yeah, Ruth Cornelius, there is a Isabella, you need to be careful. I understand a lot of flooding in Hoptown, so check with neighbors. Sayokor says, I'm a handheld ham radio set to weather. Hot dog. Awesome.
Yep.
Let's see. Rita Taylor says, just gray skies where she is. At the crossroads, seems pretty calm. Yeah, it's just a strong thunderstorm that's built over Hopkinsville. And then the other rain that we're looking at is around Aurora and the lakes. Yeah, it's just kind of slowed down for the time being.
Yeah. They can still pulse up a little strong. That's got a little bit of a hail core in it, but it's not a really big or strong hail core.
Yeah.
The one that's over Hopkinsville right now.
I thought we were getting hail there for a minute, the way it was hitting the roof.
Yeah, it was definitely heavy rain. What?
Yeah. Sayalcor says you can always get weather radio apps. Now, there's something to consider for those of y'all that don't have weather radios.
Yeah, that's a newer thing that's probably slowly taking the place of the standalone weather radio unit. The advantage of a standalone weather radio unit, though, is it's got a very loud alarm on it. It does nothing but just sit there and wait for the tone to go out to it so it can set off its alarm. And then even if you don't need the alarm or anything, you can go press the bar on it and get the latest weather forecast.
Yep. Rita Taylor says she came back and David disappears. Well, it's going to be a long night and he's taking a break. That's why they brought me in, was to try and do a David Powell impersonation, which I'm not very good at. D. Summers says City of Hopkinsville has an alert system. They call and text you. Dylan Fish says, how long does it take for the water to go down all the way so kids can go back to school next week? Would it take probably they'll be out next week?
Probably at least a day or two for it to go down enough to clear most of the roads. A lot of the places that get water built up, I know we got a couple of places around Hopkinsville that get kind of swampy, and it can be a month or more before that even starts to go down, because I think those are all kind of interconnected through sinkholes and such.
Yeah. Ruth Cornelius says, Dave, we love you too. Thank you. I owe you $5 for that compliment. Ashley Burlingame says, when will the big storms be in the area?
That would be right now, probably after 11 p.m. for our area here in Hopkinsville. It's already starting over to the west of us, so we'll have to wait and see what happens and how long it takes it to work its way over here. But it's going to be a couple of hours for the bigger storms to be moving in our direction. We could get an isolated storm that will pop up between now and then.
Yeah. And I've pulled the radar back so that you can see that the line of storms that's headed this way. and there are, you know, could be more severe weather and maybe a tornado or two. Yeah, I know. Rita, it's the calm before the storm, and it's gonna be dark when it happens. Robin Harris is asking Dave, "Were you in the military? You look so familiar." Now, if you saw me, it's on a piece of paper in the weather in the mail
Post
office. I blew that joke. No, I was not in the military.
Yeah, Lake Tandy, yep, pouring down. This is a strong storm that's moving across us as far as heavy rainfall. Again, not exactly what we needed, but that's what we've got. But right now, it is not severe. Haven't seen. There may be some small hail in it, but it's moving off to the northeast at about 30 miles an hour.
Yep. D. Summers, yes, I recognize you too. We did go to high school together. Jana Power says it's absolutely pouring down and loud lightning right now at Lake Tandy. I remember I used to fish at Lake Tandy with my grandfather back in the 60s. Oh, it was great
Stone
times. Age? Yes. 100 years ago.
Yep. Seems like it, doesn't
it? Yes. And D. Summer says, we are still kicking. Yeah. How is Hopkinsville? Well, it's another town. Hopkinsville is, we've got a rain shower passing over right at the moment, and we could get some rough weather later on tonight. Could get some rough weather at any point, too, because we're under a tornado watch for the time being. Brett Fletcher says, I've so much time watching you on all the past few days, I forgot what it was like to watch normal movies or shows. I guess we should say thank you to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. We greatly appreciate that, Brett. Let's see. Janet Power says, my son-in-law and daughter own it now. They would love to have you guys come back. Yes, Rita. A wanted poster. Yeah. Let's see. Lois Wells says, hey, is this another night we need to stay up with you guys all night? We're treating this as if we're going to be staying all night. So, yes, we'll be here for quite a long time tonight. I don't even know if we'll... I'm not sure if we'll even stop broadcasting at any point.
It depends on what the weather's doing.
Yes.
As long as there's the threat or chance of severe weather through the area, we will be here. Wall cloud there in Hopkinsville. Let me see if there's that much rotation in that.
And I'll try and bring that up as well. See if there's any rotation in that. Well, I'm not seeing much in the way of rotation. Are you, Mark?
No, not really. Look at it from a different radar.
Yeah.
There may be some general rotation to the storm simply because it is producing a little bit of hail. but nothing strong.
I don't even think I've got the.
Yeah, in the vicinity of probably just passing Wayne Eglin Road and out along. Come on, give me
Yeah, there is a little bit of rotation.
Yeah, State Highway 107 as you head
Yeah.
northeast of Hopkinsville. Not a lot, just a little bit.
Yeah, it's not much rotation, and you may see
Yeah.
a little bit of rotation there.
Yeah. And
Doesn't
now it's
seem-
gone.
Yeah, doesn't seem to be bothering the National Weather Service. There is a little hook there.
Yeah, I see the little hook out on it, and I did see some rotation, but as soon as I was getting zoomed in on it, the next sweep it disappeared.
Thanks for letting us know, Sissy Seiler. April Lilly says, I think a lot of us have spent more time with you guys than watching movies in the past few days. I know I have.
I believe it. I feel like we have lived on here for about the past week, but
Yeah.
you know, we are working on it, and soon it will be all done.
Yeah, and
Mark,
Jacob
train
Gibson.
spotter is reporting a
Stand
thunder
by.
cloud aloft 2 miles southwest of Naylor.
Naylor,
Missouri.
Butler County.
Butler County, Missouri. Okay. Yeah, the storms over there report of a funnel cloud from a train spotter over in Butler County, Missouri.
Yeah, I think it's like over in probably right in here.
That should be about, yeah, right about
around
there.
Poplar Bluff. Yeah.
Lorinda Mitchell, the threat for Hopkins County is the same as it is for Christian and everything that's probably to the west of Todd and Muhlenberg County. We are under a tornado watch until 10 p.m. And we do show they have upped our tornado chance a little bit, around 10%. And they have a hatched area that's just about to the edge of us, if not on us. Let me look at the counties here and make sure. Yeah, the 10% is now across, goes all the way up to where the end of the tornado watch is. So again, our threat has increased a little bit. We're keeping an eye on it, and we will be here with you to tell you when the stuff starts moving in.
Yep. Jacob Gibson is asking how much more rain do we think we will get in the Hopkinsville area tonight and tomorrow. The National Weather Service is forecasting 4 to 6 inches of rain, but locations could get more or less depending on how the storms train, because we do think there's going to be a lot of training of storms. And we're looking at that storm again in from Butler County in Missouri, and it does look like there's some rotation in that storm, just a little bit. It's not very strong. Let me give it a different look here. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation there, but it's nothing that we need to worry about in our area. It's actually, this is out of our forecast area. But and I'm going to turn this back over to Dave here in just a minute. So I'm gonna mute myself while we bring on a special guest.
Okay, everybody. Judge, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay,
David?
very good. So we've got a lot of folks watching us, and obviously the situation's been pretty rough this morning. We've looked at some aerial videos of the flooding in Hopkinsville, but don't have a lot of perspective from the county standpoint. What can you tell me?
Well, the northern part of the county, there's some roads that are closed, Coal Creek and some others, and we've got those list of closings on our page and the Christian County Sheriff Office page. Most of the severe stuff is inner city Hopkinsville, certainly the courthouse. Our first priority right now is the jail. Water is increasing there, so we're putting sandbags together. And we've had a lot of support from TVA, the garrison commander, Colonel Midbury in Fort Campbell has helped out. So we've gotten some sandbags. We've got some sand. We've just got to get the sand in the bags, and we've got a crew over there behind the jail now. That's our first priority. Hopefully tomorrow morning, we'll transition to another location and try to if any citizens need some sandbags, and we can try to assist at that point.
Okay, for those of you who are just joining us, we have Christian County Judge Executive Jerry Gilliam on with us, and he's giving us an update on the perspective from Christian County. We've heard some from the Hopkinsville government, but we're glad to have him on board with us to tell us what the situation is concerning the county, and much of the stuff he's doing is also being done in some of the surrounding counties. Have you been in communication in the surrounding counties?
Yeah, I'm on a group chat with a text with probably 12, 15 county judges from the region. So, it seems like we've probably been hit the hardest as far as the flooding, but they're all facing it too. I know Judge Smith up there in Lyon County, the trauma from that county will probably come 3 or 4 days from now. As you know, she's a river county and a lake county. So, I guess different situations for different counties depending on where they're at.
And so Penrock Parkways remains closed, I think, between mile marker 11 and I think mile marker 5, if I'm not mistaken. Any chance of that being reopened anytime soon, or is it pretty well, until this is over with, it's probably going to remain closed?
I haven't heard the status of that. I know it's closed right now, and I know we're diverting lots of commercial traffic, and a lot of that's coming through Hopkinsville. We hope that I think they've got some signs up trying to get them around the bypass now. So, our biggest fear and what we're prepping for now is what you're reporting is this future amount of rainfall that we're going to get over the next 12, 24 hours.
Yeah, and it doesn't look good. They're saying as much as 6 more inches, and it could even go a little higher. We're starting to see some tornado warning storms out in eastern Missouri now, vicinity of Poplar Bluff, and that's the area that we got those the other night that they came from. So, but our dew point's pretty high. We're concerned about that. How much more rain? I mean, I know probably we don't want any more, but if we had to have any more, what would be the most that we would get before we really get catastrophic?
I probably couldn't tell you. I do know that the river has started receding just a little bit, probably around 4:30 or 5 o'clock. But that's probably not going to give us enough time before this next round comes in. We don't like but a few inches from being pretty severe toward the jail and some of these other structures downtown.
And I've seen people on here ask about volunteering. Are you looking for volunteers, or do you feel like you've got the manpower you need right now to handle things? Or if they wanted to volunteer, is there a place or number they could call or anything like that?
We'll probably try to put a call line together sometime tonight. I think, we're going to try to respond to everything that needs to be responded to tonight and prep. The rescue efforts are kind of our first priority, or the anticipated rescue efforts. Heard one on the radio as I was coming in. So, but in the morning, I think was when we're really going to try to, with the sandbags, we've had TVA help. Like I said, the garrison commander from Fort Campbell has sent some sandbags, but we've got the process of putting sand in those bags. So we're probably going to move that operation to the county road department off Russell Road tomorrow morning at some point. But just watch our social media, and we'll keep everybody updated as it comes about.
Well, we certainly are grateful to you for the service that you've given the citizens of the county, and I know that they're volunteer people here, and they certainly will be glad to help if you ever put out the call. I bet you'll be overrun with volunteers. So
I've had several already. And I appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah. So you have our thanks, and if there's anything we could do, just obviously you can let us know, and I'll tell them to direct them to your website, which is what, Christian County Government.
You can look at Christian County Fiscal Court on Facebook is probably where you'll get the most updated information.
Okay.
And we're trying to, after we come through an emergency management meeting, we've really tried to ensure that we're all putting out the same message. So I think the city of Hopkinsville, Amanda, their PO point of contact is going to be leading that. Okay. And then we're going to follow with that. So make sure that we're all singing on the same page.
Very good. Well, Judge,
Randy Graham's done a great job getting
don't give him the big hit. We don't want to give him the big hit. So. But yeah, he does. He does a good job. So, and I was on the phone with him this morning. He just has been so busy. I hate to bother him too much, but and I know you have too. And so I'm just grateful that someone came over and shared this with them. And so I think everybody has enjoyed it. If I don't see any questions coming up out there for you, now's the time to ask. If any of you want to ask any questions to the judge. Okay, they want to know if they can find where they could find any sandbags for them, I guess personally, but they're saying in Todd County, I guess, if needed. So I don't know. I don't even know where they would go to looking for sandbags.
I think Lowe's did have some. That's the only ones that I know of locally here.
Okay. Well, thank you again, Judge, for being on with us. And if you got anything else to say, we'll be glad to hear it.
All right. Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you for being with us. And
all right. Thank you.
We'll go back over to Mark. I do want to remind everyone that I will look here again at some of this other stuff that's going on. We do have a special weather statement on a storm out here in northeast Christian County. And that weather statement is saying wind gusts to 50 miles an hour and half-inch hail. That is certainly a strong storm, but it's not severe. But that gives us an idea if the wind gust up to 50 includes anything, then that's 58 is severe, so it's just below severe limits. That's this storm up here in North Christian. As we'll continue to monitor that, see if it goes severe at some point. It's now affecting Fruit Hill and the Fearsville area, headed towards Haley's Mill and maybe Apex. So if you're in the Apex area, be ready and kind of hunker down for it. And okay, let's see. There's Dave Sturgis with us. Hey, Dave.
Hey there. I am back.
Fancy meeting you here.
Giving Mark a break here.
Yeah, he probably needs it.
He does. He didn't get a break the other night. Well, you didn't either.
Yeah, that's
so.
Okay. I took my break, but then I got sidetracked with some other visitors before the judge got here, and so I still didn't get. I didn't get to eat my bowl of chili that was out over there, but it'll be good and cool by the time I get back to it. And
that's what the nukes are for.
That's right. Lewis Skirvin, $1.99 from Lewis Skirvin. He says tomorrow going to be worse than tonight. I don't know. It could be. I'll just put it that way. Right now, we're looking at the next 12 hours is what our main concern is from the National Weather Service. We're worried about this tornado impact of these storms. Already, these storms out here in the west, you see they're forming a line, and that is not a good thing as they move eastward, and they will have embedded tornadoes. You see, this is a supercell out ahead of that line, and that's got a tornado warning on it. So that's something we're going to be watching out for as the evening wears on. Sandy Winters, Lowe's is what he was talking about when he's talking about the sandbags. Let's see here. Lewis, I wanted to thank you though for the donation. That means a lot. We really appreciate the super chat there. Let's see here. Brianna Harden, do I think they will expand that watch over to Logan County? I would say it's going to depend on how strong those storms are by the time they get, say, to the Mississippi River. It's hard to say. I don't know yet. And obviously, that's not my call. I think that would be the Storms Prediction Center or the National Weather Service. Angie Standiford. Hey, Angie, just saw a relative of yours. Now, your husband was just here. He's a great guy, but she says she just messaged a picture of the wall cloud towards your personal page and the weather and wisdom page. Thank you a lot. Taken from the Doug Combs Road, 5 miles out of Dawson Road. It was the one at 107. I appreciate that, Angie. Thank you very much. And I told him to bring you with him next time. Luna Moon, the storm that just passed through Hopkinsville, now North Christian, looked like it was churning as it passed over us. Well, I can see why you would think that. It is pretty strong. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't go severe before it's all said and done. It's got a pretty hard core in it. I can look at
It could. It's had a big hail core in it. We were looking to see. Doesn't really have much in the way of rotation in it.
No, it does. I see that.
Maybe just a touch there, but not much.
Hey, you surprised me. I thought Dave was still there talking to me. I look up and
am
say,
the
voice
weather
changed. What
ninja.
happened? Yeah,
I am the ninja. I come and I go.
Yes, I was glad to see the judge in, though. It was awful nice to have him come by and join us.
Yes, it was.
And,
yes, it was.
I think it was very, very knowledgeable, and I love the county government here. I love the city government too. I don't have anybody I don't love, and I even kind of like Randy Graham, to be honest with you. Me, but yeah, Randy did a good job with them. He said, and I would agree that I wouldn't expect anything different. Let's see here. So, Mark, what's their next thing going to happen, you think? I don't see nothing developing back here, but the area is sure soupy. Let's see here. This is a dew point 68. 68 degree dew point.
Yeah, I think everything is getting charged up for that line that's starting to develop out in Arkansas and Missouri. That's the main area of focus right now. And that's what will be coming in here later.
Yeah, it looks like the front's still draped across us.
Yeah, I think that will eventually, all this rain that's pushed back to the north, that line of instability that's along will eventually sag back down this way. They have extended the, not the enhanced area, but if you look at the tornado parameter for the day one off the SPC, they have expanded the 10% and the hatched area more over top of us.
Let's see if I can't get the SPC up here. Let's see here. And of course, you know how my fingers are, and when I'm tired, my fingers always hit the wrong thing. So give me just a second.
I don't know that they would extend the watch over that way. They could, or they could issue a new watch once everything starts moving that direction, but that would not be till after the 10 p.m. time frame when this expires. They might do it an hour or so ahead of that time and put the watch out a little bit farther to the east.
Okay, so here's the day one. That is correct, right? I want to make sure I'm right on that.
That is correct.
Okay,
that
so
is the day one.
They have extended that enhanced up somewhat, and
yeah.
there's the tornado threat. Wow, that's not.
And
a
they
good
have
thing.
extended that out, out over us and over to the east, probably about as far as the watch goes right now, at least.
Yep. So the hatched. Explain to people what that means.
The hatched area on the tornado parameter means that there is a 10% chance or greater in an area of getting an EF2 or higher tornado.
Okay.
And again, they always say that's within 25 miles of a point, but basically they're saying anywhere in that area could get a EF2 or higher tornado. They're not going to be they're not going to narrow down the area that much.
Right. And then here's
the wind parameter is high. It's around 30%. The hail yeah, the hail kind of cuts off at the lakes as far as the higher end stuff.
Right.
But we're still into the area for the potential for hail.
Sean Teague says, "Hey guys, thanks for all you do. How much rain are we expecting in the next 24 hours? I live in Auburn, and I think it's still about the same for them as it is for us, around, what, 6 inches or so?"
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then
I would say so.
Mike Bynum says, "David, I was concerned about you, but Mark let me know that you were okay." Yeah, I went in there to eat a bowl of chili, and I swear I still haven't gotten there. But anyway, let's see here. Katie Abrams, musical chairs at the weather headquarters. Well, yeah, we're going to change that here so you won't be so noticeable. But yeah, we have 2 positions. We're going to create a third, but right now I've got that geared up for our intercept team. So I've got that space taken up, but we're going to get better on it. Cheryl Young. Hi, David. I was told earlier that a message of some sort was sent to me. Where do I look for that? Email or text? Call in and ask to speak with, well, I'll have Dave Sturgis give you a call. In fact, if Barb would send him up here, I would appreciate it. And then
He's not in the room at the moment,
okay.
Dave.
All right. Cyocor, but it also means that your chance of getting that is within 20 miles of your location. It doesn't mean a direct hit percentage. Isn't that right, Mark?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Sheila,
go ahead.
You know, the percentages for those don't work like you think. It's only a 10% chance. It just means that in that highlighted area, 10% of that area will probably see what they're forecasting.
Right. Sheila Wills says, "One day sleep will be back in our future." Well, it's not going to be today,
Yeah.
Sheila. And I appreciate the thought of that.
Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, probably so. And after that, we're going to be, we may not even work Monday. I don't know. Cassie Knight says, "Hopkinsville, what do you see for us?"
Looking for, these storms will be coming through probably around after the 10 to 11 o'clock hour in our area right here, be coming into the area of the lakes probably after 8 p.m.
Yep.
But, and again, that's all the way through like 4 a.m. for that to actually clear the area for this line. Again, the activity will probably die down a little bit. We are under the gun again tomorrow. If Dave wants to show the SPC outlook, we can look for tomorrow.
Back to it.
Now, not as intense. It's only a slight chance for severe weather tomorrow, with the enhanced coming right up to the Kentucky-Tennessee border west of the lakes.
It actually doesn't look too good to me, to be honest with you. Yeah, you got the enhanced.
It's not as bad as today, though.
No, I guess not. But still, that's a pretty good chance. It would worry me. So we're going to play. Yeah. We may be on for, a long time. We will have to break after 8 hours because of the Facebook rules. They don't want you to stream live more than 8 hours without a break. And then we'll come back up and we'll stay on for another 8 hours. And however YouTube, what's the matter?
No, I was just saying, and we'll come back on and stay for another 8 hours.
Oh, yeah.
And another 8 hours.
Yeah. But that's just to comply with the Facebook rules. That way we continue streaming on Facebook as well as on YouTube. Now, YouTube doesn't have that. We can actually stay on YouTube for as long as we need, but we would break after 12 hours with them in order for them to post that part that we had done. If not, they wouldn't post it because of the length of it. So I can understand that. Okay, so Anita Wright is asking, what is the weather projection for tomorrow during the day and evening? Just heavy rain or severe weather again? So yeah, you might explain this here, Mark. I'll go to, this is for tomorrow, right?
Yeah, that's for tomorrow.
And there's the tornado threat.
Yeah, again, about 5% for most of our area, although there's a 2% around it. Not as high as the area to our southwest today. The major focus is going to be down in Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas area, but we still have a chance of it.
And we still
wind.
We still have severe weather to deal with those storms.
The high winds, if you'll show that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Again, 10%, or no, that's 15% for us. But
30% right below the border.
30% right below the border, again, where that enhanced area is. And the hail is, again, 15%. And again, farther down in Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas area.
That looks like that's for Saturday. And then
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go
For
ahead.
Sunday?
I want to see this. Look at that. I am
Bye.
so pleased to not see
Finally.
anything over our area in our part of the region. It just makes my heart go flip or flop. Okay, so BDC says, do we have an idea if the severe threat will weaken at all any tonight? That's a good question because, a lot of people, and it is true that a lack of sunshine, daytime heating does generally weaken, but it's a little bit different with this.
Report Highway 813 south of White Plains, Kentucky, flash flooding just now got barricaded.
Okay. What was the name of the road?
Highway 813.
Okay. Highway 813, just south of White Plains, flash flooding, just got barricaded.
Okay. So Highway 813 and at White Plains is now closed. Let's see here. Chelsea Reese says, after all this rain, how long do you think before the water will recede back down? Well, the judge said that already the Little River has receded back just a little, not a lot, but a little. And so we will see. Robbie McGee, thank you. Christy Poe, I thought the judge said that was for the jail, but maybe they would have some available to the community tomorrow. No, those are for the jail because the jail is right on that river, and they're going to sandbag, try to prevent that water from getting into the jail. So that is the jail crew trying to save their facility. Anita Wright says, thank you. I said next week we will all get together and have a picnic in the park to celebrate better weather. If I am awake, we will do that. Oh, my
Absolutely.
goodness. Heather Gibbs, so does Hopkinsville have big storms tonight? Yes, that is part of what we think is going to happen. We are concerned about this line of storms, as you can see out there to the west, and that is currently in Missouri, and there's a supercell out ahead of it around Poplar Bluff. That is a supercell storm.
The train spotter did report a funnel cloud on that, by the way.
So we know that this is a nasty, nasty storm. Let's see if I can get anything on that. Camera there is out. So anyway, I don't know if we can get anything on this one. We got maybe a little something, but yeah, it's rain wrapped. You can't see anything. Got some lightning. But again,
Mark, I have updates on street closures and power lines and stuff and high water down in our area. Want to start reading the list?
Okay, Dave, have updates on the street closures in our area right now. Just came in.
Okay, well, let me get the graphic. Okay, go right ahead with it, Marcus.
Okay, West 9th Street at Bethel Street, Riverfront Drive at West 5th Street, East 7th Street between South Clay Street and South Campbell Street, Donna Drive between Karen Drive and Mark Drive, Dawn Drive, Oakhurst and Hurst Drives, West Riverwood Drive, South Riverwood Drive, Woodmill Road, East 21st Street at Woodmill Road, Pardue Lane from High Water, North Sunset Circle, High Water, Pile Lane at Foxfield Road, High Water, Canton Pike from Country Club to Pile Lane, power lines down. And okay, are these also there, the I-69 and such? Okay, in Christian County, I-169, which is the Penny Ryle Parkway between the 5 and 11 mile points, US 41 between the 11 and 11.4 mile points, US 41 between the 12.1 and 12.3 mile points, US 41 between the 14 and 14.2 mile points, US 41 between the 24 and 24.5 mile points, US 41A between the 15.2 and 15.9 mile points, Kentucky 107 between the 18.1 and 18.6 mile points, Kentucky 109 between the 10.9 and 11.1 mile points, Kentucky 117 between the 15.8 and 18.9 mile points, Kentucky 164 between the 9.4 and 9.6 mile points near Newstead Road, Kentucky 272 between the 6.8 and 6.9 mile points near Square Deal Grocery, Kentucky 272 between the 7.3 and 8.2 mile points, Kentucky 345 between the 9.2 and 10.6 mile points, Kentucky 380 between the 2.6 and 2.8 mile points, Kentucky 400 between the 0 to the 1.3 mile points, Kentucky 695 between the 0 and 10 mile points, and Kentucky 1338 between the 3.4 or between the 3 and the 4.4 mile points. And that's the closings we have for Christian County right now.
All righty. Okay, Mark, sounds good, and I appreciate that. Looks like we still got another tornado warning on this supercell storm out here around Poplar Bluff, and we got these showers here near Hopkinsville. I'll go zoom in on it. This one just took a storm track, which means that storm is strengthening a little bit. Probably has some lightning with it. I don't see this one getting much stronger. If it does, it may become severe, but so far, no difference there. So it gives you an idea of what we've got at this point. But you know, it looks like they have dropped the tornado watch down here in Tennessee. Is that verified?
I don't see it anymore from Clarksville to the southwest. Let me see what I can find.
It's kind of strange that they would do that.
It is kind of strange.
Well, especially considering this line of storms off to our west that is going to be coming in this way. And I will be right back. So if you don't mind, I'll be right back.
We'll be right back. I say we'll be right back. See, Illinois and Kentucky and southeast Missouri. Let's see, this is for Tornado Watch 115, which remains valid till 10 p.m. this evening. And that's the only one I see listed. Hang on a second, because that does not make a lot of sense at the moment.
All right, Mark, I got a report. Northeast Christian County on Highway 813 south of White Plains, Kentucky, wall cloud with lowering. We had rising scud. It is rain wrapped. We can't tell if it has reached the ground, but it's almost there.
Ladies and
Northeast Christian?
Yes, on Highway 813 south of White Plains.
What are we checking on there, Mark?
Getting a report from someone. Who was reporting that?
It's a ham. Vanderburgh County.
Vanderburgh County.
That's up in Evansville.
Okay. I don't know why they would be reporting that because they can't see that far.
They sent a picture. A picture of the wall cloud with lowering.
There is no rotation in that storm.
By the way, D, downtown Hopkinsville, how will it look by Monday? It'll be waterlogged, I'm sure, but the rain should be gone by then. A whole different screen just popped up in front of me. Kevin Plummer wants to know, is Clarksville in the clear for tonight? David and Mark
I don't know
needs
how
to
I
go
got
to
out on
hibernation
Slack
mode
from
for
all the
a
way
couple
there.
of days. You're absolutely right, Chelsea.
Yeah, I can do it too. I've slept 21 hours before. That was after I'd been up for 4 days.
Shannon Counter, Dave, is that you? Seems like it's been forever. You must be talking about Dave.
Transponder and
Yeah,
Bucket
my
County.
name is also
It's
David.
all along the edge of Poplar Bluff.
But
Okay.
David is the better looking one of the bunch. We are
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
We are still monitoring the system here as far as the weather, and
Yeah.
just waiting for.
D is asking, how would downtown Hopkinsville look by Monday? I think by Monday, the water should have begun to recede. It should be in much better shape. It may take a little bit. It may take a day or so for everything to start to get back to normal. And especially if you're looking at some of the fields and some of the outlying areas. So you would, you'd be well placed to just, keep your eyes and ears to the media, the local news or whatever, or here. And we'll be glad to report if we get word or when we get word that the floodwaters have begun to dissipate.
Right, and yes, Tracy, there's no rest for the weary. Brittany says something about a wall cloud in Crofton back towards Dawson. Don't think that's a wall cloud.
I don't think there's anything there. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a storm kind of up in the general direction of Crofton, but it's to the southwest of, or now it's just about west of Crofton. It's not up toward Dawson.
Yeah.
And I'm not really seeing much in the way of rotation in it. In fact, I'm not really seeing any
Not really.
rotation in it.
Doesn't seem to be very strong. So
No. That's okay. It just came across the Slack that an Aries operator in Vanderburgh County was reporting a possible wall cloud in northeast Christian. And that would be quite a distance to be able to see one. They had a picture that they sent, and I think they were just seeing part of that storm. I don't think there was any rotation anywhere in it, but they did report it. So.
And Sayokor says, I'm a Desert Storm vet. We appreciate your service, sir. And I've never been that scared in the Army as I am of tornadoes. Yeah, a lot of people are like that. Yeah. And that's why we're here, is to try and keep you safe and point you in the right directions as to where to go. I don't think I'll tell you where to go, because I don't know you that well. But
not intentionally anyway.
Yeah, right. But yeah, that we like to keep people in the know for our area. What does the blue box near Greenville mean? Ginger is asking. That
is a special weather statement. And if you'll highlight it and click, it'll tell you what it's saying about it.
Yeah, it says wind gusts up to 50 mile per hour are possible. Half-inch hail. It's all radar indicated. Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm near Crofton or 12 miles northeast of Hopkinsville, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Basically, a special weather statement is just this side or the lower side of a severe thunderstorm. And this is showing some evidence that it could go, well, I shouldn't say it that way. The winds are not high enough yet that they see for it to be severe. And neither is the hail that they're seeing as well. So, but they are keeping an eye on it. And the locations that it's going to impact be White Plains, Muir, Crofton, and Greenville. I think this is closer to Greenville now. And this includes the following highways: the Western Kentucky Parkway between mile markers 40 and 44, Pinneral Parkway between mile markers 17 and 26, and I believe the Pinneral Parkway is still closed in a couple of places. Is that right?
I believe it is in a couple of places.
Yeah, due to flooding.
Yeah, I just read off the whole list of the things in Christian County that are closed, but it's possible it could be closed in other counties too.
Yeah. So that's what that blue box stands for. Autumn is asking, how does Hopkinsville look for tonight? You want to answer
We are
that?
we're under the threat for possible tornadoes and more heavy rain and gusty winds and possibly hail up to 1 inch. The tornado probabilities have gone up just slightly. They're up to about 10%, and we do have a hatched area on us, which means that there is at least a 10% chance that someone in the area could see an EF2 to EF5 tornado.
The nice part about this radar program is that I can change radar sites and get a better view of different storms in the area. And that's one of the things I really like. And I can also change the mode so that I can see everything as if it was all under one radar.
Yeah, Dave was asking earlier if they had trimmed back the tornado watch. They have. They've moved it just slightly to the west on the Tennessee side. It doesn't come over quite as far for the Tennessee side, although I don't know why, because if you look at the county outline and you look at the box they had for it, they trimmed several counties off the eastern part of it there, down by Jackson and actually up to Clarksville in that area. They kind of trimmed those off.
Yeah, and Danny T says that WKDZ has a whole list of county closings, including surrounding counties. That's good. It's good to know.
Yeah.
What time will it be in Madisonville? Crystal Deanna asks.
Timing is about the same.
And the same way for Todd County as well, Allison.
Mm-hmm.
Elise Brooks is asking, someone may have asked this and answered this already, but does anyone have the official rainfall total since started Wednesday? Thanks.
Let's see. I think I can pull that up, at least for the Hopkinsville area. I can pull that up.
And
it looks like for the Hopkinsville area, in the last 2 days, we have had 8.91 inches of rain. and we're expecting 4 to 6 more.
Yep. Going to be well, I was going to say hysterical, but it's going to be historical rainfalls.
Yep.
And Brian Shaw
Nothing
is
funny
asking,
about them.
Yeah, I know. Brian Shaw is asking, when is it going to get rough around Hopkinsville?
Again, well, the latest I've seen, and of course, they updated that. Anytime starting, now through 8 p.m. is the start time. And again, that can change a little bit. Right now, we're in a little bit of a lull, but we are starting to see those storms off to our west starting to form up and start to move this direction. So it is coming.
Yes. And Stephanie, did you ask a question earlier? You're saying I'm not complaining, but I'm still watching like a hawk. Tina Miller is asking anything for Nebo. It's going to be the same for the whole area that we're in.
Yeah.
It's going
the onset time for this line, it's already starting to form up. Should be getting to the Mississippi River by around 8 p.m. or so. Maybe a little bit after that. 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. is a time frame for it to move through that area over to near us. And then starting around 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. is what they're looking for that main line to be pushing into our area. And then, as you get on past that, probably 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., it'll be pushing off to the east of us.
And Debbie Powell says we have had 9 inches. How's Lafayette looking for tonight? What time?
The red line that you're seeing, the red line you're seeing that runs underneath Union City and Murray, Hopkinsville, is probably
that the warm front?
Is probably the warm front. Yeah.
Yeah. Hope that helps you, Don.
I had to make sure exactly what they were talking about because all the interstates we see on that map are in a shade of red also.
Yes. Tracy Runyon says, did David's vocal cords give out on him?
No, he's been trying to go over and grab a bite to eat before everything gets going, and he got interrupted and didn't quite make it the last time. So he's over grabbing a bite to eat.
Yep. You're welcome, Don. I think Stephanie is asking, is Clarksville being shaved off the watch?
Yes,
looks
it
like
was.
it is. Yeah.
Which I don't quite understand that, but they did shave Clarksville off the watch. It goes back. It starts the next county over from where Paris, Tennessee is, runs down to the west of Jackson and on down into Tennessee. But now Murray, Trigg, Murray, which is Callaway, Trigg, Christian, Todd, all of us along the border right there, and to the north as far as Muhlenberg and Hopkins, and then on up into Illinois. We are still in the watch.
See, and Stephanie is asking, is there a cold front coming?
Eventually. It will be tomorrow before it actually moves through here, tomorrow evening. But it's slowly but surely it is starting to make its way this direction.
Yeah, the reason why we've been getting all this rain is because of the front that's been sitting over us for several days. It's just kind of waving back and forth, and that's why we've been getting so much rain.
Yeah. If you remember our severe weather chances and everything that happened Wednesday, That was the initial push of the front into our area, but it stalled right on top of us, and it's just been sitting here wavering back and forth for the time since then. And then tomorrow it will finally get a push and get moved on through.
Right, and that front is doing nothing but pulling moisture up from the Gulf of Mexico, and that's why we got so much water here.
Yep.
All right, Stephanie says that's why I said I was still watching like a hawk, Dave. Shannon, if you have to turn on the air, I don't blame you. Air conditioning gets important when it gets so muggy and warm out there this time of year. Let's see, David Brown, city worker, says, hey, Mark and Dave, any idea how rain is predicted for Russellville, Kentucky until this is over?
I think he means how much. And they are in the area for 4 to 6 inches as well.
Let's see. Jan, it's possible we could get tornadoes tonight, possibly severe thunderstorms. There's a line, if you can see the screen, there's a line of storms that are marching from the west to the east, and that line will eventually go through here. There's a lot of tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings on that line. And I want to try and change the radar, but it won't give me the ability to do the multi-radars right at the moment. So let me see if I can.
I think we've got something going on with our internet right now, because all 3 of my radars in here are not updating. So it may, okay, I just watched Radar Omega. It finally updated. So now you might be able to.
No, I don't have the ability to do that right the moment, but that's okay.
Make sure you're not on something, but click and hold a second.
Oh, my
there you
goodness. I always forget that. I remember you telling me that before. Okay, now I'm on the multi-mode for the multiple radars, and you can see this line of storms, and that line is marching from the west to the east, and it's going to eventually start rolling over us. It doesn't look like there are as many severe storms as we've seen in that area in the past several days. So we'll just have to see what happens. I don't know.
Sue Wasmer, I don't know if they will be calling for volunteers or not. I do believe they at least checked roads after they opened them, and they've been underwater to make sure that they haven't eroded out from underneath. But I don't know that they're going to be calling for volunteer help for any of that right now. Keep your eyes and ears open. If we hear that they are calling for volunteers, we'll let everyone know.
Yeah, and Lonnie Lewis says the Kentucky River has already overflowed its banks here in Estelle County, and that makes it a little more difficult to go jug fishing. And yeah, be careful if you decide to do that. This is probably a difficult time to do it. And we're still monitoring the situation, waiting to see the weather roll in.
Yeah, which is what we do 3/4 of the time. We're all ready to go. We're watching, and we just sit here and wait.
Yep.
That's part of being a part of the weather enterprise and a weather spotter or anything to do. You think, okay, it's coming, it's going to be here, and you wait and wait and wait. And then it gets really, really exciting when it finally gets here for a while.
Yep. Andrea Cook is saying that we've gotten 9 inches of rain in Hopkinsville so far, with 4 to 6 more tonight and tomorrow.
Yep.
So, yeah, they're saying this is historical rains that we're going to be getting. Let's see, Jillian, what time are the storms expected? I believe they're saying anywhere from 11, maybe even 10 o'clock to about 4
Yeah.
a.m.
Yeah. And we could have a pop-up storm before then, but that's when the main line is expected to start moving through the area.
Yes.
Whee!
Boy, this chat
Did it just
stream
reset for you
sometimes
too, and
resets.
just
Oh, does it reset for you? Okay.
resets and just really goes by real fast, and then you get back
Yeah.
to where you're at.
And I got to figure out exactly where I am in the chat.
Yeah, Vicky Geyer, cloud to ground lightning south of Madisonville. Okay, be careful with that. Lightning. People don't think about it as much, but lightning's one of the bigger deadly things with thunderstorms that get people every year.
And Heather Page is asking, these tracking more northeast of Crofton. And I saw something else here. Somebody was asking about, there it is. Mark Rogue is asking, Mark, what other radars do you use besides Omega?
We use a different kind of radar, but it's not, it's what we use for the spotters. It's an analyst version, but I'm really not at liberty to say because we're not allowed to use it for broadcast. But it allows me to do different things that, Radar Omega is great, can show you a lot of different things, but the ones I have in front of me, I can look at multiple sites at once at their individual radars and not multi-sensor radar, multi-sensor. But that allows me to get good data on exactly what I'm looking at from several different radars, and I can do different things with it that you can't do with the Omega. But the Omega is one of the best ones I've seen out there for presenting what the storms are doing and what's happening with them for everyone else to see, for the public to see, because it's easier to operate, easier to explain. We can still get a lot of good stuff on it that allows us to show you what's going to happen with it. So that's why we use Radar Omega.
And now you know the rest of the story. Vicky Geyer says that they've got cloud to ground lightning south of Madisonville. Try and pull up that. Go ahead.
Gigi, we were very, very fortunate Wednesday that we didn't get the tornadoes and stuff. We did have some severe thunderstorms, and we did have a little bit of stuff going on. But we were very, very fortunate, very, very blessed on Wednesday that it didn't get worse. We're not going to be that way every time. Sooner or later, the storms are going to work on in here. And tonight, we do have a chance for that to happen. So will they be worse than Wednesday or the same as Wednesday? Can't say yet. We're still watching how they're forming up out west.
Let's see. Somebody was asking if Logan County was under, Dylan was asking if Logan County is under any watches or warnings. It looks like they're under
not at the moment. Well, they're probably under a flood watch.
Yeah, they're under a flood watch for 3 more hours, but it'll probably be extended.
Yeah, I have those turned off in here just to reduce the clutter a little bit.
Got it. Let's see, is Logan County, no, sorry, the scroll is going by. Heather Page says, I think the storms last night were worse than Wednesday in Crofton. There was definitely a lot of rain last night.
Yeah.
We had one.
And a pretty good amount of wind. We had a few little reports here and there of some damage, but with all the rain we've had, I don't know if they actually reached severe criteria or not. That storm, it had been stronger to the west and it kind of weakened out and then got right on top of us and re-intensified.
Yeah, and Michael Willits is asking, Mark, is that line going to hit us tonight or will it die out?
It could weaken a little bit, but right now indications are it's picking up some strength from some other upper level features that would probably cause it to maintain its strength as it comes this direction. Right now, the main focus is still going to be on northeast Arkansas, southeast Missouri, through that area, and down into the rest of Arkansas for the main area for tornadoes tonight. But we still have a pretty good signal that they could be up this way as well.
Maybe 2 days worth of heavy duty use, and by then it's a true emergency.
Thank you, Eric.
Yeah.
Eric is stating that if you like what you're seeing, please like and share it, and also don't be afraid to subscribe. We do this whenever there's bad weather in the area, and now we're doing it more and more. And so if you would subscribe on YouTube, like and follow on Facebook, and it helps with the analytics and gets us higher in the searches. Katie Hill says that's Paul Harvey saying yes. I know. I go way back into the time that Paul Harvey did some great monologues.
He really did.
Yeah,
you could always count on him to be wise in what he was talking about.
Yes, he always made a lot of sense. Sue Wasmer is saying, do you have a moment to explain the different color lines on the map?
Okay. I don't know exactly which color lines you're talking about. The red line you see running through there is a warm front. We can show you where the frontal positions are. The green outlined counties are under a flood watch tonight. The yellow outlined counties are under a tornado watch till 10 p.m. The little red boxes you see down there that are highlighted are tornado warnings. If they were severe thunderstorm warning, they would be yellow.
Yep. And thunderstorm warning would look like this. And then, of course, these other green outlines that are polygons pretty much are flash flood warnings. So in this area, you see quite a few of them. Hope that helps. Okay, Kevin McGahee says for our information, says once again, due to the possibility of severe weather, the Calvary Church basement on Stringtown Road in Central City, Kentucky, is open tonight for anyone needing shelter. So, if you need to take shelter in Muhlenberg County, that's one place you can go. Rick Houchin says Paul Harvey is on YouTube. That's good to know. Andrea Cook says we had $half size hail around 3 a.m. It was calm, then hail, then it stopped, then the rain just dropped out, and hardly any wind. It was crazy. And again, we're waiting on the weather to come this way. We thought there was going to be some development of thunderstorms to go severe. It looks like the conditions have kind of dropped out a bit. Think they're going to keep the tornado watch in place until this line of storms comes through, because we're in an area that's got a bit more energy for tornadoes to develop. And once the line moves this way, they should become more active, according to what the National Weather Service thinks.
Yeah, and we definitely have the higher dew points over in this area now that would give us the moisture in place for stuff like that. And again, those earlier storms, I think, formed right along the moisture ridge as that pushed northward, because storms love to form along boundaries, as I said earlier. And the boundary there between the slightly drier air and the more moist air coming up was probably where those storms initiated.
Right. And at the Hopkinsville Airport, we're showing that the dew point is 70 degrees, which is plenty high enough for some severe weather to develop.
Yeah, when you get dew points that high, it's like jet fuel.
Yes, I only know that because I learned that from Mark. He is my mentor. I don't think, Angie, I don't think that Logan County is part of severe thunderstorm watch at this point, but that could change when these storms come through. I don't think you're in a location that's supposed to be as active for severe weather tonight, but it could happen. Where in Kentucky is the worst of the flooding? Tracy Runyon asks. It's hard to say right now. The way we understand it, it's kind of like all over the state. It's kind of like biblical type of flooding. It's pretty intense. Piper asked, do we know the estimate times for it to hit around Auburn and Middleton? Sorry, was just able to pop in. We think the severe weather is going to roll more in around 11 p.m. and through 4 a.m., but there could be a spin up of a storm anytime before that. It just depends on how the weather decides to move. I know that didn't sound very technical, but
yeah.
Yeah.
And that area is very slowly but surely starting to edge over this way.
That's right.
I've been watching it here on the radar, and I've seen it just slowly start edging this direction.
And I'm showing this through the Paducah radar, and you can still see how far it is away for it to be seen on the Paducah radar. These storms have got to be pretty tall, and that means there seems to be a lot of instability with that weather.
Yeah. Owensboro, you got nothing right now. There are a few storms down to the south that may work their way up your general direction. But this line that's coming in later tonight, Owensboro is definitely in the area for the potential. You're in an enhanced risk, not a moderate risk, but enhanced. And it looks like the area for potential tornadoes is about 10% for the Owensboro area. And for stronger tornadoes comes right up to Owensboro. So you may as well say they're in it. So it could be kind of a bumpy night for Owensboro. Maybe not, probably a little earlier than us because of the way this is angling. So I'd say anytime after 10 o'clock on through the night.
Andrew,
Cerulean,
go ahead.
I'd say anytime 10, 11 o'clock on.
Andrea Cook says, we need some churches to open for people in Herndon, Lafayette area, for people that are in trailers or have no basement. Maybe someone is listening that that can let us know.
Lewisburg, you're in the same area with the rest of us. You've got the potential for strong to severe thunderstorms through the night and potential for tornadoes. So make sure you hang in there with us if you can. If you can't, make sure you got a good way to get woke up if you get any kind of warning come in for Lewisburg area.
Ah, yes, Shannon, I can put that weather in motion. Looks like there's some storms starting to build down in Jackson. Our weather came from there the other night.
Mm-hmm.
So those storms will bear watching as they come into the more unstable air. Almost sound like I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. You have learned well, my Padawan.
Yes, you are my mentor. I tell you, Mark is a heck of a teacher. He loves showing people the weather and stuff going on, and he's a great teacher. And he owes me $5 now for the compliment.
Yes, I do. Put it on my tab.
Looks like Cape Girardeau has just gone under a tornado warning.
Yeah.
Let's just take a look at this real quick because we've got a lack of weather here. And let's go look at
We always have weather. It's just not bad at the moment.
That's right. That's right. And so far, we're looking at the spin in the atmosphere, and there seems to be a little bit of spin here. It's not very. It doesn't look like it's really together that well. From what I can see here, go to a different angle, and I'm seeing not as much spin there, so it may be lower in the atmosphere. Mark, are you able to see that spin for that storm around Cape Girardeau? I don't hear you, Mark.
Had other sound going on, was muted. Sorry.
Gotcha.
The warning goes to Cape Girardeau. The actual storm is back just north of Puxico. And it is a pretty good little rotation area there.
Let's see if there's
actually two little areas of rotation. I don't know which is they're warning on yet. There's one just north of Puxico, and there's one just south of McGee. And it's just coming in to that warning area.
Let's see if there's kicks and grins, see if there's any debris being. Well, it's got a little bit of a correlation coefficient in there.
Yeah, not really enough to
Not much
call
of
it
a
a dropout yet, but
Okay.
It may be the beginning of it. We'll have to wait and see.
Okay. It's got a hail core in there.
Yeah, I'm looking at it from the Paducah radar, and the hail size is indicated at 3.44 inches. So,
Yeah,
and
I'm
of course,
seeing-
it's not going to be that big reaching the ground, but it would be at least maybe close to 2 inches reaching the ground, and that's pretty good size hailstone.
It'd make a real good bump on your head.
Yeah, it would.
Let's hope everybody is in their safe place in that area.
Yeah, I'd
So-
see the main rotation area is the one that's just north of Puxico.
Yes. There's Puxico there. I couldn't see it earlier.
Yeah. If it will come up, yeah, we have a camera right there.
Oh, we do. Let me pull that up.
If that one doesn't get it, there's one just up to its northeast in Advanced, Missouri.
There it is. Yeah, it looks like a pretty good rain core there. May even be a hail core that we're looking at.
Could be. We're kind of looking into the backside of it, and it's gotten a little bit farther north than Puxico now, northeast.
And there's a little bit of distortion because there's water on the lens.
Raindrops on the camera, yeah.
Yep. But their dew point's at 58.9, which is right there where it could be. And their outdoor temperature is the very same thing. It's 58.9.
100% humidity.
Yes. Okay. And then here's Advanced, Missouri. Looking back at it.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of a nice shot.
If that's looking back the right direction, that looks a bit ominous down there. Oh, okay, they're going to move the camera. They're moving the camera to see if they can get a line of sight on anything.
Spotter is reporting funnel clouds dropping and retracting on C Highway west of Advance.
That's the storm we're looking at.
Okay. Yeah. So train spotter says they see funnel clouds dipping down and going back up on that storm.
They're having a good light show, I tell you.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just sit on this for a couple of minutes and see if we can see anything on the other side of that ridge.
Train spotter on Highway B north of Advance observed wall cloud.
Yeah.
Sorry.
A lot of train spotters in that area reporting in that they're seeing wall cloud or funnels. So yeah, that's a strong storm, and it is warned tornadic. It could produce something anytime.
Yep, we lost them.
Yeah, their camera just went out.
Van Buren is experiencing severe flash flooding.
Van Buren, Missouri. Okay. Van Buren, Missouri is experiencing severe flash flooding. I know Van Buren. I went over there to watch the eclipse last year.
Oh, cool. Yeah, Dylan Fish is saying, do you think the line will build up before it gets to Hopkinsville instead of dying down like it looks like now?
Well, we're watching these tornado warnings up in Missouri. There's another one down in Arkansas. And south of that, we'll have to wait and see. We do have, that is just entering a good area right now where the tornado watch is, and getting just into the area where we've seen the moderate risk for tornadoes today in Arkansas and Missouri. So what it will do, it would probably still strengthen. It's only 7 o'clock at night. The sun hasn't been gone down that long. There's lots of energy coming in behind it, along with some mid and upper level features that are coming in to cause more instability in this area. And all that together means that we very well could see it strengthen before it ever starts to weaken out.
Gosh, I had no idea it was 7 o'clock. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And
Brett Clayton, this radar is Radar Omega.
And as we can see, there's nothing around Hopkinsville or in western Kentucky right at the moment, but we expect that's going to change. Goodness me. Sorry about that. I thought that was turned off. Yeah, so we've got nothing here right now, but that's going to change here in a couple of several hours.
Missouri?
Yeah, Cape Girardeau.
Yeah. Junction of 91, Cape Girardeau, tornado on the ground, train spotter.
That camera's down. I don't think we'll see anything.
Probably
This
not.
camera.
That's
Yeah, the other camera went down. And yeah, it's down. So we won't be able to try and see it. But it does look like there's a pretty good size hail core in that. Probably around, looks like about 2 1/4 inch hail.
yeah. I'm actually seeing it on what I'm looking at in here as 3-inch.
Wow. And I'm
And
going
the
to
hail core in the VIL is completely maxed out.
Okay, and I'm going to back out on this and turn this back over to the Master of Ceremonies, David Powell. So thank you. It's been a pleasure working and helping to keep you guys safe. I'm going to mute myself now.
Dave does a good job filling in with us when we need to take a break or whatever. So we're really, really glad to have him. Jocelyn Wallentown, Wallentine, it looks like, let me go verify because they did update this not long ago. Looks like about a 10% chance for us, but we also have that dreaded hatched area on us, which means that there's also a 10% chance that we could see a stronger tornado, stronger than EF2.
Oh, me. It sure does look like this stuff's gotten a lot closer.
It is. It's starting to pop out there to the west. They do have a confirmed tornado on the ground by Train Spotter out there near Advanced, Missouri, heading for Cape Girardeau. But we lost the camera that was right there. I think it got wiped out or hit by lightning or something, because before that ever happened, we lost that camera feed.
Yeah, it's that one right there.
Yeah.
2.63. Wow. I don't see anything else there close. I don't think Puxico is going to be able to see it. Look at that.
It's well past Puxico. Yeah.
Okay. Well, so
the warning on it.
Go ahead.
The warning on it says a tornado warning remains in effect till 8 p.m. for southeast Bollinger, northwestern Scott, southwestern Cape Girardeau, and north central Stoddard counties. At 7:20 p.m., a confirmed tornado was located over Advance, moving northeast at 40. Hazard is damaging tornado and baseball-sized hail. Source: weather spotters confirmed tornado along Highway 91 in Advance.
Well, I sure do hope this doesn't turn out to be one of those nights. Unfortunately, it's looking like it is, and you know, it's something we're just going to have to deal with.
Yeah.
This whole line appears to be speeding up a little.
Yeah, I was saying that I was seeing it start to move this way. There's also a tornado warning for until 7:30 p.m. for north central Independence and southwestern Sharp counties in Arkansas. And that'll be headed toward the Missouri boot heel. That area of the line will eventually. It says at 7:20 p.m. a confirmed tornado was located over Cave City, or 12 miles north of Batesville, moving northeast at 35. Hazard is damaging tornado and quarter-size hail. Source, law enforcement confirmed tornado.
And where was that? Near Bates City, did you say?
Batesville, yeah.
Batesville, yeah, it's right here. Okay.
Yeah, Cave City. Cave City was the closer one. It's north of Batesville, but is
Right.
Cave City.
Michael Henderson has a good question. David Mark, are the Drains going to train over Hopkinsville tonight, like last night again? Please say no. Wish we could.
I wish I could, but I can't say that because it very well could.
Yeah, if they're in a line like this, it depends. If the front slows down, all bets are off. And this line goes way on back. They're into Louisiana anyway. In fact, it goes all the way back into near College Station in Texas.
Yeah.
That is a big
Chelsea
long
Reese. Yeah, Chelsea Reese. One is in Arkansas at what is that? Cave City, north of Batesville. The other one is over by Advance, Missouri, headed in the general direction of Cape Girardeau.
Yeah, the tornado is reported on Highway 91 by a train spotter in advance.
You're welcome, Chelsea. We'll try to let you know what's going on. You tell us where, and we'll keep an eye on it for you.
It's like a wide circulation.
$34.
We're not that far away from the Mississippi River. As these things continue to move, let me see if I can get a little bit more idea of how they're moving. Yeah, they're moving slowly eastward, but the overall individual cell is moving northeast. It does appear they're training, though, Mark. If they're training, then yeah, it's going to be another one of those nights. Let's see here.
Okay.
Heather.
Holiday Inn and
Go ahead.
yeah, Holiday Inn and Suites, Hopkinsville Convention Center. Still have rooms tonight for people being affected by the weather. Please call the hotel directly for special pricing. They're also waiving their pet fee.
Very nice of them.
Muhlenberg, you could. You're in the area like we are. We don't know for sure this far out who might get one and who might not, but we know we're under the threat for it in this area.
And did we ever figure out drop the tornado watch for this area down here in Tennessee? I don't understand.
Yes, they did.
Doesn't
Yes,
make
I don't
any
understand
sense.
it either. But from the original watch, they carved several lines of counties out. Okay. The line is still west of Little Rock, Chelsea. So Arkadelphia over those areas. The line's still just a little bit to the west. They do have severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings down that way. So we'll try to keep an eye on it for you. If we see anything that heads for the Little Rock area, for sure, we'll let you know.
A lot of lightning with these storms too, kind of like what was over Hogwartsville last night.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Gober, what's the red line for? That is a warm front. It's actually probably a little bit further north than what it's indicated, because if you look at the dew points, Hopkinsville's dew point is 70 degrees. Wow, that's high. Let's see here. My eyes are really getting to give out on me. I'm going to have to put my glasses on, I guess. If I can find them. Mark, what do you think about this? Just out of curiosity, what's your gut instinct telling you? You're muted.
Sorry, I had somebody else in here talking to me. It's going to be a wet night again, unfortunately, but I'm still waiting to see. You know, I'm not seeing this lit up with tornadoes like it was the other night.
True.
So it might not be quite as strong. But we still stand a pretty good chance for severe thunderstorms and the possibility of a tornado or two.
Yep.
Yeah. If I'm a little slow to respond, we have so much data going through that our computers are running a little slow in here as far as catching up with the radar scans on my radars. So,
oh my goodness, I tell you. Stephanie Roke says this week has been rough on all you guys and us too. And no, it sure has. You know, but we started out with that high risk of tornadoes and had everybody's anxiety at an upper level. And thankfully it didn't materialize that bad. There was still a bunch of stuff. But
yeah.
And unfortunately, people lost their lives over in Arkansas at that time. And even last night, it was just, we didn't think it was going to do anything. Everything didn't show anything. And next thing you know, wow, we got a terrible storm.
Yeah. And, you know, even though we're only under, we're under a slight risk right now. The moderate only comes up to the lakes, basically, or actually over to the Mississippi River. But you and I both know we've seen tornadoes happen in a slight risk more than we have a moderate risk, really.
Yeah, we have. Now, George, I hate getting old. I can't see to pick out the puzzle pieces without my glasses. I know, Anna, I know that. Damon Driver, I sure hope it doesn't hold up. We're all exhausted over here from all of this mess, aren't we, though? Patty Flaherty D'Alicio says, oh, no. And I'm glad some of you are watching over on the Facebook page in which we're simulcasting on. If you are over there and haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, I ask that you go to YouTube and look us up and hit subscribe. It helps us. We need the subscriptions. It does help us to keep our programs up to date. Our software is not cheap, especially this radar program we have, but it is a good program. Bridget Belts, hey guys, just getting on here. What time will the storms be in Slaughters, Kentucky, and will they be bad? They have the potential to be bad. As far as Slaughters, gotta refresh my mind.
About the same time as us. That's north of Madisonville.
Okay. Yeah, right up here.
Mm-hmm.
They barely are in the tornado watch, but they're close.
Yeah. And the timing on that, they're still calling for around 10 to 11 a.m. for it to be into this area. We'll have to see if it speeds up, slows down, or what it does.
Amy Garza is a scammer. I didn't see where Amy Garza did anything. Over on Facebook. I'll see if I can look that up.
Yeah. Amanda Barnes, when storms like this are threatening, it's always better if it's been kind of cloudy. But the sun's been out pretty bright in several areas today, so we'll have to wait and see what effect that has on these as they get closer in, since we're getting into the nighttime hours now. Lewisburg, Kentucky. We must have a lot of watchers in Lewisburg because I get that question quite a bit.
Well, here we go again. They do that flash flood warning, I guess, every few minutes.
Well, they do it often enough anyway. Okay, Logan County. Well, fortunately, Logan County, you are not in the tornado watch. Doesn't mean it won't be extended your way later on in the night. But I would say, as far as the timing, you'd probably be well after midnight.
New information. This flash flood warning has been updated.
I guess that's on the Facebook side of it.
Yeah, someone's already reported. I'm just going to see if I can catch it.
Hey, Mark. I got to step away for about 30 minutes. I got an errand I got to run.
Okay. Dave is trying to
Yeah, I'm trying to find
handle a couple of things.
Okay, I think I've got that person taken care of.
Okay. And they got another one for you too, if you're on there right now.
Yeah, okay, let me see here. I'll see if I can find that one. Okay, let's see here. Don't give up on us. We're having to take care of some people who are, and I don't know why people try to do that. I know George is right. Somebody's always trying to spoil it for everybody. I
Okay.
think someone else has gotten Jennifer. I don't see her on here now, but I did get Amy Garza. She is gone.
Okay. Earl Stewart says, can you let your viewers know that the Red Cross has opened an emergency shelter at 2808 South Virginia Street, Hopkinsville, Kentucky? They have food, cots, and fellowship available.
Very good.
Yeah. And are you saying St. John Methodist Church is, or are you asking if St. John Methodist Church is, Earl? Yes, Chelsea, and I did answer about Lewisburg. It's still discrete cells. I don't know that it's dying down. It may be starting to form more of a line, but we'll have to wait and see, Michael Willits. Zachary Decker, it could weaken a bit before it hits Logan County, but we have to wait and see. Remember, this is going to kind of lay across us a bit before it actually pushes on through. It'll be through here this evening a little bit. And remember, this front's still stationary. We'll have another round potential tomorrow. Oh, the Red Cross shelter is at St. John's Methodist Church. Is that what you're saying, Earl?
Well, let's see here. Maybe I found them now. Looks like somebody else got Jennifer before I did.
Yeah. Flood alert till 1 a.m. We will probably be under a flood alert till at least Sunday morning, if not Sunday afternoon. Chris Knight, David's not saying anything much right now. He's got his head down, focused on trying to catch up with a few things.
Yeah, I'm trying to get rid of some spammers over on the Facebook feed, and I think we've done that now. We're in good shape, seem to be. And I appreciate you guys for helping us over there. I don't understand why people try to do that, but thanks to you guys, we have taken care of it. And for those who are messaging me on Facebook, let's see here. Hold on just a second.
Yeah. Amy said she got Jennifer. Good job,
Okay.
Amy.
Yeah, I knew somebody got her because before I could get to it, she was gone. All right, so that's good. Now we're good, and I'm back. Oh my gosh, I have like 500 messages on my messenger on Facebook. I promise I'll get to them, but it may be a day or two before I can get there. Let's see here.
Yeah, Trish. I mean, they make us nervous. They make us, they grab our attention. They make us concerned. But really, we can't do anything to stop them. I don't care what the conspiracy theorist says. Nobody's controlling the weather right now. So we can't do anything to stop them. So we just have to be as prepared as we can, take shelter when they come through, deal with the aftermath of them, and let it go on, because that's weather, and that's what the planet is all about, is weather and things that go on with it. Okay. That tornado warning for Cape Girardeau is extended off to the northeast now, up to let's see where that is, around Jonesboro and Anna, Illinois.
Well, it's not too far off from the Mississippi River, but it's not going to get into Kentucky, I don't think.
No, that's going to go up north.
Yep.
We're waiting to see what happens with the rest of the line. Nobody would be happier than me if it just decided to settle down, maybe just be a few severe thunderstorm warnings, and move on through.
I'm ready for it to settle down and just say, Dave, you can go home and get you some rest that you haven't had.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, this lower end of the line it looks like it is weakening some, but that can be deceiving.
It can. We thought they were weakening out last night.
Boy, didn't we?
And they fired back up again.
It sure caught me napping, didn't it?
Well, it did me too. I was home trying to decide to go to sleep after watching them, and said, well, they've settled down. There's no more warnings on them. I'm going to get ready to go to bed. And next thing I know, right on top of us here in Hopkinsville, boom. We've seen that happen before, though.
Yes, we have. Cody Cox, I read where it could weaken before hitting Madisonville, Dawson Springs area. Any truth to that? Yes, there's truth. It could. Jay Roberts, hey, David Powell, it's Noah. How's everything looking for Tennessee? Noah, it's about the same as for us. I really think their threat's a little less than for us. I think we'll probably be worse than what they are.
Yeah. They seem to be focused up our way, and the trailing line, they've got the tornado watch on it, but they cut off several of the counties to the east of that. So I guess they're expected to kind of run out of steam.
Stacy Smith Lake, there you are, Stacy. Where you been, girl? We've been wondering where you had been. And she says, what time will the severe weather start here in Gracie? Our son will be traveling from Nashville to here. If he can get there before, I don't know, Mark. How long do you think it'll be before they actually get in here? It is.
Let's see.
Anyway?
It's 7:47.
7. Okay. I don't know. I'm kind of curious as to how fast that line's moving. Ashley Coon says, my phone said nothing's going to start till 2 a.m. I was really hoping for a good night's sleep. Boy, me too, Ashley.
Yeah, probably be at least 11 before it gets around to Katie's.
Probably so. Damon Driver says, last night around 12 in Hopkins County, it was some of the most intense lightning I've ever seen. Constant cloud to ground, and the windows were shaking every 30 seconds. Yeah, I experienced that too, Damon. Sure glad there wasn't a tornado in it, because boy, it had me worried for a little bit. I don't normally get worried in storms, but that right there was pretty intense. But we're going to get through it. So quit yawning. I'm sorry. I know it's going to be catching. Everybody out there now is probably yawning because I did.
Possibly.
September rain. How long will it be for Evansville, please? I'd say around 11 too. I mean, by 11, it ought to be well over the area, and we'll see. Certainly would be seeing some lightning. And nobody would be so much, I've done forgotten what it's like to get a good night's sleep. I sure was enjoying it. Okay, Noah says, I meant to say, how does it look for tonight in Tennessee, Mark?
What part of Tennessee is he in exactly? talking Nashville area or somewhere to the west?
Well, I don't know where I know he's from Hopkinsville, but I'm not sure where he's talking about. Susan Lauder says, I just yawned. Valerie Rickard.
Well, again,
Go ahead.
they have the tornado watch for our area until 10 p.m., but they shaved off a lot of Tennessee. Right now, the tornado watch, it's on Union City, but it's not on Paris. It's on Dyersburg, but it's not on Jackson. It's on Memphis, and then goes on down over into Mississippi and on down into Louisiana.
Okay. Noah got me corrected. He says, not Tennessee. I meant, how does it look for tonight in Hopkinsville? There we go. Andre Cook says, I need coffee. But unfortunately, my support staff hasn't bothered checking on me, so that's the way it is.
Dave, it's in the process.
Dan and Linda Oliver watching Evansville, Indiana. And then Tammy Tatum. What about Henderson? Henderson's going to be about the same as Hopkinsville. Ashley Babb, everyone stay safe. I took their advice. Let's see.
State.
And we'll leave later.
Cape Girardeau County.
Cape Girardeau. Okay.
September rain. Thank you, David. God bless you. Lewis Skirvin, $1.99, praying it misses Hopkinsville. Thank you again, Lewis. And he's super chatted $1.99, says he's praying it will miss Hopkinsville. I agree. Joyce Wallington, are we in any kind of tornado? Thank you for doing that, Mark. Anything today? I thought my phone said the tornado watch ended at 10 p.m. What's the truth? Well, let me just see. I'm going to go up here and see what time it expires. Until 10 p.m. You are correct. At 10 p.m., the tornado watch ends. However, that doesn't mean that they won't extend it. Let's hope they don't. Chris Knight, did the cameras ever come back up in Cape Girardeau? No, they're still out. It must have done a number on them. Robert Miller.
We do have trained spotters in that area coming in on Slack, confirming tornado on the ground on that one.
Okay. Let's say it'd be somewhere up in this area because of the cluster of lightning. I can go in here and see.
Should be around Dutchtown.
Yep, that's exactly where it is, right there. You can see it. It's right there. Ramses Pastrana says, here in Hoptown, we're running on caffeine. I think the only one sleeping is the dog. Oh, me. You can tell we're getting tired because
and that's only because we won't give him any.
That's right. Our overall energy is running down. I had to think for a minute what I was going to say. Boy, y'all got about ready to hang meat up here. Somebody needs to crank that air up in there a little bit. Bill Mealander, how long till Hopkinsville gets it? We are saying that somewhere around 10 to 11.
Okay, Dave, we turned it down to 55 for you.
That wasn't exactly what I meant. The opposite direction. I can see my breath up here. Well, let's see here. Just showing again what's Hoptown getting tonight. Jerry Haynes and Kaylee Renee Medlin. When will they hit our area? Dan Oliver, sounds like we need to be concerned around 11. And I think you're right, Dan. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a pretty good idea about when it's going to happen.
Yeah. Nebo, same time.
Yep, absolutely. Shannon Counter, Dave, you're a brat. What am I going to do with her? I'm going to have to go in there and just aggravate her or something. I love you anyway, Shannon, even though you don't like me. Tammy Tatum, I guess I need to come take care of y'all. Ah, my goodness. Hang on a minute.
Yeah. Dave is being delivered coffee as we speak, so we're good. So coffee in hand, and Dave's about to get some. So all is right with the world. Yep, and they've updated that warning up by Cape Girardeau, and now with the new extended warning that goes over, also showing it's on the ground. Let me pull that up and speak to that for a second. Tornado warning remains in effect until 8:30 p.m. for southwestern Union, northwestern Alexander, and north central Scott, and southeastern Cape Girardeau counties. At 7:52, a confirmed tornado was located near Gordonville, moving northeast at 45. Hazard is damaging tornado and ping pong ball size hail. Weather spotters confirmed tornado near Gordonville. Take shelter now. So if you're in the path of that storm that Dave's got shown on the screen right there, take shelter now. It is on the ground and it is coming your way. It's like we had the report near Dutchtown. Spotter confirms. That's going to head almost right into Cape Girardeau, which is not good.
Mobile spotter confirmed tornado on ground in downtown Gordonville, getting extreme.
Okay. Train spotter confirmed tornado on the ground in Gordonville, moving. That must be the southern part of Gordonville, I would think.
This is downtown
Let
Gordonville.
me see if I can see where downtown Gordonville is over here. Because right now it looks like the rotation is probably south of downtown Gordonville. Yeah, it was close enough to the downtown. It's probably getting ready to cross I-55 there right about now. Maybe heading to the north side or the north Evanrins of Cape Girardeau. So eyes and ears open if you're over that way. Again, that's out of our normal coverage area, but it's close enough, and we're watching this system come in. So we're keeping an eye on this one and updating everyone. It's in Missouri. It's just to the north west of Cape Girardeau. Anything around Pennyrile Forest? There is right now nothing going on around Pennyrile Forest. We've got no storms, no rain, no anything going on there right now. There might be still some flooding up in that area, but for now, there is no storms going on in that area.
I got to get back over this thing, see my face as I drink this nice coffee. Whew.
Yeah.
That my support staff brought to me. Of course, it stopped at your place first, but that's okay. I don't mind being second fiddle.
I'm on the way. I'm on the way. That's the only reason.
I know.
Both got coffee.
Yeah, she said we both got coffee. Well, that storm sure does look bad down there.
That's the one near Cape Girardeau, yeah.
Yeah.
And we do have reports from train spotters that it is on the ground.
I wonder how many tornadoes we've had.
Today, this week, this year.
Looks like we got a new tornado warning coming out there.
Yeah, that storm's going right across the north side of Cape Girardeau.
Stephanie's just enjoying my misery up here. Thank you, Stephanie. Caleb Eaton, how are things looking up? Where y'all are? Well, we're watching this tornadic storm. Here's Kentucky. There's the Mississippi River. And there are tornadoes in that storm up around Cape Girardeau, Jackson, and Jonesboro. We'll see. Nothing here. This right here is interesting. We'll watch that. But I don't see anything else immediately pending. So that tells me when this line gets here, it's going to give us a walloping. Is that a word,
Very well
walloping?
could. Yep. I'm
Is the
seeing
word.
an interesting formation over by Naylor, just to the west of Poplar Bluff. Bit of a hook out.
Oh my goodness.
But for right now, I'm not really seeing rotation in it. It's just winds. It's one of those storms like we had last night that's kind of forming up and is probably eventually going to bow out and give some wind gusts. Severe thunderstorm.
No, there's a little secondary line forming behind this.
I see that.
I sure don't like to see that. You know why?
I don't like to see it either because that means even longer before it gets in here
Or it does.
and actually does anything.
And then when it does, could be even stronger because that'll be a fresher line.
Yep.
Stephanie says she was laughing about how I said I was going to drink my coffee so they could see me. I love you guys. It's so much fun. Let's see. Chris Knight, can you pull up the cameras for downtown Hopkinsville? I don't know if I've got any for downtown Hopkinsville now that they used to have. They had one that I know what I can do. How about
The
elevator
camera,
cam?
yeah, that camera's still up.
Still up, but the doggone ad is
Yeah,
on there.
that.
Isn't that weird how they pop that up every now and then?
Yeah, I'm
Here.
looking at it through another website, and
There it is.
it doesn't do that. It's not doing that for me.
It's useless when they do that.
Yeah, because we're transmitting this through our system to YouTube, we don't have a way to go in there and
Kill that.
exit out of that or exit that off.
Ah, me. Darlene A., you need to put in for some time off. We all need a break. Boy, don't we, though?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not up to us when we get a break. It's up to nature and the Lord above. And he has deemed that we will not get a break until Sunday sometime. So Weir, Kentucky. Yes, you are also in the area, just like most of West Kentucky. We're in a tornado watch till 10 p.m. I don't know if it goes quite up to Weir, but it should be right up in that general vicinity. And again, we are looking for a chance for tornadoes, but definitely we'll probably see some stronger thunderstorms move through in the overnight hours. So hang with us. It'll be okay. And then we'll have one more round.
I don't know if I can go another round. I guess I can. Stephanie Rogue, the ultimate bosses are in charge, and she is right. And Chris Knight says Mother Nature is bipolar in Kentucky. Boy, you can say that again.
bipolar and offer meds.
I can't even tell whether my eyes are shot or my glasses are dirty.
Yeah.
We still got.
I'm going to slip sideways because my lovely wife brought me over a bowl with some fruit and stuff to keep my energy going. So I'm going to scarf it down real quick.
Yeah, my support person said she was going to bring me some fruit, but I haven't seen her. I don't think she's mad.
You just saw her. You brought your coffee.
I know, but she don't have but 2 hands.
Yeah. And my wife brought me the fruit a long time ago. So.
Trying to make me feel better. Is it good? That's all I want to know. Is it good?
Yes, it's very good. Strawberries and grapes.
Oh, man. Anna George says, hey, David, I was looking for my glasses and they are on the top of my head. You know, it sounds like me.
We've done that.
Well, and not only that, but I turned on the flashlight on my phone and because I was looking for where I left my iPhone. It was actually, yeah, just so you know, that was using the light on the phone. So I had it in my hand.
To look for your phone. Yep.
Never mind. Went over everybody's head. I guess they're all.
We're all getting tired, Dave.
Chris Gover said, y'all argue like brothers. Love it. Mike share with David.
I could throw him to him from here.
Jimmy
throw him at him
McFadden.
from
Good
here.
evening, Dave and Mark. And Selena turns, I have meds if she needs them. Devin Simmons.
Mother Nature, that is.
Yeah. Can Hopkinsville rest up tonight? I just got here, so I didn't hear anything. I have kiddos. Well, you can rest for a while, but this line of storms, let me get over here where you can see it a little better. This line of storms still got to come through us, and it's pretty gnarly. Darlene says, I think we've all looked for our phones that way. Linda Walls, what time are things happening tomorrow for Hopkins and Christian? That's a good question. I'd like to know that myself.
Yeah, I believe they said tomorrow it's afternoon and evening again, but let me double check.
Chris Gober, hey, what's the difference between a Zippo and a Hippo? I don't know. What is it? Wait a minute.
Hippos are a large water and land mammal, and Zippos are a little lighter.
Oh. Did he give that answer? Because I didn't see it.
Yeah. Possible, yeah.
This flash
One final round of scattered severe thunderstorms is possible Saturday afternoon into Saturday night. So again, in the afternoon and evening tomorrow, we'll get through this one last round, and then we'll not be heard of for a month. No.
Cosmo the Creature, we're in Hopkinsville. Chris Gober says Mark got it right. I don't know how he gets all that. He knows all those jokes too. Kevin McGee, how can my son bypass Hopkinsville flooding? He's coming home from Georgia on I-24 to Muhlenberg County. Well, the only place he's got a problem would be there at I-24 at, Pennyroyal Parkway.
Well, if he's coming up the Pennyroyal Parkway, there's several areas in the low spots through there where it's been flooded.
But it's closed between the 5 and 11 mile marker. So you would have to get off and then get back on, and then he'll be good to go. Or, I don't know how he would come up. There's ways he'd come up, but I'm not sure any of those roads are completely clear, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, this is such a regional thing all through Western Kentucky that any given road you want to come up, you may encounter flooding.
Yeah, you probably need to call the local police or dispatch center when they get
Yeah.
up here and figure out the best way to go.
Or what is that? Kentucky.gov or Kentucky 511?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That should be able to tell you the road conditions in a lot of places. And if they know that that road is closed, they should show it.
Cosmo, that's quite all right. He says, sorry, but I couldn't take over my YouTube, and that's why my weird name, Cosmo the Creature. Let's see. Rachel Baskersville, has this moved any? LOL. Sure isn't where you could tell it.
It is slowly moving our direction.
It is slowly so. Uh-oh. I can hear footsteps from my fruit plate coming. I hear it. Oh my goodness. Ooh wee, thank you. Oh, it's my fork. Oh, you stabbed me with my fork.
I meant to.
Yeah, boy. Looky here what I got. I got strawberry, I got chocolate chip cookie, and I got grapes and strawberries.
All that good stuff.
Yeah.
Keep your energy going.
Let's see here.
One says, I'm just worried about getting to work tomorrow. My boss says we'll be in trouble if we don't come, but the majority of the roads around me were closed today. Well, I can't say anything about what your boss might say. I do believe we are under a state of emergency, aren't we, Dave?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're under a state of emergency and you don't go into work, I'm not sure how all that works.
Hey, Eric, go ahead and ban him. There's no excuse for that. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. You know, we've had so many people trying to spam us and trying to get us to say bad things. So we've got several of you. It came from you guys out there who are close friends, of which Eric Brake is one of them. They watch out for that, and they will ban you if you act up. It's kind of like our policeman on the chat stream.
Yep.
David P., who does everyone listen to, but no one believes. And she says, the weatherman.
Pretty much.
Oh, okay. I got it. I got it now. I got it. Yeah, I got you. That makes sense. Matthew says, yeah, I was warning y'all the other night when they were trying to get y'all to say dumb names. Yeah, and I didn't catch on to it. I said some, and I just never even, I guess I was so involved in what we were doing. I was trying to be nice, and they were trying to make me look bad. It's a good thing that they got banned before I could go out and find them. Because they're cowardly, so they won't ever do it to your face. And I'm not the kind of guy that's, yeah, I'll forgive, but I might have to convince myself to do it.
Yeah. That's another reason why a lot of times I'll see these usernames and I'll rarely say the whole name. I'll call them by one first name or something like that, because in case my brain's not working correctly, I'm not going to be taken in by something like that.
And Davida P says, why did the thermometer go to college, Mark? You know, yeah, don't read. You know what the answer is.
Yeah, he wanted to get more degrees.
He's always got to start something. Kayla Renee Medlin, y'all are the only weather channel I watch. Thank you, Kayla. That's very nice of you. Jenny Roberts, it's Noah. Why couldn't the toilet paper cross the road? I don't know, Noah. Why? I'm waiting.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, Noah, we're waiting. What is the answer?
It was wiped. I was going to say it was afraid it would get wiped out.
Ruth Cornelius, very good. Anime Gamer 150 Weeb says it's flooded really bad in Dawson by Dairy Queen and Dollar General and Hayes Furniture. Oh no, wait a minute. The answer was because it was. Oh my goodness. The answer is. Oh, the answer was because it's stuck in a crack.
And somebody else says because it was on a roll.
And George says, sorry, I don't know any clean jokes. You can tell we're all sleepy and we're bored because we're waiting on this stupid line to get through here. Kathleen Dexter, I know one thing. You definitely called this past winter when you said that it was spring storms going to be bad. Just shows how good y'all are. Thank you so much, Kathleen. I've known Kathleen a long time.
Yeah.
Thank you. Shona Sherman, Carolyn. Somebody say something to him. Carolyn. Anyway, y'all doing still up. Good grief, it's
only 8:16, Dave.
Oh, well, it seemed like it ought to be midnight. I guess I'll have another bite of my chocolate chip cookie.
Mark, they're reporting P to
Go with my grape.
size hail in Whitewater.
In Whitewater.
It says this is from Cape Girardeau.
Okay. P to dime-sized hail in Whitewater, which is up near Cape Girardeau as well.
Yeah, this line is moving a little closer now. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings now out this way. A little closer, and we'll get into Kentucky. Noah said, why didn't they play cards on the ark? I don't know. And then Bruce Powell says, what time will the line move across us in Kentucky, Christian County?
All I can say is it'll probably be after 11 o'clock.
Our friend Dave says it's 9:16 in West Virginia.
Yep. They're in the Eastern time zone. We're in Central time zone, so they're an hour ahead of us.
The answer is because Noah was always standing on the deck. That's why they don't play cards on the ark.
Mm-hmm. Cute.
Thought you'd want to know that. Shelley Workman still up with y'all. Thank you, Shelley. Stephanie Rope says, buy a hair. Me. Frozen cotton candy grapes are my fave. I don't think I've ever had cotton candy grapes. Do they taste like cotton candy?
Or grapes.
The one thing that's concerning me about all this is all kidding aside. And Robert Stites on here said that David Mark to me the air has the same feel as it did on April 2nd, 2006. Your thoughts? We talked about that a little earlier. It does not feel good outside.
No, it's warm, it's humid, it's got all those elements that come together when you know there's a storm brewing, and that's despite the storms we had earlier in the day. So,
let's see here. Rachel Baskerville said you have to try them. They taste like candy. Huh. Jason Bandy, why did the storm chaser break up with the meteorologist? Because every time they got close, she said it was just a low pressure situation. Where do you find those cotton candy grapes at? They're talking about how good they are. Ferris Baker says they are habit forming. Judy Walton Newton over on the Facebook feed says, how much longer till the storm reaches Hopkinsville?
Again, it'll be sometime after 11 p.m., I think. We could see a storm form up. I mean, there's a little cell down in Tennessee in Weakley County that could develop into something, but we're waiting to watch it. There's a few little storm cells around here and there, well out ahead of everything. And again, we always get a little nervous and concerned when we see the individual storms out by themselves. But right now, it looks like the line itself probably won't be in here till after 11.
Mickey Russell says food giant. Chris Knight says he's seen them at Walmart. Max Goose, I wish I had the answer to that. He says, Fredonia going to be hit by the super gnarly stuff later, or are we just going to get rain and storms? I wish I could answer that.
Mm-hmm. You've got a little while before it gets anywhere to White Plains. Again, ETA be after 11 p.m.
Todd Joyner, when can we possibly talk about me storm chasing for you guys? Very interested. Todd, you could come by and talk to us. Probably tonight's not a good time, but maybe sometime tomorrow afternoon. Swing by.
Before all the severe storms start in again.
Yep. Shauna Sherman, what is an IG? Nig, what is an IG? Is that a...
I don't know what he's...
I don't know what you're talking about on the IG there. Mary is up to going to get a bad storm. A snow house without the loot. That's what it is. Oh, great. Another night of no sleep. The storm was loud last night, kept waking me up. And now you got the Dave and Mark show, and it's trying to put you to sleep, and you can't go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Rachel Ray, is Hopkinsville in the clear of any storms tonight? No, I'm sorry, Rachel. But I do like your cooking. Nancy McElroy says, thank you. What happens when Frog's car breaks down? It gets towed. We got to stop this.
At least they didn't say it croaks.
Oh, man. Todd Joyner, I could come back tomorrow. Is there anything I should bring with me? No, just bring yourself. And we will talk to you. And, we don't technically have storm chasers. We have storm interceptors. And so there's ways to, we'll have to talk to you about it.
Yep.
See, Chris Knight, where's your storm center located? We're at 100 Margaret Place in Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Let's see, Tracy Rain. Hey, David, Mark, dinner and dishes are done. What's the favorite cheese of Medusa? I don't know.
Unfortunately not just thunderstorms in our area tonight. We do have the potential for severe thunderstorms. We also still have the potential for tornadoes. Some could be strong.
Yeah. This is, I know we're kidding around and joking right now, but that's because we know that this line is going to have to come over us pretty soon. not that far from Kentucky. It's inching ever closer
Mhm.
to us.
Oh, you knew about it?
It is
Okay.
severe all along this
That's where
line.
they think it's all going to really
Here's Kentucky.
break out,
Here's the
Okay.
line.
I think.
They're entirely possible. They've got severe thunderstorm warnings to their west,
Yeah.
but they've got a tornado on the ground way down to their south there. So that area could be working its way up the line.
Anime Gamer says, all jokes aside, do you think the tornado watch will extend past 10 o'clock? That's a good question. As the
It
weather
could.
service-
I
as the
mean,
weather
we
service-
still.
Go ahead.
I don't know. Let me double check. Has the weather
Bruce
service
Powell,
said
Channel 2
anything about
News does
dating
not
the
issue tornado watches. The National Weather Service has a tornado watch out for Christian County until 10 p.m. And it's the fact that the line will be passing through a little after 11. Well, it makes me wonder if
We'll have to wait and see. Yeah.
you have to wonder if maybe that line's going to come through a little earlier than that. Because they're pretty
Yeah,
good at
it
filling that
is.
stuff out.
Yeah. It's 8:25 right now, so that 10 o'clock time frame is, an hour and a half away. So we'll have to see what happens. They always seem to do this. They get all in a line, and we're all sitting here waiting, and everything seems to slow down.
Yeah. Well, what I'm seeing though is down on the lower end there, they're starting to strengthen a little bit. That's not really good.
Yeah. There was a tornado reported on the ground up by Cape Girardeau. But right now they had a report on the ground way down at Hope, Arkansas. I think that's, in southwest Arkansas, just coming to the east of Texarkana. And I can look at the particulars on that, and it says that the tornado warning remains in effect until 8:45 p.m. for southeastern Hempstead and west central Nevada counties. At 8:23, a confirmed tornado was located near Hope, moving northeast at 35. A damaging tornado and $50 size hail. Weather spotters confirmed tornado. So again, and they just put another warning on that one.
This is it.
And that's down. Yeah, that's down to the south of Arkadelphia.
Weather ops.
Really do not like what I'm seeing on this lower end. They all seem to be strengthening.
Yeah.
This could be the start.
Which means there's another. Yeah, that means another impulse of energy has worked its way in, coming around the upper trough that's causing all this.
Which may be the push we've been waiting for.
Right. And basically what it's going to serve to do is push the line back across us or on top of us a little bit. We're continue probably to get rain and thunderstorms. And then tomorrow afternoon, it's going to re-energize again and push across us again. And when it pushes across that time, it will be the final push. It'll push on off to our southeast, and we'll be done with it.
There's a broad area of circulation happening in the storm just southwest of Cape Girardeau.
Okay.
It may go toward that.
Good. That's in the same area where they just had that tornado warning. So there's still energy up there for it to use.
Yeah, these storms are all pretty strong. They've actually gotten a little stronger.
Marquis-sized hail's been reported.
Chris Knight says you're over by the Christian County Road
Okay.
Department. No, that's on the other side of town. We're on the west side of Hopkinsville on the old city street department. Where that was. Tracy Runyon says that storm system can send me some of that energy. I have not had much the whole day. Need my solar batteries charged up. Boy, I know how that is. And Meta says, oops, oops, oops. Oh, she did some emojis. Annalie Faith, is Muhlenberg all right? Well, it's all right, but that still doesn't mean they're not going to get some storms here a little later. So, nothing is. I'm going to look at a radar up here a little closer, make sure I haven't missed anything, and I'm not. Now, let's watch this one back here in McKenzie, Mark. Take a look at that. Tennessee.
Yeah, I see that one. Look at it from a little bit of a different angle.
Mallory Rickard, how long do you think we'll have a break from the bad weather after tomorrow? Is there any way to predict further than next week? I can, but I haven't had a chance to look at it. But I can tell you that we are looking at several days of calm weather after tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. But if you stop and think about it, a couple of weeks ago, if y'all saw this coming at you, you'd been scared. You'd been saying, oh, my anxiety's through the roof, but it's not like that now.
It's more like, it's called storm exhaustion.
I guess so.
Where you've had so many come through and so many come through, it's just like, whatever.
Just don't ever say, hit me with your best shot. I've learned a long time you don't do that.
No, you don't. It worked for Pat Benatar, but I don't think it would work for us.
Seth Whitaker, you're the man, David. Don't care what anyone says. Thanks for all you do for Christian, Todd, and Logan counties and everywhere else. Thank you so much, Seth. It's very nice of you.
Yeah.
Terry Nicole Vault.
Hopkins
News
County.
14 said it would move into Hopkins County about midnight. Well, you know what? News 14, never mind.
Well, we've been saying after 11 p.m. all day. So.
And that may be true, but it just depends on what part of. Oh, okay, she says Hopkins County. Well, it could be.
Yeah, we should have the 00Z run of stuff in, but we don't yet. Till 18. And look at
Terry Nicole Vault. They may be correct on that if you look at the timing, but then that's pretty well the timing we were talking about too. Send Hawkins area around 11, but it's going to be pretty much the same. I mean, yeah. So Central City, Greenville, that would be a little bit after hours. So yeah, maybe so.
Yeah, the latest HRRR doesn't have it coming in till the wee hours.
Well, I hope Channel 14 is correct, to be honest with you.
I hope so too. I wish it would come in a little faster.
Watch this storm down here in McKenzie, Tennessee. Wanting to build up a little bit. We'll watch that and see what happens.
Actually, the NAM shows a couple of areas by 11 p.m. Let's see. That one shows rolling through around 3 a.m. to 4 a.m., having a little break, and then the next line forms up, crosses the Mississippi around 7 a.m., into here by 10. And then that one kind of breaks up. And then more start coming in by 4 p.m. and 11 and 12. And the actual backside of that doesn't get out of here till almost 7 a.m. Sunday morning.
Terry Nicole Vaughn says, I'm over this mess. My nerves are shot. I can't handle too many more tornado watches or severe storms. Boy, I'm right there with you, Terry. It has been a little rough. But, this was an unusually long stretch of severe weather. I had no idea we'd be going through this for so many days. Chris Knight, yeah, thank you, David, Mark, for all y'all do for Hopkinsville area. If it wasn't for y'all, a lot of us would be lost. Well, I don't know. I'm probably my own worst critic. Sometimes I don't think I do enough. The thing that drives me is my desire to help the community and make sure that people are not scared. It is hard sometimes. And Meadows says this tornado watch is so bad. Jackie Logan, totally agree with Chris Knight. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. Gary Morgan, is it going to hit Crofton? Well, you can see it is a straight line, and it's going to come across us at some point. So I would say, yes, it will hit Crofton too. Just don't know how long. Katie Abrams, today I traveled from Hopkinsville to Bowling Green and then to Owensboro and back to Hopkinsville, and every single place has been impacted by the rain. I know. That's a lot of traveling, though. Stephanie Rowe,
a whole
you're an
lot of
amazing
traffic.
team. Thank you so much, Stephanie. You've been a good friend. Jenny Roberts, it's Noah, says 7,480 subs. Wow, good job, David Powell and the team. Still Noah, by the way. I knew it was. I knew Jenny wouldn't be on here. She's too chicken. Eric, are you still on? Oh, there he is. Tell him that Ramatullah, whatever his name is.
I am. You can tell David I am.
He's got it.
Okay, great. Shelby Jones, you do plenty, David. Yeah, I don't know. What is that gray shading that moves outward from Benton area signify on the map? Most of that is just what's called anomalous propagation. It's false echoes, a ground clutter from the radar. Could be moisture in the atmosphere too, some of that.
Yeah. Sometimes it means that the atmosphere is getting more stable. I don't think that's the indicator this time. I think it is just the low-level moisture being concentrated a little bit.
Kim, Chris, Popowich Larkins, you do more than enough. Thanks for all you do. Thank you, Kim. Andrea Cook, I don't get scared till it gets on my back door. And then Jenny Roberts, yay, LOL. Oh, you're a good guy. I wish you'd come on by and spend some time with us. Stephanie Roque, we are hardest on ourselves. Just know you help many of us daily. I don't know. I wish I could.
We do the best we can.
Yep.
That's all we can do.
Ashley, is the rain spread out enough over the next couple of days to not make that already flooded areas rise a whole lot more? Well, I would say a positive in all this is the fact that it has been dry for several hours. So, yeah, I mean, it's bad.
When this finally gets in here tonight, we will cycle through several rounds of it. They seem to be kind of getting here and then hitting and then maybe kind of weakening out. And then the next one, the next little wave on the front causes another one and it comes in, and then another one and it comes in. So we're going to see several rounds through the next 24 hours with this coming through, and each one can produce some heavy rain.
Matthew says, you helped me a lot with my stress-induced seizures, so thank you. Matthew, that means so much. That really does. That means a lot. Michael Henderson, David, are the white lines indicating direction? And that's true. Hopkinsville looks good then, can only hope. Well, the thing you have to remember, the overall line is moving towards us, but the individual cells are moving northeast. That's how you interpret that. Noah, the next meeting would be Tuesday evening at 5:30. And you're welcome to come on back. We'll show you the storm room. And Meadows, okay, this storm is so bad it's raining too. I don't know what to do, but I don't know what this is. I'm not sure I follow you, Ann. stuff that starts small and gets bigger over Hopkinsville, Madisonville. You're talking about the gray area. That's what I was talking about. Ground clutter, or it's radar picking up the moisture content in the air. And to answer y'all's question about the white lines with the blue dots on them, those are storm tracks, and the blue dots are 15 minutes in time. So if say for instance, this storm is moving in this direction, it starts right here in 15 minutes, it'll be at that blue dot. In 30 minutes, it'll be at this one. 45 minutes there, and an hour there, an hour and 15 right here. I believe that's the timing of those blue squares.
Mm-hmm. Every 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Paul and Kayla Rudd, how far out from Western Kentucky? Well, it's getting ready to enter Western Kentucky here in just the next. I see an outflow boundary right now, Mark. Right here.
Yeah.
See that?
So probably, yeah.
That would be.
So we will
maybe
probably
a focal
start
point.
seeing those storms start to maybe pick up there and be moving into the Western Kentucky probably within the next 45 minutes.
Yep, I would say so.
Lewis, I have seen 4-day storms like this before. I've seen them longer. I remember in the spring or the late winter of '88, the month of February, we got like 12 to 14 inches of rain for the month, and part of that was snow. And it caused flooding like this too. And back in the 90s, 96, 97, I think we had a time of rain like this where we had widespread flooding.
Okay, Noah, glad to hear that. Hope you do. Looking forward to it. Deborah Adkins, is this storm coming in at 11 going to hit quick with lots of lightning? And I'm really scared and in a closet. Well, no need to be in the closet yet. But it'd probably hit hard and fast and lots of lightning.
Mm-hmm. And we may get several rounds through the evening, through the overnight hours.
Yep.
So be ready. It may be another noisy, loud night.
I'm kind of like, excuse me. I'm kind of like, somebody on there. I forgot who it was.
Yeah, Damon, 2011 was just a terrible year. We had the super outbreak with all the tornadoes through Alabama and Mississippi. And then just a short time later, we had the one that was kind of by itself at Joplin. And, that was just a time for the EF5 tornadoes to roar because we had several of them through then.
Alan, Michael, you guys are great. Thank you for your great coverage and appreciate everything you do to help keep us all safe in Western Kentucky. Kudos to you and your crew. And our crew, where are our crew? They're around here somewhere, aren't they?
They're hanging around.
Okay.
I don't think any of them are asleep yet.
Yeah, our interceptors are here somewhere in the building area, and they are exchanging war stories and visiting and enjoying the camaraderie. But when the time comes, they'll be ready to go. And so I feel sure we will see them out and amongst the storms. Janice Schiller, going for some sleep. Thank you for keeping your eyes on the sky. I sure wish I could go too, Janice. KT, I want a good night's sleep, but I feel terrible complaining to you guys with all the late nights. And it's okay. Laura Boyd, what time should we expect a storm in Hoptown? I'm still saying around 11 o'clock. Maybe as late as 12. David Napier says, Shauna Sherman, it would be about the same as last night. Woke me up. It was so loud. And yeah, it could be like that. Debbie Napier says prayers for all. Tracy Runyon, back in January of 2002, the KC Metro and the surrounding area had freezing rain for nearly 3 days. Had the nerve to start on my birthday, mass power outages all over the area.
We've seen something similar this way, haven't we?
Yeah. Dustin Dunning says, always want to do what you guys do, but never had the drive to do it. Well, sometimes I'm not sure I did the right thing. Too late to go back now.
All I can say, David, is I remember one line. We were made for such a time as this.
Yes, I suppose. Everybody has a destiny, and I guess this is ours. I actually did think about going out on one last storm intercept. I just haven't done it yet. Chris Knight, I plan on staying up with you guys until this is over with. Thank you, Chris. It's very nice of you. We won't hold you to it. I know it's hard to stay awake. And Heather Page says, do these seem to be going more north than east tonight? Well, they are. They're going north, but the overall line is moving east. And I'll show you how you can tell. I'll go back. Start. Yeah, see right here, there's nothing there. But look at how this line moves eastward. See that? And there it is over. So it is moving east. It just doesn't look like it is. This is what's called an outflow boundary. This little line of white clouds, that's actually probably not clouds, but it is cooler air coming off these storms. And sometimes that can represent a dying storm, but also could cause other storms to fire up ahead of them. So there's signs that this is getting ready to move. All the signs are there that it's getting ready to do something. So hang on. It's not going to be much longer, I can tell you. There it is. There's the outflow boundary. And you see where it's coming. It's coming kind of fast, actually. So it looks like they're not moving. They actually are. Oh, David, was you a weather spotter? Yes, I was. For many, many years. And then it got to where, anyway.
You were going somewhere with that.
I was, but I do like bacon.
I like bacon too.
Deborah Atkins, I'm terrified of tornadoes. I used to be. Now I don't like them. Since it took some of my friends. Tim Samaras was a good friend. He was fairly well known. He was on the TV show Storm Chasers, and he was also, we met him several years ago at some of the weather conferences we had in Kentucky. He became a friend. He even put down that he was a member of our team. And he was doing research for National Geographic at the time on lightning. And he had asked us if we wanted to come out and ride along with him. Of course, I thought it was a great opportunity, and so did some of the rest of us. But then El Reno happened. El Reno, Oklahoma. A date that it was in 2013 when one of the largest tornadoes ever recorded on Earth occurred. Wind speeds were 4 miles an hour shy of the world's record wind speed at 304 miles an hour. And killed him and his entire team. So, yeah, it was...
You know, his lightning research was absolutely fascinating.
It was. It was.
He had found a way. If you remember back in the Cold War days when they did above ground nuclear tests, the Department of Defense had developed this camera set, and it used like 35 high-speed cameras with film, and it would film the nuclear explosions because those cameras in sequence, they could put it all together and get a really nice slow motion shot of the nuclear explosion as it formed, expanded, and did everything else. Well, he managed to get a hold of one of those camera sets. He replaced all the film cameras with digital cameras, and he used them as a setup to discover exactly how lightning works. And he had a whole presentation on it. It was absolutely fascinating. The man was brilliant, and it was a great loss when we lost him. But that lightning research was really eye-opening as to see how lightning exactly works. It doesn't always work the way we think it does.
You know, the thing of it was that up until that point, we thought ourselves as great swashbuckling pirates going up against these storms and everything, and had no fear and everything. And then after that happened, it got real for us, and we no longer had that kind of a carefree feeling towards these storms. It
Nope.
became serious, and I actually hate tornadoes because of what they took from me. And yeah, I still hurt every anniversary for Tim Samaras and his team. They were all killed. It was just terrible. And I remember
KT, word of mouth is great. Tell people about us. Share our feed and tell people to share us. Say, take a look and subscribe and join us. And all that helps a lot.
Thank you, Stephanie. Yeah, Damon Driver, he's right. El Reno tornado caught many experienced chasers off guard. It was also where Mike Bettis from Weather Channel, they got caught up. Their vehicles blown around, and he swore he'd never go back out. I remember Chris Novi, who was a well-known chaser at the time. He was caught up into it, and they called it the tornado that it was a chaser killer because it did things that normal tornadoes didn't do.
Yep. Every chaser that was on that storm went from trying to see what the storm was doing and get close to it to running for their lives.
Some of them didn't make it.
And they didn't even realize it because the main tornado was like a mile wide and it was on the ground. And suddenly the entire wall cloud that was rotating suddenly dropped to the ground. And you had this big, area of circulation with all the smaller tornadoes inside of it spinning around. And it was absolutely frightening, and you couldn't see when you were inside of it. And people were just absolutely running for their lives then. And that caused a lot of chasers to really take a step back and reevaluate what they were doing.
Yeah. And then 1 week later, I had a tornado come for me and in Logan County. And I've got a picture on my Facebook page of the tornado approached me. Luckily for me, at the last minute it turned, but it's just the part where they say you see your life flash before your eyes when you get ready to meet death, and it's true, it does. Luckily, I didn't meet death. Darlene A. say, what is a wall cloud? That's a good question, Mark. Tell her what a wall cloud is.
Wall cloud is an area in the part of the thunderstorm. It's a lowering from the other clouds around it. It's in the where the updraft is. They call it the rain-free base. It's behind where all the heavy rain is. It's where the air is going up into the storm. And as that rotation that happens with it increases, that wall cloud will kind of drop down from the rest of the cloud around it. And that's why they call it a wall cloud, because it looks like it's like a circular wall. More or less circular. I mean, they're not always round, but and then from that region is where the circulation tightens up and you get tornadoes form.
Yep. Well, I can tell I need some sleep.
Yeah.
Jesse Reese says, is there a tornado on the ground in Prescott, Arkansas?
If that's where I'm thinking about, there could be something. Let's see, Prescott. They are tornado warned, but it is radar indicated there, so I don't know if it's on the ground. I don't know that it's on the ground. There's a couple of tornado warnings there, and there's one coming up behind them out of Texas.
You look at
Tyler,
that,
Texas, just south of them.
a big cluster of storms moving to the northeast.
Yep.
I hope that's not going to be part of us as we get this other line gets here and continues our thing for several hours.
Yeah. Loop shows orange hitting Dawson around 2:30. Yeah, I know what they're looking at. They're looking at one of the models. I saw that. It does show that. It'll be after 11 p.m. is what we've been saying early on. After midnight for our area here. It'll be into the western part of Kentucky before then. But again, we're going to watch and see what happens with it. It may weaken a little bit, but it's just the first line of the final push. We're going to see 2 or 3 regions and lines of storms move through the area in the next 24 hours.
If anyone wants to learn about weather and you want to join our team, we sure would teach you. We do have some very experienced people on our intercept teams, and they are the best.
As well as the best training that National Weather Service can provide as far as how to recognize what you're looking at.
We train several times a month.
Yeah. The long red line is a warm front. That's where the warmer, moister air is still pushing up towards us, even though we've already got quite a bit of warm, moist air in. It's not unusual for some of these, especially when the front's kind of wavering around, to have several warm fronts with it.
Our dew point's still pretty high, 66 in Hopkinsville. And, again,
and what's the air temperature there?
77. Pretty hot for this time of night.
Yep.
And I still think this deal back here at Paris is going to do something. If you notice that it has not weakened. In fact, it now has a storm track, which means it's probably picking up some lightning.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can get... moving northeast at 38 miles an hour, might as well say 40. VIL's 20, so it's not overly strong.
Yeah. Look at the discrete cells that are starting to form up just south of I-40 around Lexington, Tennessee, coming up our way.
So this is another sign that something is getting ready to happen. They're starting to come together. This outflow boundary is about to move into Kentucky, and I've put it in motion. You can see it. See that line?
Yeah.
That's the outflow boundary.
Now that's an indication for us that the storm that came off of is probably starting to weaken.
Yep.
But look at the storms behind it firing up, and it's putting that out, so it'll probably start to kick off more storms out ahead of it.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if this doesn't strengthen even more. So it's going to be a little rough when they get in here, I believe. Damon Driver, reason to believe that this front line will likely be the most intense out of the final lines. Do you see the SPC issuing us in the enhanced zone? Well, I don't know.
We're in the enhanced zone today.
That's true. We are.
Tomorrow, the enhanced zone comes right up to the Kentucky-Tennessee border west of the lakes, but we'll have to wait and see what happens when they issue the new one tomorrow. It may extend on up our direction. They do have a habit of doing things like that.
Kayla Medlin, the wind is picking up here in Hopkinsville. Trace Engel, is this the last night of severe weather? I wish we got one more evening.
Yeah. Hopefully it won't be too late tomorrow night when the final line pushes through, but we'll see.
Barbara Belcher, will it hit around 164% Tuggle Road? Thanks for what you do for us. Otherwise, we would be getting our information from Paducah and Nashville again. Thanks. And we appreciate it, Barbara. We're going to try to help you and keep everybody informed. Evan Miller, what about 42234?
If you're anywhere in West Kentucky, this is coming.
Yes. Eric says, Andrew Cook, sometimes radar operators can see flocks of birds if they are large enough. The white and gray means a very faint radar return. That's correct. Eric's pretty smart, isn't he, Mark?
He is. He's a good guy.
Yeah. We picked Eric up. He was one of you guys out there, and he was so good, we decided to make him moderator, and he can now ban people and watch out for us. I'm really proud to have him on our team.
I was just going to say I was just going to say we found him on our doorstep, but that's beside.
Seriously, we're glad to have Eric on board with us.
Yep.
Nita R. on 4/2 of 2006, my niece and her mom were driving home from church in Hopkinsville. A tornado lifted their car, and after a wild ride, the car was set down in a field. Thankfully, they survived. I remember that. I do. I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, that was right as the spotter group here was forming.
That was the one that went just north of Hopkinsville and was a dual tornado for a while before it went all over into Todd County. The famous tornado is an EF3 that we have a picture of, that rare picture that was taken from the top of Jenny Stewart Medical Center that only took a picture every 3 minutes, and it happened to catch the tornado and
Just
have a
as the
lightning
yeah.
flash behind it. Yeah.
It
So,
was a one
so
one
many
in a
things
million
coming
pictures.
together.
Yeah. Trace Engel, thanks for what you guys do to keep us calm. Caleb Eaton, y'all almost need a Discord or something like that, to be honest with you. I'm not sure I know what he means by that. Caleb Medlin, I remember the tornadoes from 2006. Gen 3 Outdoors, how's everything looking for Crofton and Kelly tonight? It's about the same as it was. But I'm telling you right now, that storm, it's about to move up into Kentucky from around Paris, I believe will end up being a pretty good storm.
Yeah, Chris, that's that particular storm scared everyone so bad that they were very concerned. And that's when the county government and the powers that be decided to make Dave weather coordinator for Christian County and put together a spotter team to let people know when the weather was really going to be bad. And that's how the Christian County weather spotters were born.
Yep. It was a wild time back then because everybody was scared every time a black cloud came up. We had a reporter riding along with us, and you remember that? It was, what was it?
I don't remember his name, but I remember that. Poor guy, when he got back, he couldn't even sit down.
Yeah, he was so
He was so hyped up and excited. He did his whole article standing up and was just.
And you know what? Every time after that, for a couple of years, he'd say, anytime a cloud would come up, Dave, it's going to be a storm. Can I come right along? His name was David. He went to work up in Paducah. I think he's still up there.
Yeah.
I do hear from him every now and then.
Yeah. I remember that song quite well, Riders in the Storm.
And yeah, it went crazy. You know, I had a lot of people, they called our group Crazy Yellow Lighters. Remember that?
Yeah. Well, that's because while everybody else was trying to run, we'd be the ones going toward it saying, okay, what's it going to do?
There were some serious times, serious times.
Yeah. Songs, I've come up with parody lyrics for storm chasers and spotters to Ghost Riders in the Sky. And no, I'm not going to sing it for you right now. I don't have the voice for it at the moment.
Yeah, I don't want my computer screen to crack anyway.
No, you don't. If I could ever find someone good professionally to sing it, I'd have it recorded. But
well, that one line now around Dexter, Missouri is moving east pretty fast. We're going to get some action here pretty soon. And watch that storm down there just south of Murray, because it's coming. And that would be this one right here.
It's kind of squirreling around quite a bit. It looks like it's picking up a little intensity too.
It is, yes sir, it is picking up some lightning. Got a storm track on it. It's going to get into. I bet you it'll go severe before it gets into Trigg County.
It very well could. I mean, it's not being real cohesive yet, but now it's starting to. So, see what the winds are doing in it here.
Leading edge of this little cluster down here. Yeah, this thing here is getting ready to do something. And this is a lot of times what it's like to be in the spotter group. You go through hours and hours of waiting. Or then all of a sudden it's intense adrenaline rush for a while, and then a lot of times afterwards we have to kind of wind down because you can get PTSD. I remember in 2011 it was so bad, we had tornadoes dropping all around us. We were running more than we were watching them. And,
Yeah. For weeks at a time.
Oh, I know. I was out
For several weeks at a time.
Some of them were out for a while, but they could take a rest. I never took a rest. So I was out for 2 weeks straight on those storms, and everything was kind of like this extreme, one extreme to another, and it gave me PTSD. And I didn't know what was wrong with me. There was something wrong with me. I knew it, but I couldn't tell what it was. And finally, we had military meteorologists riding along with us, and one of them was the guy. He was a captain, and he went on to become the main commander of all the weather in the U.S. Army. But at the time, he recognized what was wrong with me. He grabbed me up, took me to Clarksville, bought my lunch and everything, and we talked and talked. And he said, "How do you feel?" I said, "I feel better." He said, "Well, because you've got PTSD, and the best way to help is to talk about it." And so that's why now, after every big event, we gather together here at the building, and we'll tell stories and we'll laugh. And but there's a reason for that, because it is a way to deal with what we see out there.
Yeah. But now, if you've got a friend or relative who is military and is having PTSD, don't pull them aside and say, "Okay, tell me all the problems you're going to." They're not going to talk to you unless you've been what they've been through. They're not going to talk to you because you probably really can't understand what they're talking about.
Nope.
But if you've had the same experiences and you want to sit down and talk with them, and them sit down and talk with you, it does help. It helps a lot to know that someone else is experiencing the same thing, has gone through it, and understands.
Okay, let's see here. Stephanie Roke, that's the part that makes me lose my calm when it hits after waiting so long. Yeah, well, and it's getting ready to do it. This outflow boundary is crossing into Kentucky now. It is crossing the Mississippi River. There it is. And we're getting ready to do some action. We've already got a tornado warning now going out on this storm up here, encompassing Cyril Springs, Warville, New Burnside. And right here is Kentucky. We're watching it. Look at this. And this right here is moving pretty quickly to the east. See how fast it's moving now? So it's picking up speed. This is kind of what we were expecting. Now watch this storm right here. There it is. I'll bet it goes severe pretty soon. We'll watch and see. It's moving into an environment where that's pretty good dew point. Let's see what this dew point is. It's 68. So yeah, it's moving into a soupy dew point area. Storm's pretty severe right there. That almost looks like that land that came through during the night last night. Stephanie Roke, I have tornado PTSD and child loss PTSD. It's hard. Oh God, I know it. Chris Beach, what's the chances of them extending the tornado watch? I don't know yet. Lewis Skirvin, I wish these storms would move faster. So do I. And Alex Latham, what's our wind shear and Cape looking like for Western Kentucky? That's a good question, Mark.
Well, Cape was up almost above 3,000. It's starting to reduce now as the atmosphere begins to cool a little bit as the sun has gone down. The shear. Let me see here. Come here, you. The shear is still looking to be 50 to 60 knots. So we've still got plenty of shear. We don't have as much Cape as we did, but we still have plenty for storms to generate.
Let's see, is that big line going across the Darrellville tonight at some point? Yes. This storm is really cycling. It's going to be interesting to see what that does. Just now starting to move into Kentucky, southeast of Murray. Sure looks like that could be a discrete supercell here in a minute whenever this slang gets a little closer, doesn't it?
It does. That's moving into a region coming up that way where the supercell composite is up pretty high. It's a 7 to an 8.
Yep.
But
so,
that does start to diminish as the night goes on. And the tornado parameter is, let's see here, around almost a 4 to a 5. But again, that starts to diminish as the night goes on too. The main area for that is over in the Missouri Boot Heel and northeastern Arkansas. And again, all those parameters do start to weaken out a little bit as the night goes on. So we'll have to wait and see if they hold their severe characteristics or if they're just going to give us more heavy rain, which is just what we need.
Or even high winds. Any of that stuff is not pleasant.
Yeah.
So let's see here. Mike Ferris, biggest threat for Crofton tonight. Same as what we just mentioned. Shadow Gaming, YT with a storm in Murray track to Princeton. I believe it's going to miss Princeton. Although it could. Depends how big it grows. Tracy Rainer just got off the phone with my cousin in Danville. He says he and his wife are doing fine at the farm. It's quite soggy, but they live on a hill.
Always a good thing to do.
These summers,
unless you're in tornado territory, and it's not always a good thing to do.
These summers says, is this going to be another long night for us? Yeah, it already is.
Well,
we've been on the air now
yeah.
5.5 hours straight. Tammy Tatum says she's watching that El Reno on YouTube. Wow. Yeah, that is on YouTube if you want to go watch it. I have not gone back to look at it. I just didn't want to see it.
Yeah. And if you ever want to see something on YouTube that talks about how the emergency management people handle something like Joplin, there's a presentation that was done by the Joplin emergency manager after it had hit them. It's called 20 Minutes in May. And it's about an hour and a half long presentation. And he talks about not only all the damage they had, but how they recovered, how they handled it all. And has a lot of good insights in it.
Is Dave up there anywhere? Dave Sturgis?
Yep. He's sitting over here.
Yeah.
Ask him to step up for a second.
Yep.
Let's see here. Brandy Wagon, thanks for all your hard work. Keep us updated throughout these storms. We appreciate you all. Thank you, Brandy. Let's see here. How about Dexter, Kentucky? Do you see anything? The wind has picked up. And
well, this is starting to just move into West Kentucky, so hang on tight.
Hey, Maria Sperling Plymouth. Hello, friend. Hopefully Canton will be fine tonight. Maria and I go back a long ways to our days at Night in Hell. And sure did have some good days back then. Hang on just a second.
My friend Obi-Wan says that's a name I haven't heard in a long, long time.
Yeah, Amy says...
Night in Hell, that is.
David said, hey, David, don't forget that Facebook only goes 8 hours. Might be a good time to reset. Oh, gosh. I hate to do that, but we could. Have Shane come up. I want to get him involved in it because I don't want to have a problem when it goes off. What she's talking about is right now, before we get into this real severe stuff, we need to shut everything down and come right back up. That's to comply with the Facebook rules so we can continue to simulcast over on Facebook. Otherwise, at 8 hours, Facebook will cease broadcasting on it.
Yeah. Zachary Frazier, Nortonville, you're in the same area as we are. We're expecting these storms probably after midnight into this area, although we could get one out ahead of that. We do have the potential for tornadoes and the potential for severe weather, but we're waiting to see if it's going to hold together long enough. We are under a tornado watch till 10 p.m., so about another 45 minutes, unless they reissue it or extend it.
Hey, Amy, if y'all gonna be back here in a minute, we're gonna wait till you get back because I don't feel comfortable because of the new software. I'd like to have
Reports of flash flooding on Woodlawn Meadows, west side of Poplar Bluff.
Shane here close if you don't care. John Morgan, what about Hopkinsville? We're waiting just like everybody else is. This is headed in now a little faster.
Yeah, I noticed it's picked up a little speed coming this way.
Yep.
That little storm just across the Mississippi River from Bardwell and everything that's coming in looks to be pretty potent. It looks like a little Boeing cell. So it could have some very strong winds in it. It's under a severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, Dawson Springs at night, you can see the lightning a long way away. Those storms are actually all the way over, if you're looking west, all the way over in Missouri. Still coming in. Or if you're looking northwest, they're all the way up in southern Illinois. And I see Dave transitioning over to bring the other Dave in. The way it's moving, it will probably be past midnight. It will be into Kentucky before then, probably in the 10 to 11 o'clock. Well, probably, 10 to 11 o'clock hour. We'll probably start seeing them in far west Kentucky. Probably won't be over here to the Christian County, Muhlenberg County, etc. area until, probably well past midnight. Catawba, again, probably a little past midnight, 1 a.m. in night time frame. Clarksville tonight, you're still kind of under it. About the same time as Hopkinsville, maybe just a little bit later, so it could be more toward 2 a.m.
When's a good time to sleep? I think right now.
Yeah.
Before the storms come in.
Yep.
By the way, don't forget to like and subscribe and follow on Facebook, subscribe on YouTube, and it just helps with our analytics and keeping us high in the searches. So.
Yep. Storm headed for Muhlenberg. Again, the whole area is under the potential for severe thunderstorms this evening. Possible tornadoes. They could be strong tornadoes, EF2 or higher. But right now, it's too early to tell. We don't have a track on anything that's coming straight there. It'll be at least an hour or two before we get anything like that. Elkton, still heading your way. It'll move through and into the area tonight. It'll be a little bit later, probably closer to the 2:30 time frame.
And Russellville's the same thing.
Yeah.
Paducah.
Should Paducah expect another tornado tonight? They are in a tornado watch until 10 p.m., but we'll see what happens after that. Right now, the storms off to their west are severe thunderstorms, but they're not tornadic at the moment. The tornado area moved on up into Illinois.
I saw a note that the National Weather Service has reached out to their prediction center to see if they should extend that tornado watch. So we'll know something here in a bit.
All right.
Miss Summers, you should take a nap. This is a good time.
Yes.
But make sure you keep your TV on and this stream going.
Yeah. Or your phone or weather radio or however you get weather warnings. Make sure it's up loud enough that it'll wake you up if something comes in.
Lex and Victor, I think it's not a problem at all. You should take a nap. And you don't have to lie about it either.
Yeah. Still watching that storm that's in Callaway County. It's around New Concord right now, but it does not seem to have held together. It looks like it's trying to fall apart. So we'll wait and see what happens. Again, looking at some strong storms down by I-40 that look like they're still in the process of developing. So we'll see what those do as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what those storms do down in Lexington.
Lexington, Tennessee.
Yes, Lexington, Tennessee. Sorry, that's right. There is a Lexington, Kentucky.
Yep.
You know, of all the years that I've lived here, and I grew up here, I have never been to the Kentucky Derby. Never.
You know, I have not either. I've watched it a few times on television or whatever.
Yep.
But I've never actually gone up to be part of it.
Yep. For those of y'all that are wondering if there's going to be anything severe tonight, Blake and Caleb, it's hard to say. We know that there's going to be some rain that'll come in, and some of it may be severe. We do seem to be in an area where the severe weather could be active tonight, but until it happens, we really won't know. That's why we're here, is to monitor and try and report what's going on to let you know.
Yeah, Kevin Fisher, you'll see a lot of stuff. Projected severe weather, tornado coming tomorrow. You'll see a lot of projections on that. There's still a chance for severe weather tomorrow. We're in a slight risk according to the SPC for tomorrow, but we'll have to wait and see. The larger area, the more strong area for the potential for tornadoes and severe thunderstorms will again be down in Arkansas and down toward Mississippi. So we'll have to wait and see what tomorrow holds for us. But for now, it does not look as much like severe weather as it did for today. What about Madisonville? Same thing, Zachary Frazier, as the rest of us. Looking for this to be rolling through sometime after midnight.
And Brandon, the same thing for Hopkins and Muhlenberg. Scott, yes, it's possible to get a tornado tonight in Trigg County. It is under a tornado watch.
Yeah.
And that tornado watch is scheduled to drop at 10 o'clock. Like we said earlier, the National Weather Service is trying to project if they need to drop it or extend it.
It is possible they will, but I will not go out on a limb and say that they won't be more than that by the time they get here. The models are indicating that the line may weaken a bit by the time it gets in here. But again, we're waiting to see what happens with it.
Cosmo the Creature says, well, y'all are on the TV till Pinneral cuts off. Thank you.
Yeah. Again, here shortly, we will go off for just a couple of minutes so that we can reset our timeline for the Facebook simulcast, and also so we don't get close to exceeding our time for YouTube. But again, we'll go off and then we'll be right back on in just a short amount of time.
Yeah, so just hang tight with us while we recycle everything shortly. Cynthia McKinney says she's just turning in. What about Hoptown? And it's just like with everybody else in this area, there's a possibility of severe thunderstorms and maybe a tornado. don't know yet if we're going to get it or not. We are in an area that could be prone to getting them due to the weather. All of the elements have come together so that there's a lot of instability in the air, and that could cause and set off a tornado. But we don't know yet. Angela Felty says, to be honest, last night got so bad it seemed worse than Wednesday for us in Cerulean.
It was definitely noisier. It was definitely noisier, but it went through fairly quickly. It was one quick rush of wind for the most part, and then the possibility of some hail as it came through. But really, I think there was a couple of sheds blown around and maybe some power lines knocked down, but there wasn't a lot of damage anywhere through the area from it. So it was much noisier than it was threatening.
Yeah, I know. I had an eye open all night long, listening to the thunder. It was quite noisy. Yep. Let's see. Brandon Devine says it is really warm and extremely humid in Central City. Feels really unstable. That's a good way to put it.
Yes, it does. That's a good descriptor for it, the way it feels outside right now. So again, we're waiting for this stuff to roll into the area and see if we have anything develop. We do have an area of stronger energy moving up from the southwest that's down on the other side of Little Rock right now. So we'll see if that gets up into this area at the same time as the storms are rolling through.
And Brandon Devine, I'm sorry, Blake Sowell, should I set my alarm? If so, what time? I would say if you've got a smartphone like we do, if there's a tornado or something close by, your phone is going to alarm and let you know.
Christian County Weather Spotters, may I help you?
Do we know how long this storm is going to last?
I hear you. What's up?
As soon as it pours, it's hard to say.
Is the what
they'll roll through as they roll through. These storms right now are moving along the line.
No, it isn't. It doesn't expire until 10, and we're waiting to hear from National Weather Service if they're going to extend it or not.
They move along the line at about 60 miles an hour. The actual line moving to the east is kind of taking its time, so it's hard to say.
Yeah, well, the stuff does look like it's starting to weaken out a little bit, and the models have showed it kind of weakening, but we're waiting to see because there is some energy coming up from the southwest down in Arkansas that could re-energize everything.
We do get phone calls from time to time because we speak to people in the city and the mayor and some of the other higher ups, I guess you could say, and keep them in the loop as to what we're seeing and what the National Weather Service is seeing.
They went out and came back, and the spotters have been around. They just kind of hanging around like we do best, waiting.
Andrea, if there's a little bit of cool air, that's kind of a good thing.
No, it expires at 10 unless they extend it.
It might get the weather to calm down a bit.
That might be Eastern time, but all the stuff we're seeing said 10 o'clock. I mean, double check that.
Lost River Cave said they have about 60 feet of water in their cave. I saw something about that today, Chelsea. I don't know where Lost River Cave is, so I think that's fascinating. And it looks like there's a new tornado warning for Sikeston, Missouri. It's just popped up. And I don't know if we have anybody in that area.
Sometimes I have to kill radar on maybe and bring it back up because it's not messed with.
Particular
if it's not messed with,
tornado warning has been issued by the National Weather Service.
And that's what
it's
show
for
on
central
here.
Mississippi County in southern Missouri,
Tornado watch.
southeastern
Yeah, expires
Scott
in-
County in
at 10
southeastern
p.m.,
Missouri,
31
north
minutes.
central
Okay.
New Madrid
Yeah.
County in southern Missouri.
Okay.
And that's until 10:15
No problem.
p.m.
Talk to you later, Brian.
And that's Central
Bye-bye.
Time. They're saying that at 9:28 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Sykeston. The hazard is it was moving east at 35 miles per hour. Tornado and quarter-size hail. It's all radar indicated. The impact is that there could be some flying debris, will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur, and tree damage is likely.
You know, I always hate it when they say the tornado is over this city. Oh, really?
Yes. Let me scroll in or zoom in and see if we can see that.
National Weather Service out of Paducah says circulation is strengthening southwest of Sykeston.
Yeah. I've got it on the radar. They do have a tornado warning out.
And that, you can see the rotation in the cloud right there. And let's get another view of the rotation. Yeah, and this is higher up in the cloud. And so there's a bit more rotation there, or some rotation there. And let's check.
Yeah.
See.
The normalized rotation looks like to me it's right at US 60B or U60B, whatever the road that is.
And that there might be it looks
just
like
to the north of U60.
It looks like there's a dropout too. Do you see that?
I see that. Uh-huh.
So that may be on the ground. But we won't know until
It could. It's right in the edge of that stuff, and sometimes it'll look like a dropout, but it's just where the where nothing is really going on, but we'll see.
Gotcha.
It definitely looks like it could be, though. And if so, that is headed right across downtown Sykeston.
Let's see. Taylor Downs asked, how are the roads? You would, as far as the roads go in Hopkinsville, it's some are closed, some are not. We don't have a list of all the closed roads. I actually have an iPhone, and iPhone has a maps program, and if you zoom into the city, you'll be able to see the roads that are closed. It's kind of a neat. It's a neat thing that
Stephanie Brandon Kopic is on a storm that's down on the other side of Little Rock. So he has a view of that one, but the one we're talking about is over in Sykeston, Missouri.
Yeah. Yeah, there's several guys down there around Little Rock, and they're out chasing those storms down there. I think that there's going to be a big breakout there, or outbreak there.
I don't see any cameras on it too well right now, but
and
a couple of the cameras in that area were knocked out earlier by the tornado going through. I don't know if the cameras were knocked out or they just lost power, but their cameras are not up at the moment. The nearest camera we're going to have is the one up by Metropolis, and I don't know if it's pointing that way at the moment.
Find
I see lightning on it.
Let me see if I can pull that up.
Yeah. Dave, I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. And this is that camera he was talking. Well, no, sorry about that. Let's see if I can grab that camera. I know there's a camera up there around Metropolis. There it is. And this is the one that Mark was talking about. And you can see lightning in the distance. Well, that's kind of neat. It's a nice light show. Thanks, Chelsea. WHOP has an update on the road closures for our area. That's great. Paul and Kayla Rudd. Seriously, should me and my family be worried? Dawson Springs, Kentucky. I don't know that you need to be worried, but stay vigilant and have a plan of action if there were another storm to go through there. I know Dawson Springs was hit hard earlier in the year with tornadoes, and just have a good plan of attack to get to a place of safety if you happen to get a notification that there's a tornado on the way. That's the best I can advise you right now. We don't know if there's going to be one in Dawson Springs. We just know that there's some weather that's coming our way that could turn severe. Let's see. Jackie Logan asks, does the storm popping up in Tennessee look like it will track into Hoptown? Though these down here and around Parsons and Lexington, New Johnsonville, Waverly. I guess it's possible it could move towards Hopkinsville. It's too far away to really tell. I mean, it could strengthen or it could die out before it gets here. It's hard to say, but it's one that we're keeping an eye on. I know the National Weather Service is, and they'll be able to give us some idea. Now, that storm does not appear to be severe at this time, so we don't have to really worry about anything at this point. Let's see. Rachel Perez asks, is Katie's in the clear, even with this line? It looks like everyone's going to get some rain tonight, but I can't tell you if any of it will be severe. That would be something that we just don't know at this point. It's going to depend on what kind of atmosphere the storms run into when they get closer to us. What time should we take shelter in Nortonville? That is hard to say, Zachary. Nortonville is in the same area that we're in, and we're expecting the storms to come in here somewhere. I've been told somewhere between 11 and 4 a.m., so it's hard to say. Just be vigilant. You've got a smartphone, and it's going to probably alert you if there's really bad weather in the area. If you're like me, I've had 3 or 4 alerts on the phone telling me about the flood warnings in the area, so it'll be that kind of an alert. Let's see. Andrea Cook says, oh, you're welcome, Jackie, anytime. Andrea Cook says, my weather app also says thunderstorm for my area start at 1 a.m. to 5 p.m. or 5 a.m. and dew point is 66 and humidity 70%, but it feels like cool, and the tip says 65.
Just checking.
I don't know if you've ever experienced possibility of having a tornado where it may be cool in the afternoon, but as the weather gets coming closer, it warms up and it gets more humid, and then it comes through. That could be what will happen, but we don't know where that severe weather will go. We don't even know if it'll be severe when it comes through, but the indications that the National Weather Service has expressed is that we could get some severe stuff over there. We're certainly going to get some rain.
Yeah.
Certainly going to get some rain.
I don't know who everyone is saying it's going to go north of Christian County. I have no evidence of that.
Yeah, no one really knows.
Yeah, you're still not on the repeater. You're on, not on duplex.
Uh,
The output.
BDC, yeah, it could stall out across us again and slowly weaken out. We've got waves coming along the front as it starts to move. And as that happens, we'll be like in it, out of it, in it, out of it. We'll probably get several rounds of potential severe weather and definitely heavy rain over the next 24 hours.
And we still have tomorrow to go through, too. It's supposed to be the same way tomorrow with lots of rain and ending with severe weather, I think, is what I've heard.
Yep. No, we are not clear. The storms are still to our west and northwest, and they are starting to move our direction. When do I think the main storm is supposed to die off? Probably not until tomorrow evening sometimes. Okay, here we go. Let's see what they got here. They may be extending the...
We believe this is going to be an ongoing event for another 24
The
hours.
National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 120, effective until 4 a.m. Saturday. This watch includes the following counties in Kentucky: Caldwell, Christian, Crittenden, Davis, Henderson,
So
Hopkins,
they've extended the
McLean,
watch.
Muhlenberg, Todd,
Yes.
Drake, Union, and Webster.
till 4 a.m.
A tornado watch means the
Yeah, we kind of suspected that would happen.
Yeah. Since this has been so slow to move in.
280, all stations. We have just gone to tornado watch until 4 a.m.
Debbie Summers, yes, the Mother Nature needs to take a chill pill. Yes, Anna George, here we go again. Yes, and with it being extended to 4 o'clock in the morning, we know that the storms rolling in do have the potential to be severe. Certainly going to drop
And
a lot
tornadic.
of rain. And
Yep.
tornadic, yeah. Certainly going to drop a lot of rain. And thank you, Lewis. Appreciate it for the donation of $1.99. We have. He says, we only have one more night after this. You got that right, sir. You've got
Yep.
that right. Teresa Millette asks if Eddyville's clear for tornadoes.
Not yet.
Not really, no. There could be a...
They just extended or issued a new tornado watch until 4 a.m. and it covers most of western Kentucky. Sometimes they are very slow getting their graphics up.
Yeah, Daphne, you want to live in a bunker now. Underground, correct? Yes, I get it. Thinking about it may be time to get an underground bunker myself.
Yeah.
For these storms.
The tornado watch, it was just issued, covers western Kentucky up into the Evansville area, southern Illinois, right along the border and the Ohio River, and the very easternmost part of Missouri along the Mississippi River from the Kentucky border up until a bit north of Cairo.
Let's see.
Calling for super strong winds is low. The severe hail is moderate. The 2-inch hail, which is the great big hail, is low. Severe wind is moderate, which is greater than 50 knots or 58 miles an hour. EF2 tornadoes is moderate, and tornadoes is moderate. So, see, tornado watch for portions of southeast Illinois, southwest Indiana, western Kentucky, and southeast Missouri, effective this Friday night and Saturday morning from 9:40 p.m. until 4 a.m. The primary threats include a few tornadoes likely, with a couple intense tornadoes possible. Scattered damaging wind gusts to 70 miles an hour likely. Scattered large hail events from 1.5 to 1.5 inches in diameter likely. Multiple clusters of strong and severe thunderstorms are tracking eastward into the watch area. These storms will maintain some concern for damaging winds and a few tornadoes for several more hours. The tornado watch area is approximately along 60 statute miles east and west of a line from 40 miles south-southwest of Paducah to 45 miles west-northwest of Owensboro.
Hey, Wade, I would put
So,
your chickens up. I wouldn't leave them out in the weather. How
No,
fast?
we've already seen what happens when chickens and tornadoes meet.
Yes. How fast are the storms running? Sorry, the scroll is going so fast. I'm not able to read a lot of them. Let's see. Teresa says, "Thank you for us all to be wrapped in God's arms and protect from these storms. I know you all have to be." And I'm sorry, I can't see it anymore. The scroll that I'm looking at with the chat includes not only YouTube but also Facebook. So I'm getting it comes in fast sometimes.
Yeah, the storms to the west in northeast Arkansas, they've kind of picked up some speed. Some are running 60 to 80 miles an hour. But again, that's just the storms, individual cells themselves running along the line. The line is kind of creeping its way to the east.
Let's see. Megan Jones says, "Hey, I'm now joining. What is Russellville supposed to be like tonight? I believe it's going to be like just about everybody else in the area. There could be some severe weather. You're not in the tornado watch right at the moment, but you're close enough that you could get some bad weather. I would stay vigilant tonight. We're supposed to get some really heavy rains overnight. We're supposed to get about 4 to 6 inches of rain. By the time this thing is all said and done, tonight will be one of those heavy rains. But we're also going to possibly get some severe weather. That's why we have a tornado watch up. So, yeah, it's a good night just to stay vigilant.
Yeah. Also included in tornado watch, it's tornado watch number 119. That's mostly over in Arkansas, but it also contains Tennessee counties that are around Union City and Dyersburg and the county south of where Dyersburg is. And again, that's till 4 a.m., but that's the only Tennessee counties that are in one right now. And again, all the counties in western Kentucky, from Todd and Muhlenberg, and then up to the north, all the way up to just to the west of Tell City. It encompasses Evansville and Mount Vernon, and then all the way over to Harrodsburg in Illinois, Marion, Carbondale, Perryville, Cape Girardeau.
Mike
and all the
Ferris,
way down.
I've zoomed in on Crofton. It looks cloudy and it's a couple of showers in the area.
Okay.
Okay, what about now? This is working. This is a repeater, okay? Oh, no, man, I thought we were having repeater issues because you were.
Yeah, Zachary, I'm waiting for the cows to fly by too.
Okay, we're still here. Yeah, I'll go back to the handheld. I don't know. I'll tweak the base and I'll do it later. I'll use it for hands and meters and 72 meters.
Mike Bynum in Washington, you are not under a watch right now. It looks like you will get some heavy thunderstorms through and lots of heavy rain in the overnight hours. So that's what you're expecting. I don't see much up that way that looks severe. Most of it's down our way. So probably won't see these storms hold together as severe, but you're definitely going to get some heavy rain and some strong winds, probably up to 40, 45 mile per hour winds.
Hey, Cookie, this is Kilo Quebec 4 Golf Alpha Hotel over at Weather Ops. You are Lima Charlie into the repeater.
Yeah, and everybody's asking how bad it's going to get for Kentucky, Hopkinsville, or Crofton. Again, we are under the watch until 4 a.m. As this line moves its way through, we'll just have to hang on. There are still tornado warnings with the line in various places, but mostly it's severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll have to wait and see what happens when they get a little closer. It has, Mike Bynum, and we've still got a day left of it. And again, that storm that was over Sykeston has continued to move to the east. Looks like it's over, just starting to move past Bertrand and heading for Charleston, Illinois here shortly. The warning goes over to Wilson City and north of Anniston, Illinois. Right now, it's heading, if it stays in a straight line the way it's going, it'll pass near Cairo, Illinois, and Wickliffe, Kentucky, and over into the rural areas east of there. It could head to Paducah, but we'll see if it holds together that long for that storm.
Okay. Chelsea is asking if the Big Dave go take a nap. He needs one. Yeah, he's taking a break. He'll be back shortly.
We are Lex and Victor. We are going to make sure we do restart, but we're waiting on our tech to get here to make sure we don't have any problems coming back on. It's not that often that we do this long enough straight, so we have to take this break. So we want to make sure no problems happen when we do it.
Let's see. This is a good question. Fleekable says, what do you think about Beaver Dam? Is that going to get crazy?
Beaver Dam is kind of to the east of everything right now, including Beaver Dam is just outside the watch area. The watch goes till 4 a.m., so it's probably going to be closer to 4 a.m. by the time stuff gets into your area.
Yeah, but
unless
it also
something pops up out ahead of it.
Right. It also shows that you've got a flood watch up, so you're going to get some rain out of it. Maybe it may not be severe, but you're going to get a lot of rain.
Okay. Which red dots? We have several different kind of red dots on there.
I think they're talking about these dots with the dew point
weather
and
stations.
The weather stations.
Yeah, those are weather stations, usually small airports or something along those lines that do regular weather forecast. Bowling Green is pretty far out to the east of this. Probably you're going to get some noisy thunderstorms, but they may start to weaken out. Tomorrow's probably going to be more of a day for you than tonight.
So Tracy Runyon, I take it you're in Grandview, Missouri? Heather Gibbs asks, so what's the timeline for Hopkinsville, and are they going to be bad? We're not sure about them being bad. Oh, go ahead.
Well, they seem to slow down a little bit with the timeline. Again, we're looking at that outflow boundary off that one storm. So some of them are starting to weaken a little bit, but the whole line is definitely pushing our direction. It's just not getting here as early as they thought it was going to. Initially, they thought they'd be in here within an hour. Now it's looking for here in Hopkinsville, probably closer to the 2:30 to 3 a.m. timeline, I would think. And then we'll have to see what goes on from there.
All right, Stephanie,
I'm
sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, to answer your question, Stephanie, Outlaw Field, I don't see a weather station for Outlaw Field, but Fort Campbell has one. And that's probably the reason why I don't see one for Outlaw Field. This is the Fort
KCV.
Yeah.
No, Campbell is KHOP. That is Clarksville Outlaw Field.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I stand corrected.
If it's south of the border, there,
that's
that
right. Yeah.
is
yep,
that
is
Fort
Outlaw
Campbell
Field.
right there.
Yep, that's Outlaw Field there, and that's yes, Fort Campbell. Okay. I stand corrected.
Fairfield, Illinois. We'll have to see here. Fairfield, Illinois.
Robert Stites, yes. According to the SPC website, the watch has been extended to 4 a.m. Thank you, Angie. That's awesome. David and Mark and Dave will talk us through this.
Yeah.
That's right.
Fairfield looks like. Yeah, I see where it is.
Anna George wants to know who is sitting behind you, Mark. We have
several people, actually.
Yeah. Barbara is
watching
there.
Yeah, Barbara is watching the computer right behind me. That's our direct chat line to National Weather Service.
And then we have, I don't think he's there right at the moment, but Joseph is our,
Joe,
he is there.
Yeah.
That's his.
He is. I turned around to see he was there, and he turns around and says his name, Joe. He's doing communications for us, taking care of the ham radio, GMRS radio, and our spotter radio.
And then we also have back there, we have Eric, who is monitoring the chat.
He's not sitting there right now, so.
All right, he's taking a break.
But that's what he does normally do, yeah.
Yep. Angie says hi, Barbara, and she says hi, Joseph. I don't think they can hear you right at the moment because it's one of those things where they're just monitoring and watching a screen that has no sound. Dylan asks, what's the time frame for any of this reaching the Russellville Bowling Green area? Probably closer to, would you say 4 a.m. maybe?
Yeah, probably closer to 4 a.m.
Going to get a lot
Fairfield
of rain.
right now, Fairfield, Illinois, they're getting some rain and some thunder and lightning, but the severe stuff appears to be all south of them, and they probably won't be getting much more than the rain and a pretty good amount of heavy rain tonight.
BDC wants to know, can we do storm tracks on those down south of Dixon, Tennessee? We do have storm tracks on them, and that's what these are. these lines are. And each one of these lines is what, about 15 or 20 minutes? So,
Each one is 15 minutes. Yeah.
So each one of these points here tell you the approximate time the storm will be in that position. So the storms, I believe, they look like they may miss us if they hold together, and that's in the Hopkinsville area. They may hit somewhere in Todd County.
Yeah. Danielis, you're okay for right now, but the Fort Campbell area, we're looking at that and probably on beyond 2 a.m. for all this to roll in. So we'll have to wait till then. We're under a tornado watch till 4 a.m. now.
Jane, David Powell is taking a break right at the moment. It's going to be a long night. We expect to be out on the air till about 4 a.m. What about Kelly? Melanie asks, about the same as Hopkinsville. The storms will come through when they come through. They're taking their sweet time moving in our direction.
Absolutely. They will be near the Paducah radar site before too much longer. We have to remember that while the storms are screaming along the line up at around 60 to 80 miles an hour, the actual line is only like drifting east at about 30 miles an hour.
Yes. Christina Merritt says, I really am learning a lot as I have been watching your station for several hours each day. It actually makes me feel more at ease understanding what these dots and lines mean. Thank you so much.
Glad to do it. We are here to serve and educate.
Yeah, Mark has kind of been everyone's mentor as far as the radar and how to read it. And he's done a great job of kind of coaching us and training us. So our hats go off to Mark.
Glad to do it. Glad to do it. Part of the responsibility of reaching an older age is passing on what you know to people who are younger or older or whoever needs it.
Heather Renee, GoFundMe needs to be set up for these people on Weather and Wisdom to take a long vacation after this weekend. Thanks.
Okay, warning coming in. It's probably catching the corner of. Yeah, we now have a severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky. It's way over by Uniontown, up near Mount Vernon. It's heading for the general direction of Henderson. So that will eventually move on toward the Evansville area. But it's probably, let's see, how long is this warning for? Until 10:45. It'll be probably closer to 11 before it gets over all the way to Vanderburgh and Evansville and all the areas over through there.
Pretty good hail core in that as well.
Yep.
Says that the hail, there may be hail in there about 2 1/4 inches. If it hits the ground, it probably won't be that big, but that's what the radar is indicating.
Yeah, the warning is for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and $half size hail, which is 1 1/4 inch, and all that is radar indicated. The storm itself is severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from Enfield to near Norris City to near Ridgeway, moving east at 50 miles an hour, 60 mile per hour wind gusts, $half size hail, radar indicated.
And it says here it may reach around Evansville around 10:33 is what I'm
Okay.
reading here.
And of course, it'll reach the Henderson area about the same time. Morganfield, it's going to get to you first if you're up there. Uniontown, it's not that far away from you. A whole line of that. The severe warning is way up by, for direct line for Henderson and Evansville and Mount Vernon. But areas to the south, you're still going to get that stronger area storm. That's pushing out just a little bit. So that's probably got some wind behind it as a reason it's showing severe and got the little bit larger hail. From that area, the line drags down. It's just west of Paducah. Passing through right now, just getting past Sykeston. And then it extends down just to the west of Paragould, right on top of Walnut Ridge. Still to the west of Jonesboro. And all that is slowly working its way our way.
Yeah, I'm focused in now on the tornado warning headed towards Wickliffe and around Charleston. And there's a pretty good bit of rotation in that.
Yep.
Fairly tight.
That's the one that's up in Illinois, correct? Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. Around going towards Cairo. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Been a while since I pronounced that.
Yeah. Cairo, Illinois.
Yep.
And right now they've let the warning kind of decrease a little bit as it kind of wiggles around the Mississippi River there. But it has not crossed the Mississippi River quite yet.
Yeah, here. Okay. Had to check which
Tiana,
radar was on.
Yeah, Tiana Marie, there's that one that's up in Illinois, and there's another one that's down south of Little Rock. But those are the only two active tornado warnings at this time, but we do have several severe thunderstorm warnings. So we'll have to hang on tight and see what it does when it rolls in this way.
John M. asks, is it going to hit Hopkinsville, Kentucky? Need to know so I can get my clients to the tornado shelter if needed to.
Yeah, the storms will hit Hopkinsville. I cannot guarantee they'll be tornadic, although we are in a tornado watch till 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Yes, the time has changed a little bit in Hopkinsville. The line is not moving quite as fast.
A new considerable destructive thunderstorm.
So it'll be
warning
after
has been
2
issued.
a.m.
Now they've taken that tornado warning over around Wickliffe, and it's a severe thunderstorm warning now.
Okay.
Shauna Sherman says, man, be glad for some dry weather. I'm definitely craving it at this point. Thanks, Lewis, for the donation of $1.99. It's wonderful. What is causing the storms to weaken?
It's getting toward nighttime. They're kind of starting to outrun their support. We'll have to wait and see what they do because the more could come up from the southwest and re-intensify them or keep them going. Tomorrow, it could be an overnight event. Again, the models are still kind of waffling back and forth as to exactly when it's going to be done. Could be anywhere from tomorrow evening by midnight all the way up until Sunday morning at 6 a.m. But right now, it's too soon to tell.
Did you see the one that Dylan asked? Hey, Mark, do you think we will have any more bad storms in April?
I don't know for sure if this is the end of April. They are talking about now, we thought we were going to have 3 days of calm. Now they're talking about maybe a day and a half before we start seeing the potential for more severe weather possibly moving toward our direction. So we'll have to wait and see. It'll be toward the middle of end of next week, but we could see more severe weather at that time.
Yeah, and Christy asked, what are the models showing for tonight? I believe it'd be rain.
Rain, yeah,
of
and
rain.
gradually, yeah, these storms, sometimes it's hard to tell on models exactly, but the supercell composite starts to reduce. The tornado indicator starts to reduce a little bit as these come in, but I'm not going to take anything off the table yet.
Sayokor says, after this is all over, I'm going to find an evil queen and borrow an apple. To go to sleep, I'm sure. Yeah, and I feel bad for the flood victims too.
Yeah. Crofton by Pennyroyal Forest, we will have to wait and see. We can't tell you exactly where up and down this line you might get a tornado right now or a severe thunderstorm right now. We'll have to wait and see till they get a little bit closer in and we know exactly which parts of the lines are running hot at that time. Damon Driver, you can talk about that. A lot of people do, but I've discovered no matter where you go, you have elements of nature that can be severe that you have to deal with. So pick your poison.
Right. Lois Wells says, dang, I'm never going to get my garden started. Really, I'm blessed to still have my home. So many people don't right now. Yeah. Yeah, totally understand. Totally understand. Blue Cat is asking, how's Katie's tonight? Could be more. It's going to be rain for sure. But these storms that are to the north and west of us are tracking towards us. They're going to be running into more and more soupy air that's that's unstable. So it could be conducive to a tornado spin up. That's why we're in a tornado watch until 4 a.m. Stephanie Rogue says, I'm moving as soon as I'm able to. I'll take Ohio snow over this any day. Stephanie, it's only for like a month or two, and then it winds down until fall. And then it starts up again.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. That's right. Jacoby, seems like strong outflow boundaries, gust fronts are coming off the line. Will that change anything?
We'll have to wait and see if those generate storms out ahead of that. Normally that means that the line is starting to weaken, which it does look like it's starting to a little bit, but we can have new storms form on those outflow boundaries. So we have to wait and see if those start firing up. Those will be strong. There'll be fresh storms pulling off of fresh air that has not been worked over at all. Haley Rodriguez, after 2 a.m.
Okay, Stephanie, I don't care. Well, the only Monica, the only station I know of is our Weather Channel. So if you want to listen to that,
if she wants a radio station, probably, I'd say what, WKDZ? Depends on which music.
Yeah, actually, that's a good one. Yeah, WKDZ, they're live. Mike Ferris is going to invest in a weather rock. If it's wet, it's raining. If it's white, it's snowing. If it's gone, tornado. Good idea.
Yeah.
Point the rock away from me. Stephanie Rogue says, I still watch you guys no matter where I go. That's awesome. Thank you. Mary asks, Elkton is under a tornado watch. Sorry, just tune back in. Yes, it is. Oh, I think.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
They are on the eastern edge of the tornado watch till 4 a.m.
And it does look
Cyclor
like
radio stations do still exist. Yes. They're not all digital streaming yet. So
now these lines, folks, I think one of the, who was it that said something about it? I think it was Mike, was seeing these outflow boundaries. That's what this is right here. This little bit of green, that's the wind pushing out in front of the storm. Same way here. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, these can regenerate the storms sometimes
out ahead
of
right.
this line.
They're like a mini cold front, so they can generate storms right ahead of them.
Heather Page says this line seems to be firing off like those Wednesday night. I don't know. Do you think so, Mark?
I think the ones Wednesday were a little bit stronger coming in, but again, it's starting to have a pattern like that. We'll have to wait and see what they do.
Okay. All right. And I'm gonna walk away and turn this back over to the Master of Ceremonies, David Powell. It's been a pleasure. Y'all stay safe.
And while they transition, Trina McBride, the ETA for this area, if you're talking about Christian County area, it looks like it's been kind of delayed a little bit, probably closer to 2 a.m. now. If you're in Katie's and you want to take a nap, probably I'd say you can probably get an hour and a half to 2 hours in. So it would be just a nap. Owensboro, you probably got about an hour and a half before they actually get to you, unless the line up there speeds up a little bit. They do have a severe thunderstorm well off to your west. It's just crossing the Ohio and Mississippi River right there at Cairo. But it is pushing your direction. It's kind of pushing maybe a little bit more northward towards Evansville, but again, after it hits Evansville, you probably got about 30 minutes till it gets to you.
Heather says, welcome back, David. Thank you, Heather. You're the only one who welcomed me back.
Who are you?
No. Ralph.
Oh, that's Ralph. That's right.
So what's going on, Mike?
Another day at the office.
Yeah, we haven't got these storms under control yet, do we?
Nope.
Well, it's
They are
about-
weakening a little bit. You can see the outflow boundaries coming off of them
Yeah,
there.
but
But
that's,
again, we're waiting to see if that just regenerates the storms out ahead of them.
yeah, that whole line has outflow boundaries coming off of it. It's
Yeah.
going to be interesting.
Watch
Yeah.
that storm down by Waverly too. It's got
Yep.
an interesting shape to it, but it doesn't
Yes.
have that much in the way of winds with it.
Let's take a little closer look at it. If we go to this radar, we can see a little bit deeper towards the bottom of it. Yeah, it's a little different. Ooh. Well, Mike, it sure got some kind of strange circulation there.
It does.
Thank you, Janet. I still got good friends there at WKDZ.
Mm-hmm. Well, someone was on and asked, their friend was driving in and they asked what would be a good radio station for them to listen to keep up on the weather coming in from the west.
Mm-hmm.
And the only radio station I know around here that would do good coverage for them was WKDZ.
Yeah, I would agree. I know them very well since I worked there. Cosmo the Creature, missed you, David. Thank you. Tracy Runyon, we could all think clear skies at a specific time and see what happens, Karen Simmons. She says, what's the opposite of rain dance? I'm starting now.
Prayer.
I could show you. Well, that's right. That would work. Yeah. Heck yeah. I'm going to come back out here. Let's take a look at this. I could look at these a little closer by going to the Paducah site. Let us see. Ruth Ann Hall, how blessed we are to have our Hopkinsville weather angels. I wouldn't go that far. But thanks, Ruth.
Only if we have horns holding up our halos.
Oh, me. Anna George, David, I'm in search of some goats for my overgrown yard. Boy, if you find some.
They might need gills.
Yep. They call them goatfish. Instead of cats, they'd be catfish. So. Hey, yeah. Pray they weaken. All right, Tammy Tatum says, bye, Curly. I know she's not talking to me.
David, any idea where the ETA is on our team so we can restart?
I don't know. We're getting close, though, aren't we? We still
Yep.
got another good hour. They're supposed to be on the way. It wouldn't hurt to give them a call just to check. She's probably watching. So, Amy, we're waiting on you guys. Jordan Randolph, David, glad you're back. Hope you got some rest. I was not resting.
Okay, just heard from Shane on radio. They'll be here in 20 to 30 minutes.
They must have gone and taken them a nap somewhere.
Yeah, or went and got food or something like that.
Okay, kids and jammies are some of the best, Anna George. I missed something. I must have missed something.
Yep.
The other page, lots of storm chasers in Arkansas. Let me see here. She's probably right. Oh, yes. Down there around Mound City. Look at the lightning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that
And really, that's just,
line is a ways from being weakening out very much.
yeah, it is. I'm looking right down at the bottom of it, but the upper levels look pretty rough. And look at the outflow boundary.
Yep. They were concerned a little earlier about this forming into almost like a derecho with a broad area of strong straight line winds, but still waiting to see if anything like that starts to develop. Although we
Well,
do have each one of those little lines right there has got strong winds with it. Those little vertical
Yep.
lines to right in there to your left.
Yeah, these.
Yeah, each one of those has probably got strong winds with them.
Christine would call them hangy downy thingies.
Yeah.
This right here is probably the worst of it, although this up here doesn't look great either. Let's see here.
Syacor, need a boat with an outboard mower.
Boy, wouldn't that be right? Maybe appreciate prayers for all. And as George talking about how cute baby goats are.
Yeah, that's where the comment about kids in pajamas.
Ah, I see.
Mm-hmm.
As much as I respect you guys, I'll be glad when we can take a break from each other. All right, cuz, I remember that.
Yeah, I can't say I don't share that sentiment, though.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting tired of your face, too.
Yeah. Hey, love all you all to pieces, but, I mean, enough's enough.
I love my pillow more.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I like him. I like him pretty good.
New information.
Yeah.
This
Anna George, why exactly do you all have to restart?
And Eric Briggs answered that very well.
Yep.
And I'll answer it also. It is because Facebook imposes a limit on continuous streaming. And there's nothing wrong with that. But in order to comply with that, we will have to shut down. Now, the same thing can be said for YouTube, but in a different way. YouTube will, they'll go on for as long as you are, but they will only save the stuff that we're doing at 12 hours at a time. So if it goes past 12 hours of continuous streaming, then they will not post it because it's too long. And I agree. So what we do is we shut down, and that will also reset the time for YouTube and for Facebook, and then everybody can stay on, and we'll go continuously without having to worry about it. I do hope that they come on because I'm a little concerned about this storm down around Waverly. It is a little strong, and we got one pretty strong there at Oak Grove, and it's growing. So we shall see.
The one at Oak Grove, it was like there, and it kind of weakened out, and then it's
Right.
kind of picked back up. It's just, it can't quite make up its mind yet. But the one at Waverly, I've been watching for a little while. It's gradually gotten bigger and gradually gotten stronger. I'm just waiting to see exactly what it does as it moves on.
Strange, but I can kind of see a circulation here. Maybe a derecho is in the forming process.
Yeah. And that would not be good because
that'd be
that's
terrible.
straight line winds. It may have some tornadoes along it, but straight line winds of very high velocity, 60, 70. Sometimes I've seen derechos with 90 and 100 mile per hour winds, and they go for states.
Yep.
Not just counties. They go for states.
Yeah, and this line down here is getting a little stout, down around Little Rock. Let's see here. So it's pretty well a continuous line.
Christopher LeBlanc, or Jean Blanc.
Hey, Lisa Taylor.
Says, hey, y'all. Go ahead.
No, you first, I insist.
Okay. Christopher Jean Blanc said, hey, y'all. My first watching since moved here 5 years ago from East Tennessee. I'd like to know more about your local spotter and weather program. I am the night shift storm and fire watch at work.
Well,
So
where, what part are you in, Christopher? Are you in Kentucky? Are you in Tennessee? Or what city? And that will help us to maybe figure out what we can do for you. Michael Willits, David, Mark, can you put a track on that one? No one is Waverly. Does it look like it will hit North Tide? Well, yeah, we'll do that. Let's go down here and take a look.
sure.
And there's the track. It's going to probably go towards Russellville, if I had to guess. And let's see what it looks like. VIL is at 26. That's midway.
Not real strong.
No, it's not. The hail is not very big either. 1/10 of an inch. No, that was 1/100 of an inch, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's strong, but not too bad yet. I swear that I think they will put out a severe thunderstorm warning into Kentucky a little deeper here in just a minute.
Very well could be. And Christopher says he works in Hopkinsville, lives by Crofton.
Okay. I actually heard a little echo in you.
Mark, they're seeing gusts of 39-mile-per-hour winds in Morganfield.
39 mile per hour. Okay. Report on Slack of 39 mile per hour winds in Morganfield.
I'm getting an echo from you, Mark.
I don't know why.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know why. I don't know why.
I have not changed any settings or touched anything.
It's not real loud, but it's kind of weird. All right, Chris Gober, how is the devil going to be? Well, right now, not much to say. I think that this right here is going to move up this way. It sure is looking strong down there.
Okay. Can you still hear me?
I can hear you fine, but it's just echoing. I didn't hear that a little before. Okay, they're hearing you also. So everybody's hearing an echo on you.
I have no idea where it came from because I did not change anything or touch anything.
That's weird. Angie says, tomorrow's going to be a Netflix movie day for me. And boy, I hear that. Janet, David, I have taken every Skywarn class more than one time. I love it. Everyone wants to know when the storm will hit them. I'm learning about the radar and when the storm hits. I watched instead of hide. Why don't you come back and join us, Janet? Leo says, thunder off in distance here in Lovelessville, Kentucky, so he's getting within range of those storms. Lisa Taylor says, it sounds cool, though. Is strong storms coming to Adairville? Yeah. Well, watch this one right here. It's headed straight for Adairville, pretty much. Syacor says he has an echo because that's what happens when gods talk. I want some of what he's having.
Okay, I muted my mic and you apparently couldn't hear me at all, so I don't know what's causing the echo.
You know what? I don't.
There's no.
I don't hear it. It's gone.
Okay, so muting and coming back on got rid of it, eh?
I guess so. Cody Grimes is tuning in. Just tuning in. Is Elkin okay to sleep? No. Look back here. That's what is coming our way. This is going to be a load of fun when it comes in. Everybody's going to wake up and say, ooh, what's happening?
Severe thunderstorm warning has
Here we go.
Yeah, they updated a severe thunderstorm warning somewhere there.
Hope in Livingston County. That would be right up here, I think. Yeah, that would be up here. That's a storm that probably should be warned on. You can see that. 60-mile-an-hour winds.
Okay. Not to let it slip up on us, I don't think we noticed it. We do have a warning now for the Paducah area. Severe thunderstorm warning for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Just came out.
Severe thunderstorm warning for central Massac County, central Ballard County, and McCracken County till 11:15 p.m. At 10:32, a severe thunderstorm was located over La Center, moving east at 35. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, radar indicated.
Okay, it is coming. Anna George says, I think the more I watch, the calmer I get because I'm getting some knowledge on the weather. That is a good thing, Anna. You are. Lisa Taylor, no tornadoes right in Adairsville tonight. Now, I didn't say that. Cynthia Brown, David, how's Catawba looking? Well, you're on the doorstep of this storm coming.
Yeah, that storm has some good strong winds in the leading edge of it, about 60 plus miles per hour.
Yeah, if everybody I know is wanting to go to bed, and that's your option, but I'm going to tell you right now, you can go ahead and go to bed, but you're going to be awakened. I'm almost sure when this storms get in here, and they're on the way in now, so they are inbound. We got this storm here to the south near, let's see here, south of Clarksville. It's moving northeast. It's pretty strong. I would imagine this is fixing to be warned. We'll watch and see. And look at this outflow boundary. Here we go.
Information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Okay, Ballard County is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is getting pretty strong up here near Paducah. Let's see if we can get anything out of the Metropolis camera. Well, you certainly can see some lightning off out there. But, ooh-wee, wasn't that pretty?
Ooh, my goodness.
But
Yes,
this
indeed.
is what's coming at you right here. Look at all this lightning. And you can tell this is a pretty good storm. This is going to be coming in. So, yeah, if you had any doubts about what's going to be happening to you, this is it right here. You can see all the lightning. It's going to be another night kind of like last night, looks like. Donna's...
Except for the fact that we're here instead of home in bed.
I know, isn't that the truth? But this time, it's not going to catch me napping. We're going to be all over this like a fly on, like we're going to be all over it. So this is certainly putting out a lot of lightning. As you can see, the lightning indicators on it. As these right here probably are putting out some pretty good winds. The way these are looking and the way they're pulling out there. So winds, lightning, lots of thunder. This is what you've got to look forward to here.
Time frame for Muhlenberg County, probably after 2 a.m. It might be after 1 a.m.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be quite that long because this is moving now a little bit more. And you can see it's a pretty good line.
Yeah.
Lois Wells,
David,
David.
to watch that one up there by Paducah. They do have a TVS on it now.
Yep. Lois Wells, David, I hit the wrong button. Had another weather channel on by accident. That boy acted like he was on something, talking so dang fast. Thank you for calming us instead of scaring us to death. And I appreciate that, Lois. David D. Marcellus Hoover. Hey, hi, my sister Shelley. Be safe. Eric Betts, wind picking up pretty good in South Trigg. Karen Simmons, I'm beginning to hate the color red. Yeah, me too. Okay, we've got a special weather statement on this storm up here around Evansville. Let's see what it's saying. Wind gust up to 50 miles an hour.
Is on that storm. I just saw his marker up there. I thought it was farther down south. He's on that storm south and southwest, or coming into Paducah, but he's not sharing a camera.
Well, he could be shooting for a TV station or something like that. So, you know,
probably so.
We're going to make an attempt to get in touch with him and Brad Arnold.
Yeah. Well, the line is coming in. It's 10:30 now. Again, probably around 1 a.m. or so, I think, between midnight and 1 a.m.
To where?
I'm for where was that?
See, Corey, I agree with you. That's all I see.
I think they were asking about, oh, Pembroke. I thought somebody was
Pembroke's
asking
just gets
about
something-
Elkton too, but
Yeah, Pembroke's just gets something here in a minute. They're already getting a little shower. In fact, if I go here, of course, it's going to be in a cone of silence, and it is.
I don't know. Watching that storm closely down there, I'm not sure exactly what it's going to form into. I've been watching it for a while.
Yeah, I don't either. It's got a weird shape, but it can easily form a little hook.
And I agree.
K Wells 42101, Paducah here. Do we have any alerts? You have a severe thunderstorm warning there, K Wells. It's for central Massac County in southern Illinois, central Ballard County in western Kentucky, and McCracken County in western Kentucky, which encompasses Paducah. Hail damage to vehicles expected, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail. Moving east at 35 miles an hour. Okay, here comes Shane, and we're going to probably make this quick shutdown. Okay, so everybody, we're going to shut this down for just a second, and we'll come right back, so don't go anywhere. We have to do this in order to keep the Facebook stream going. So hang on. We're not going to leave you. We will be right back. Okay.